Chapter 206. It was already past midnight. There was no one on the streets. Phone Poliu, isn't it a loss to use these secret techniques to exchange for money a little? Lin Fan asked. Phone Poliu said, to me, it is indeed a loss, but to others, it might not be a loss. Although martial path techniques are important, more important is wealth. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, that is the unchanging logic. Dang dang. Not far away, there was the sound of metal rubbing. Several shadows flashed across the alley. From the shadows, one could see that they were assassins with blades. Damn, they finally came out. They waited for Li family for 2 full days, how vicious. Young Master Wang's money isn't easy to earn. Brothers, remember this and teach him a lesson. Cousin, I smell a very weak killing intent. Zhou Zhongmao stopped moving forward and stared at the dark alley not far away. Oh. Lin Fan didn't care. He sensed that these people weren't strong, probably grade 2 or 3. Who wanted to take revenge on him? Or did they just want to earn a living? Very quickly. 6 masked men in black shirts appeared on the streets with blades in their hands. They blocked Lin Fan and the others. They gave off a cold aura, filled with killing intent. A battle was about to begin. Zhou Zhongmao frowned and jumped up. He jumped off the carriage and landed on the ground. With a kacha sound, cracks appeared on the ground. He shouted in rage, "Are you asking to die?" Their mouths were agape. The 6 men in black shirts looked at the cracked bricks beneath their feet. Their bodies shook and they felt that something wasn't right. Quang dang. Their blades fell to the ground. Hero, please spare us, we are just trying to earn a living. The 6 of them knelt on the ground, burying their heads in the ground. They shivered and knelt down to him. They were just trying to earn a living. They had eyes and knowledge. He leapt up, and when he landed, the ground cracked. Was that something they could do? Zhou Zhongmao didn't care whether or not they were just trying to earn a living. He was about to attack. Cousin, it isn't easy to earn a living, forget it. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao glanced, you are lucky. When the carriage passed by, the 6 of them immediately stood at the side. Thank you for not killing us, great hero. Have a safe journey, great hero. Until he couldn't see it anymore. Big brother, it was so dangerous. I almost lost my life. Yeah, I felt a strong killing intent enveloping me just now. If we had knelt any slower, we would definitely be lying here. What about young Master Wang? What young Master Wang? Can't you see how strong he is? Hurry up and leave. With my many years of experience, don't get involved in this matter. Retreat. Young Master Lin, your situation isn't right. Why are people finding trouble with you everywhere you go? Phone Poli aside. People like that wouldn't have a good life in the future. Lin Fan smiled, those who don't attract jealousy are mediocre. Wherever I go, people find trouble with me. That can only mean that they are jealous. Fuck. Phone Polio felt that he was really dumb, asking such useless questions. It was easy for him to act cool. He really regretted it. The person who knew how to brag the most in his life was young Master Lin in front of him. He met the middleman at the gambling den. Follow me. Don't make a sound no matter what you see. The middleman said. After which, he was in charge of driving the carriage. Walking around the city, turning left and right, he didn't know where he was going. Gradually, fog appeared around him. This fog was originally only floating under his feet, but as time passed, it gradually covered him. Other than being able to see the people around him, the surrounding environment was a vast expanse of whiteness. He couldn't see anything else. Lin Fan felt that it was really magical. Maybe this wasn't something that Martial Path could do. We are here. The middleman said. Who knew when, but there was actually a huge residence in front of them. Don't worry, no one will cause trouble here. Even if you meet enemies, it is okay as no one dares to attack here. The middleman explained the situation here. This wasn't the first time Feng Poliu came here, so he was used to it. So amazing. Lin Fan was really interested in this place. Feng Poliu said, that is indeed the case. Until now, not many people dare to cause trouble here. Then, our things. Lin Fan was still thinking about how to settle the accounts. After all, these few chests of treasures couldn't be carried in. Young Master Lin, it is okay. Just leave it outside. Once you pick something, someone will follow us out to get money. Moreover, leave the items here and there will be people guarding it. Nothing will happen. Feng Poliu said. Even such an experienced person like Feng Poliu said that, so it was obviously true. Cousin, you all enter, I will watch here. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan nodded his head. It was safe for cousin to guard here. He pushed the door open. Instantly, there was a lot of noise from within. The room was really wide, lights were hung high, people walked to and fro. There were many stalls all around and many people were looking at them. Young Master Lin, the rules here are very simple. You can only look at the classification, you can't touch it, and you can't touch it either. There are two types of manuals here, one is unique, and the other is the duplicate. Unique means that after you buy it, there won't be a second copy for sale. Duplicate means that after you buy it, others can also buy it. Therefore, you're not the only one who knows this martial art manual, so the price difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Feng Poliu introduced the situation here to Lin Fan. Based on his estimation, just the flow of wealth here was an astronomical figure. Although he knew that this market was created by a few aristocratic families and sects, he didn't know which powers were involved. It had always been a mystery. Lin Fan wanted to casually flip through it and imprint it in the small support system. Now, it seemed like that was impossible. They definitely didn't know that he had the small support system, but they were afraid of meeting people with photographic memory. The people who bought things here all had strong internal strength. However, he didn't see any in Rong City. Maybe they rushed over at this time. He came to a stall. There was a list on the stall. 12 secret techniques. Master realm techniques. At the same time, it was split into heart cultivation, cultivation techniques, and external cultivation techniques. Then, there was the introduction of the cultivation technique and also the price. So expensive. A cultivation technique within the 12th stage of the martial path actually cost 100,000 silvers. Some of the stronger ones cost 200,000 silvers. That was way too fucking ruthless. It made him want to sell his secret manuals. If I sell them here, will I be able to sell them? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu rolled his eyes, don't think about it, that is impossible. Do you think that anyone can sell them? Even if you dare to sell them, others might not dare to buy them. There were many fake ones on the market, and it was normal for the real ones to be mixed in. These are all duplicates. Some cultivation techniques don't sell duplicates, they are only sold once. You can take a look and don't worry. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan slowly understood the situation. Those secret manuals that were only sold once were all top secret manuals. Master realm techniques were expensive. Grandmaster techniques were so expensive that one wouldn't dare to believe their own eyes. Young Master Lin, don't think that they are expensive. Each one is the hard work of numerous experts. Techniques created by true experts are worth cities and can cause a bloodbath in the world. Feng Poliu said. Insect Valley's bug controlling technique, how much is it worth? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu laughed, if you dare to sell it, no one will dare to buy it. That was absolute confidence. The techniques sold here are from some large sections. They need money to sell them. If any sect finds out that someone is selling their techniques without their permission, then they can forget about living in peace. They will definitely fight to the death. Feng Poliu explained the risks and some rules to Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't care. Fight to the death? That only meant that he wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough, then he would just wipe them out. No one would dare to say any nonsense. He continued to search for a suitable cultivation technique for himself. He needed some heart cultivation and external body training techniques. He didn't need any cultivation techniques now. Mixed energy broken jade hand hadn't improved, so where would he get so many rage points? With the current situation, master-level techniques were what he needed the most. It would be even better if he had grandmaster techniques. However, the price was unimaginable. Not only did this place sell techniques, but there were also many pills and treasures. That thing was useless to him. What dragon beard grass, yin yang great return pill, heaven and earth energy pill, no matter how strong they were, he didn't need them. Slowly, his brows furrowed. He was really engrossed and didn't miss out on the introduction of any technique. At that moment, he stopped in front of a stall. An external body training technique attracted his attention. Barbarian Saint Battle Technique, Master Realm Technique. 180 years ago, Barbarian Saint failed to break through to Grandmaster Realm. He summarized his martial path experience and left the Barbarian Saint Battle Technique. Zhou Ku cultivated this technique and a year ago, he was killed by others on the Snow Mountain. Effect: initial training will strengthen vital energy, barbarian blood will boil and strengthen one's body. When trained to large success, the barbarian aura will spread 1,000 meters, vital energy like a dragon charging into the sky, forming a barbarian tattoo. The effect is really special, best for solo and group battles. He didn't expect that the introduction here would be so detailed, even knowing when the person died. Amazing, really amazing. It was just that the price, 2 million taels of silver, was too fucking expensive. He suddenly realized that the 300,000 silver he'd painstakingly earned some time ago wasn't even enough to buy a single secret manual, and it was truly unacceptable. The stall owner said, "Young hero, barbaric saint battle technique is not bad. If it wasn't for it being an external technique, the price wouldn't be 2 million silver. Although it is hard to cultivate, this external technique isn't limited to Master Realm. Even Grandmaster Realm people can continue to cultivate it." Suddenly, a voice spread out from the side, "This technique?" Lin Fan raised his hand, "Don't bother, I like this external technique, I will buy it." Chapter 207. After Lin Fan said such domineering words, everyone was stunned. His voice instantly disappeared. He didn't expect such a place to have such people. Phone Poliu looked at the introduction of the cultivation technique and his head felt like it was about to explode. "Actually, you can wait. This technique might not be that good for you. You can look at others and maybe you will have a new choice." Lin Fan said, "If I look at too much, it will affect my judgment. This external cultivation technique is not bad, it is what I need." It was just that 2 million taels of silver was really fucking expensive. So expensive that his heart turned cold. Luckily, this wealth wasn't his and came easily. However, this was the first time he spent so much. The stall owner was a middle-aged fatty. When he smiled, his eyes became a line. "This young hero has a good attitude, his future is limitless. Young hero, please take this token. After this ends, someone will be waiting for you at the entrance." Lin Fan looked at the token in his hand. There was nothing special about it, there was a mark on it which should be related to this technique. He had obtained an external cultivation technique and had some gains. However, he didn't understand. Techniques were just too expensive now, so expensive that it was a little scary. After all, it was just a Master Realm technique. If someone heard that, they would smash his head. Hearing his tone, why did it sound like Master Realm was so normal? Zhou Zhongmao was talented and was one of the top. He cultivated for decades and only reached grade 9. Recently, he had improved and was about to break through. If he cultivated like that, he would need several years to reach Master Realm. Even if Lin Wani opened up all his meridians, he would need a year. Lin Fan thought about it. With his own situation, Purple Sun Force Saint Scripture and Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture weren't low grade, they were Master Realm techniques. Even if he didn't cultivate other heart cultivation techniques, it was enough to reach peak master. Maybe when Father gave him these techniques, he was thinking about it. Whether or not he could reach Master Realm was a problem. Let's just leave it at that. How much silver do you think our carriage of treasures is worth? Lin Fan asked. If he didn't have enough silver in the end, that would be a huge problem. Wait for me. After Feng Poliu thought about it, he left hurriedly. After a period of time, he came back and whispered into Lin Fan's ear, I showed it to them, there are roughly 7 million. Lin Fan knew that it was indeed a huge sum of money. Then, he went to another stall to continue looking at secret manuals. Xiao Chen had no interest in the secret manuals of Great Grandmaster level Martial Grandmaster level masters. None of them were lower than 5 million silver taels. As for secret manuals of Great Grandmaster level masters and above, he did not see any. In Feng Poliu's words, Grandmaster and above techniques weren't something that could be measured by money. If one wanted to obtain secret manuals above the Great Grandmaster level, one would have to use real treasures to exchange for them. Moreover, Chengdu did not have the qualifications to sell secret manuals of Great Grandmaster and above. Forget it. Don't think about such distant things. It was better to work hard to raise his cultivation to peak master and then step into Grandmaster. At that time, he wouldn't need to buy techniques anymore. He could just find a random faction to snatch and take them. Then, he wouldn't have any burden at all. Not long later. He was interested in an external cultivation technique, Nine Heavens Lightning Drawing Technique. When he saw the name, he thought that it was a celestial technique. Now that he looked at the introduction, it was another technique that was a little hard to cultivate. This technique was a little more expensive than Barbaric Saint Battle Technique, it needed 3 million silver. Moreover, there was only one copy. He realized that the market was such a scam. Although there were some copies of Master Realm techniques, they didn't look like much and didn't have anything special about them. To such an eye-catching and special person like him, techniques that weren't special were trash. Buying 2 techniques and he didn't have 5 million silver. How terrifying. External cultivation was enough. He wanted to use the remaining silver to buy some pills for cousin. To let cousin feel the joy of his strength soaring. When he looked at these things, he noticed that the people around all chose suitable items for themselves. They were also really generous. Oh my god, do you think everyone here is so rich? Lin Fan asked. He really didn't dare to imagine. When he had 300,000 silver, he felt like he was rich. After coming here to take a look, he realized that he was really poor. Even his hands felt a little itchy. Yes. Actually, the people who come here don't just buy for themselves. Among this group of people, there are many figures of the higher-ups of the sections. They come here to buy secret manuals in order to fill up the secret manuals library of the sections. There are more secret manuals for the disciples to choose from. So, if you want to become stronger, it is very necessary to join a powerful sect. Otherwise, if you want to become strong by yourself, there is basically no hope. Techniques aren't cabbages and can't be found everywhere. Some people are talented, but if they don't join a strong sect or aristocratic family, they won't be able to find suitable techniques. Their cultivation will be stuck there and they might not be able to break through for the rest of their lives. As for those who don't have any power to back them up, if they want to become a peak expert, out of 1 million, there might not be one. Feng Poliu came out from Insect Valley and his knowledge was really terrifying. After all, he stood at a high position, so naturally he could see more things. Lin Fan nodded his head. Those words made sense. At the same time, it allowed him to understand something. No wonder he didn't pick up any techniques after beating so many people to death. Were the major forces so strict with their control over secret manuals now? Lin Fan asked, does my father have a backer? Feng Poliu wanted to say something, but he kept quiet. Did this fellow want to act cool in front of him? He could tell him that it was impossible, he definitely wouldn't give him such a chance. As for his father, he was just one out of a million. Why? Lin Fan saw that Feng Poliu didn't speak, so he patted his shoulder and asked. Nothing, I am not familiar with your father, so I won't comment much. Feng Poliu said. At that moment, there was a loud noise coming from the front. It sounded like someone was arguing, and it caused quite a commotion in the house, which was not very noisy yet. Are you blind? Do you know who I am? You dare to snatch this thing from me? The one who spoke was a young man. He wore beautiful clothes and looked really handsome. But at this moment, he was really arrogant. His eyes were filled with a sense of superiority. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The person that the young man scolded was a middle-aged man. He felt like he had lost face and replied in rage. Kiki, arrogant, so what if I am arrogant? Even the various powers behind me have to give my family some face. Who do you think you are? The young man raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man in disdain. He then said, if you don't believe me, you can try. He was young and energetic, his aura was shocking. He actually suppressed the middle-aged man. Who are you? The middle-aged man asked coldly. The young man laughed in disdain, Zhao family ninth son, Zhao Bufan. The middle-aged man's expression changed from rage to shock. His face turned red as he lowered his head and left. It was obvious that Zhao family's name shocked him. What is the background of this Zhao family? Didn't you say that people aren't allowed to cause trouble here? Why is he fine? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu felt like he was being slapped in the face. This is the Imperial Dynasty Zhao family young master. Their family is really strong and can be considered a giant. We can't offend them. Feng Poliu said softly. Zhao Bufan smiled coldly and looked around. I passed by Rong City and came to take a look since I had nothing to do. Recently, I lack experts by my side. Who here is willing to follow me back to Zhao family? Of course, trash below master don't come, only need experts. Lin Fan was impressed by how arrogant he was. It would be a miracle if he wasn't beaten to death by someone right now. But one had to say that. The people around wanted to attack, but when they heard that it was the Imperial Dynasty Zhao family, their expressions changed. They lowered their heads and talked to one another. Young Master Zhao, I am Qin Tai, Initial Master. I am willing to follow by your side and work for you. A bearded man walked out and said. Lin Fan muttered softly, does he have no pride? Feng Poliu said, this isn't about pride but the fastest way to get close to an aristocratic family. In my opinion, Zhao Bufan isn't well liked in Zhao family. But even then, to outsiders, it is a chance for him to become a phoenix. Life isn't fair. The rules here are useful to others but to the true aristocratic families, as long as one doesn't go overboard, they will close one eye. Zhao Bufan is the ninth son of Zhao family. Although he doesn't look like much, with his family background, not everyone dares to offend him. Feng Poliu shook his head and sighed. Young Master Lin was too dumb and didn't understand some things. However, he muttered in his heart. If Lin Wani didn't defend Yu City and went to the Imperial Dynasty, maybe young Master Lin's identity and status would change drastically. Zhao Bufan smiled and looked around, who else? If you miss this chance, you won't have another chance. As long as you follow me, I will pay the bill tonight. Uproar. Many people were tempted. Many of them were thinking, damn, I already have a sect. Although I wanted to follow you, if I really followed you, I would be betraying my sect and I would die a horrible death. Young Master Zhao, I am willing to work for you. Someone stepped out. It was obvious that he couldn't resist the temptation. What they longed for, to others, was within their reach. How domineering. Lin Fan wanted to shout that he would pay the bill tonight but he didn't have the ability to do so. Young Master Lin, we have bought everything, so we should leave. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled, don't rush, we will wait. Feng Poliu found it weird. When he saw Lin Fan's fiery eyes staring at Zhao Bufan, his heart creaked. Was he thinking, don't? His heart couldn't take it. Chapter 208. Young Master Lin, everyone has their own way of life. You can't have bad intentions just because he is like this. Feng Poliu pulled Lin Fan and hoped that he could use his sincere words to convince him not to offend more people because of his rash actions. For example, he was low profile and kind. He had friends all over the world. Although he couldn't borrow money from them, he felt that his way of doing things was good. He had been around for so many years and didn't have many enemies. In his words, this was the change of a man after 40. Mature and responsible. At the same time, he respected society. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu and said helplessly, "Why do I feel that you are so timid?" "I am timid." Feng Poliu stared and pointed at himself. This was the funniest sentence he had heard in his life. He really wanted to ask Lin Fan if he knew who he was. Did he know what vicious things he had done in the past? "Don't you know that I used to be famous for being ruthless? And that is how it feels." Lin Fan nodded and didn't want to say anything more. But such a combination was good. One was bold and one was timid. When they made decisions, they would have time to calm down and think about what they were going to face next. He admitted that this arrogant Zhao Bufan had a strong family background, but that wasn't a reason for him not to be beaten up. He didn't need to kill him, but he definitely needed to be beaten up. He didn't do that because he saw that he was rich or because he was jealous. That wasn't the case. But because he was so young and relied on his family background to be so arrogant, it would have a huge impact on his future development. So he had the responsibility and obligation to teach him a lesson in case he fell deeper and deeper and walked down the wrong path. Feng Poliu was such a shallow person, so how could he understand his good intentions? He didn't understand. Did they understand? Zhao Bufan had 3 followers beside him. They were all really old. They looked like they were at least 50 years old, maybe even older. To be able to reach Master Realm at this age meant that they weren't talented and didn't have many opportunities. Even if they came here, they would probably just take a look. Now that young Master Zhao had jumped out and thrown out such a huge temptation, how could these people tolerate it? However, most of the people there were from the various forces. They were just spectators. Most of them did not fight or cause a ruckus. After all, the Zhao family was indeed very powerful. They could not afford to offend them. Even their sects could not afford to offend them. Feng Poliu looked at Zhao Bufan and felt really helpless. Why did he have to do that? Did he know that his high profile attracted someone's attention? But you don't even know it, and you're still exuding the arrogance that only a noble family has the right to exude. He observed the situation around him. Young Master Zhao's strength was not strong. Perhaps he could be described as trash. Logically speaking, with this kind of status, there would definitely be experts protecting him when he went out. But some people were very strange. They didn't need the protection of experts when they went out. They just walked around arrogantly and used their family background or wealth to tempt those people. After a long time, young Master Zhao felt good and left with the 3 people who followed him. Although his actions here made many people feel that he was a little arrogant, this arrogance was not without reason. If they were young masters of the Zhao clan, they might be even more arrogant than young masters of the Zhao clan. "Let's go, let's follow," Lin Fan said. When they were at the entrance, young Master Zhao showed his shocking side once more. Writing an IOU, going to Zhao family to get money, he was just so overbearing and made one feel helpless. In front of a true noble family, the market took a step back and broke the rules. "Young Master Zhao, do you need us to send people to protect you when you leave?" Zhao Bufan mocked, "No, when I go out, I never need anyone to protect me." "Or maybe you are worried and want to send people to Zhao family to get money. Are you afraid that I will go back on my word?" "No, definitely not. It is best if you don't, otherwise, you are looking down on my Zhao family." Zhao Bufan smiled and brought his 3 newly recruited brothers out. He couldn't be envious. Lin Fan wanted to do such a thing, but his ability was limited. They might not give him face. In the end, he was still too weak. If he was stronger, then this wouldn't have happened. He was outside. This carriage of riches wasn't his anymore, it was taken by the people from the market. He felt that the riches were used up too quickly. He didn't even warm it up in his hands and it was given away just like that. It really made him feel helpless. Take it, it is better if you wear it later. Feng Polia took out 3 masks. He bought them last time and carried them with him. He thought that he wouldn't need them, but who knew that he would really need them today? This thing. Lin Fan was helpless, a mask to cover his head. He actually didn't like to wear masks, but looking at the situation, not wearing a mask would scare Feng Polia to death. Rong city outskirts. A luxurious carriage slowly traveled on the official path. Young Master Zhao wouldn't stay in Rong City and had another goal. 3 of his followers drove the carriage while others rode horses and guarded at the sides. To them, it was good to be able to join the Zhao family boat. Even if Zhao Bufan didn't look like much, he was still the Zhao family young master. As long as they needed him, he would be able to help them raise their cultivation. They had no choice. There were 2 shortcuts to cultivation. One was to join a sect, but that needed time. Sects needed loyalty and they were competitive. One couldn't just do whatever one wanted. The other was to join an aristocratic family. Whether or not their strength could increase represented whether or not their master had more room to be active. So if they wanted to raise their cultivation, young Master Zhao would definitely help. But that would require them to pay a higher price. Not only loyalty, but also dignity, personality, and going against one's wishes. Within the carriage, Zhao Bufan laid there. He held a long pipe in one hand and a small bottle in the other. He opened the cap and poured something into the small hole in the pipe. What fell out from the bottle was golden powder. This was a really precious thing. When one inhaled it, not only would it make one excited, but it would also strengthen one's meridians and physique. The only side effect was that one would get addicted. Comfortable. Zhao Bufan sucked in a deep breath and a comfortable expression appeared on his face. If there were young and beautiful maids to massage his legs, that would be even better. Unfortunately, he didn't like to bring people when he was outside. When he reached the next city, he could find some girls to spend this boring time with him. He picked up the teacup and was about to take a sip when the carriage stopped and the tea splashed on his body. What happened? Young Master Zhao opened the curtains and asked in rage. He couldn't even do such a small thing like driving a carriage, so what else could he do? That really infuriated him. Young Master Zhao, someone is blocking the way. Qin Tai said warily. Eh. Zhao Bufan looked out and noticed that not far away, there were 3 masked men waiting quietly. Their expressions were really unhappy. Young Master Zhao, let us solve this. Qin Tai said. Since he followed young Master Zhao, then naturally he had to perform well. They were all initial master and felt that they were really strong. Zhao Bufan waved his hands impatiently. Solve it quickly, don't let any random person block my carriage. After saying that, young Master Zhao shrunk back into the carriage and continued to enjoy his godlike life. Pang! Pang! Very quickly, there was a really intense shaking sound from outside. The shaking was really loud and there was also a really low voice. But to Zhao Bufan, he was really satisfied. These 3 newly recruited fighters were not bad, they were temporarily of some use. However, it wasn't enough to bring them back to Zhao family. But if they were loyal enough and could make him happy, he didn't mind developing them. With Zhao family's ability, it wasn't hard to develop peak Master Realm experts. Very quickly, the movement outside disappeared and everything became really silent. Is it over? Zhao Bufan laid there lazily and squinted his eyes. Occasionally he would listen to the movement outside. Since it is over, then let's go. The curtains were pulled open. Zhao Bufan turned his head but suddenly a hand grabbed him. It grabbed his head and dragged him out of the carriage. "Let go, you let go!" Young Master Zhao hollered in rage. He was the Zhao family young master, especially someone who said that he would pay for everything. Such domineering words, how could he be treated like that? There was a pang. Zhao Bufan fell to the ground, his makeup was a little messy. He stared at the masked man in rage. "Who are you? You are actually so bold. I am the Zhao family young master, do you all want to die?" He looked around. The 3 fighters he recruited were all smashed into the deep hole. He didn't know if they were dead or alive, but they were totally useless. How did this happen? Weren't these people Master Realm experts? Even if they weren't his match, they shouldn't have lost so quickly, right? He reported his family name every time. Many people feared Zhao family's position and didn't dare to act rashly. There were even many people who would lick his boots. "Young Master Zhao, I know you, I have a basic understanding of your family and position. But I am a little tight today, I hope that young Master Zhao can cooperate," Lin Fan said. Zhao Bufan was stunned and then reacted. He knew who he was and still wanted to take the risk. That only meant one thing, he was at the end of his rope. "Actually, we can make a deal. I cherish talents, and since you can defeat my guards, it means that you are really strong. Why not follow me? I can give you everything you want. Wealth, women, power, even top techniques, I can get them for you. How about that?" Lin Fan smiled. "I have already treated you like this and you can still give me good things?" "Ha ha ha." Zhao Bufan laughed. "What is that? My Zhao family wants loyalty. Even if you are disrespectful to me, as long as you are loyal, then there is no problem. You can think about it, I think you will choose the best choice." "Yes, I have made my choice," Lin Fan said. Zhao Bufan smiled. "Okay, I won't worry about this. Help me up." "What are you doing?" Zhao Bufan panicked. "What the fuck are you doing?" Chapter 209. Feng Poliu looked at the scenes in front of him and was speechless. He actually didn't know what to say. The high and mighty young Master Zhao was stripped clean, not a single thread was left. As expected from a pampered rich family young master, your skin is white and tender. Even girls might not have skin like yours. Lin Fan sized him up. That invasive gaze caused Zhao Bufan's butt to tighten. He was actually a little afraid. "What do you want to do?" Zhao Bufan's eyes were filled with terror. He wasn't afraid that Lin Fan would kill him, but he was afraid that Lin Fan would torture his body. In a true aristocratic family, as they focused on matching families, their descendants were all strong. None of them looked ugly, which gave birth to some sick thoughts. For example, just thinking about it made him feel terrified and disgusted. Lin Fan searched his clothes. Apart from finding dozens of golden invitations, there was also a crystal box. A white mist floated up from it. Feng Poliu said softly, "We can't use these invitations, they have the Zhao family mark on them. If we use them, we will attract unnecessary problems. Actually, this is a protective measure of the Zhao family." He was knowledgeable and knew things that others didn't. Such invitations could be exchanged for money in the various banks, but there was something special about them. Each strong family would leave a mark on it. It was to prevent their wealth from being stolen or their disciples from being robbed, and they couldn't find the target. Invitations with a special mark were different. As long as one dared to use it, then they would know who you were. "Oh, is that so? That is a waste." Lin Fan was really calm. He looked like someone who wouldn't be moved by money. Actually, he felt really sad. He could see it but couldn't use it, that really made him feel helpless. He then opened the crystal box and a fragrance surged into his face. The pill was golden in color, like it was spitting out a golden light. It was really eye-piercing. "What is this pill?" Lin Fan asked. Zhao Bufan felt pained. It was obvious that it was something really important to him. Feng Poliu found it weird. "This is a purple gold dragon essence pill." I heard that you really have to kill a dragon and use its pellet energy to craft it. It is a priceless treasure. I have heard of it but I have never seen it before. Dragon? Lin Fan found it weird. There were really dragons here? If there were dragons, then the martial arts realm of this world would be a little abnormal. Can you return this pill to me? I can use other things to trade with you. Zhao Bufan couldn't calm down anymore. This pill was just too important to him. This was a pill that could only be consumed by the direct descendants of the family. Each person could only have one in their lifetime. He had kept it until now so that he could consume it when he reached the peak of the 12th grade of the martial path. At that time, he would be able to perfectly absorb the medicinal energy of the pill and obtain all sorts of wonders. Then, Zhao Bufan looked at Feng Poliu and said, "You know what this pill is, so you definitely aren't a normal person. You should know what kind of existence my Zhao family is. Offending Zhao family won't do you any good. Pass the pill to me and you can take everything else. If not, you will regret it. Even if you kill me, it is useless. My Zhao family's ability isn't something you can imagine." Feng Poliu agreed with what Zhao Bufan said. Zhao family wasn't a normal family and they couldn't be offended. If they killed Zhao Bufan, then things would become complicated. With Zhao family's ability, although it was a little problematic to find who did it, it was definitely possible. Zhao Bufan was furious. If he knew that this would happen, he should have let those people escort him. Such a thing wouldn't have happened. Pang! Just at that moment, Lin Fan stepped on Zhao Bufan's head and then tossed the box to Zhou Zhongmao. "Cousin, this pill is for you." He had the small support system and didn't care about pills. To him, these were just small things. As long as he earned some rage points, then everything else wasn't a problem. When Feng Poliu saw Lin Fan toss the pill to the honest Zhou Zhongmao, he was really envious. Oh my god, he should have given it to him. This pill was really useful to him. "Cousin, what about you?" Zhou Zhongmao asked. Lin Fan said, "I don't need it." Although both of them wore masks, the way they called each other was obvious. "Cousin, cousin." Zhao Bufan remembered it in his heart. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to keep these pills. Lin Fan released his leg and squatted down. He was helpless about the rage points that didn't appear. It was obvious that he didn't look at his face, so there were no rage points. "Don't you want to know who I am? Then, I will let you take a look." Lin Fan looked at Zhao Bufan and then slowly took off his mask. Young Master Zhao panicked and shook his head. He closed his eyes and shouted, "No, I won't look. I don't know who you are and I don't want to know who you are. Don't let me see your face." When he faced such a thing, he closed his eyes right away. He knew his identity and status and still wanted to show him his face. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. No, definitely not, he definitely couldn't. Feng Poliu covered his face and didn't want to say anything more. This was a sin. Young Master Lin, what were you thinking? He could swear to the heavens that he had never met such a person in his life. Even if his father was Lin Wani, he couldn't be so stubborn, right? Actually, he was wrong. Not only was Lin Fan stubborn, but he needed rage points. To raise his strength, he didn't fear anything. Even if he was from a rich aristocratic family, he wouldn't be afraid. "Look at me," Lin Fan said in a commanding tone. "I don't want to, take the thing and leave. I will act like I don't know anything." Zhao Bufan lowered his head and touched the ground. With his many years of experience, when he saw his face, he would die. Even if the family would take revenge for him, so what? He was already dead. Lin Fan grabbed Zhao Bufan's head and opened his eyes. "Look, remember my face, remember it forever, don't forget it." What was imprinted in Zhao Bufan's eyes was a young face. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 777. At that moment, rage points increased. Young Master Zhao's heart was filled with rage towards Lin Fan. When he saw the real person, the rage exploded out. Very good. Lin Fan smiled in satisfaction. He didn't want to kill this fellow. Although he was arrogant, letting him go might have a different effect. Zhao Bufan was furious, but he still wanted to close his eyes and roll his eyes. He wanted to act like he didn't see his face. He really didn't see his face. I hope you can understand my goal. I'm doing this to you because I want you to understand how dangerous the world is. Family background and status are unreliable. Only when you're strong can you be arrogant and do whatever you want. But you still don't understand. But after this matter, I think you should understand. Lin Fan used strength and pressed Zhao Bufan's face to the ground. Remember, I am doing this to let you grow. If you are angry, then I will be happy. Come, be angrier, okay? Rage points plus 999. It exploded. Zhao Bufan's rage points exploded. He had never faced such a situation before. Damn! How hateful! As a true rich family young master, he was surrounded by everyone. When had he ever received such treatment? But now, he didn't dare to fight back. Lin Fan showed him face and abused him. He was just a thin line between life and death. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Fan released his head. Was he going to send him on his way? For some reason. At that moment, Zhao Bufan suddenly calmed down. He didn't beg for mercy or use his family status to gain some hope. A cold wind blew. Zhao Bufan shuddered. A rustling sound spread out from not far away. He raised his head and noticed that Lin Fan was stripping the clothes of the people he called. So perverted? Feng Poliu looked at Zhao Bufan. He hesitated and didn't know what to do. To kill or not to kill? Lin Fan had 3 secret techniques in his hands. They were all Master Realm. Of course, they couldn't compare to what he bought, but it was still a gain. As expected of the golden belt of murder and arson, this was the fastest way to get rich. Before Lin Fan left, he looked at Zhao Bufan and said, "Young Master Zhao, remember my face. I hope that you will always think about me. I look forward to the next time we meet. What will you look like? Go." Then, Lin Fan hid into the darkness. Feng Poliu was filled with disbelief. He let him go just like that. Didn't he kill him? At least killing him would reduce a lot of problems. Zhou Zhongmao's hands were itchy. He couldn't help but want to clear this hidden danger. But since cousin wanted to let him go, he could only bear with it. Actually, the best plan is to kill him. Feng Poliu said. Letting him go is the best plan. Letting him go can reduce a lot of unnecessary problems. Lin Fan smiled. He could understand the thoughts of a rich family young master. He definitely wouldn't spread such a thing, especially to someone who liked to act cool. If others found out, what would they think? Wouldn't he lose all his face? Even if danger struck, it would be young Master Zhao who sent people to find him. Zhao family wouldn't personally appear. So, did they really think that he was dumb? It ended just like that. Zhao Bufan looked around in disbelief. Did he really let him go? Or would there be a sudden counterattack? That shouldn't be possible. He continued to lay on the ground and wait. There was no movement at all and everything was safe. Then, Zhao Bufan was furious. Damn it, I will definitely find you. Zhao Bufan gritted his teeth. Rage burned in his heart. He was naked and it affected his image. He picked up the clothes on the ground. Damn! His clothes were ripped and he couldn't wear them at all. He walked in front of the 3 of them and picked up their clothes. They were in a similar situation but they were better than his. He bore with the dirty clothes and slowly wore them. Chapter 210. I am not dead yet. Qin Tai opened his eyes and felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Before he fainted, he only remembered that Lin Fan punched him to the ground and he instantly lost consciousness. To him, it was just too terrifying. How could there be such a strong person? Although he was old, he was once a tyrant in a certain place. People gave him the title of unparalleled Iron Fist. He relied on his iron fists to sweep hundreds of miles and was invincible. It was really cold. He lowered his head and saw that he was totally naked. The fur in front of his chest swayed in the wind. What was going on? Who was it that took off his clothes and did something outrageous when he was unconscious? What kind of world was this? They didn't even let off a middle-aged man. How could they be so evil? Zhang Mu and the other person woke up. They coughed and were badly injured. However, that wasn't important. What was important was that they realized that they were naked and their clothes were ripped off. That masked person was so terrifying. They had no way to fight back at all. Young Master Zhao, the clothes you are wearing are mine. Qin Tai noticed that young Master Zhao's clothes were familiar. He looked closely and realized that it was his clothes. Zhao Bufan coughed, that thief defeated you and I used my family's secret technique to force him back. As he was too strong, my clothes were ripped, so I took yours. Do you have any objections? Naturally, he wouldn't say that his clothes were ripped and he had no clothes to wear, so he could only wear yours. Sometimes when one was tortured, one had to act cool. No. Qin Tai shook his head. However, it felt weird to not wear clothes. Scoff. Zhao Bufan said unhappily, I found you to solve some small matters for me, but I didn't expect that I would need to personally attack. I am really disappointed. Forget it, I didn't have much hope for you. Leave Rong City and bring you back to Zhao family to train you. Yes. The three of them lowered their heads. They just became young Master Zhao's men and faced such a thing. Zhao Bufan acted like he was really calm and swallowed his tears. His heart was filled with sadness. What he couldn't forget was the purple gold dragon essence pill. He wanted to wait until he reached grade 12 to consume it and absorb the dragon essence power to become the strongest master. Who knew? He couldn't take it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Damn it, I will definitely find you. Rage points plus 333 Chengdu, Li Mansion. Cousin, you should take this pill. I don't need it. Zhou Zhongmao pushed the pill in front of his cousin. Although his cousin gave him such a good pill, he couldn't bear to use it. He still hoped that his cousin could use it. Young Master Lin, your cousin is right. You should consume this purple gold dragon essence pill. This is a magical pill and the foundation of Zhao family. Each direct descendant will consume it and it can change one's body and meridians to reach the strongest master realm. This is a treasure that others can't even dream of. Feng Poliu said. He was envious, jealous, and hateful. Who would have thought that young Master Zhao would actually have such a precious treasure on him that he had not used? If those people who came to the market had known that young Master Zhao had an extremely precious pill like the violet gold dragon essence pill on him, they probably wouldn't be the only ones trying to rob him. The temptation was too huge and covered the risk. It was enough to make one go crazy. Lin Fan smiled, I don't need it. Cousin, you should take it. My father opened up your meridians and left you with hidden injuries. Since this pill is so amazing, it will definitely help you recover. I don't want my cousin to be a person with flaws. He really didn't need the pill. As long as he had rage points, he could raise it. It was simple and there were no side effects. Especially when he stacked cultivation techniques, he felt like he wasn't a human anymore. It was hard to describe that feeling, but it felt really good. Feng Poliu gave Lin Fan a thumbs up, respect, I really respect you. Young Master Lin, I really respect you. I have never seen someone give such an expensive thing to someone else. Those I saw were people who killed one another for treasures. Although Lin Fan spent 100 silver to hire him as a helper of Martial Path Mountain. But he wanted to leave. Naturally, 100 silver couldn't tempt him. However, For some reason, this young Master Lin who liked to cause trouble and didn't have a brain gave off an aura that made one want to explore. He wanted to see how far young Master Lin would go. Lin Fan said casually, "Just a pill, I don't care much about it." However, do you think there really are dragons in this world? Yes, but they are very rare. Based on what I know, only Zhao family knows where dragons exist. Feng Poliu said. This wasn't a secret. Many aristocratic families and sects knew about Zhao family's secret. Moreover, the purple gold dragon essence pill was a top pill. Many aristocratic families and sects hoped to buy it from Zhao family. However, Zhao family didn't sell it and there was nowhere to find it. His luck was just too good. It was so good that it was about to go against the heavens. Lin Fan thought about it. Interesting, but he didn't know what kind of dragon it was. Cousin, quickly consume it. We will protect you. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu said, actually, it is best to consume it when you are grade 12. However, in case anything happens, consuming it now is also a choice. At least Zhao family won't be able to find it. Zhou Zhongmao looked at his cousin. Seeing him nod his head, he didn't hesitate and consumed the pill. A golden pill entered his stomach and he waited for a shocking change. The original cousin's calm expression suddenly changed. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes tightly. Indistinctly, there was a golden light shining from his belly button. Then, it rose abruptly, like a golden dragon spiraling up, straight into his brain. The dragon roared. This pill is interesting. Lin Fan said. This was the first time Feng Poliu saw someone consume the purple gold dragon essence pill in front of him. Naturally, he looked on seriously. At the same time, he sensed the changes in Zhou Zhongmao's body. Young Master Lin, be careful in case anything happens. Feng Poliu said. Taking any top-notch elixir was not safe. This purple gold dragon essence pill was not the kind of elixir that would make one invincible in the world after consuming it. However, its miraculous effects were very miraculous. Anyway, as far as he knew, there were many miraculous effects. There was also a small chance of it turning into a dragon. That was truly amazing. Out of the Zhao family peak experts, there was one person who had the ability to turn into a dragon after consuming the pill. He grew into a true expert and was much stronger than people of the same cultivation. Cousin frowned. There was a mist formed from internal energy floating around and it was getting thicker and thicker. But Cousin's expression was like he was in pain. Green veins circled around, like many giant dragons were attached to his skin, like they could break out at any moment. This is expanding the meridians. The purple gold dragon essence pill is really amazing, its effects are really terrifying. Feng Poliu said. Are you jealous? Lin Fan asked. Aren't you talking nonsense? Feng Poliu rolled his eyes. Who wasn't jealous? Only he was willing to give it to his cousin. As the Insect Valley flute, naturally, he had consumed some good pills, but he hadn't consumed the purple gold dragon essence pill. He wanted to try. Suddenly, something happened. Cousin's skin started to dry up. It happened really quickly, such that one couldn't react at all. Not good, your cousin's internal strength is dissipating like something is absorbing it. Let's inject internal strength into him. Feng Poliu said solemnly. Lin Fan was shocked. He didn't hesitate, sitting on cousin's shoulder and internal strength surged in. When Feng Poliu placed his hand on it, he released it. It actually needs the same internal strength, otherwise, his body will reject it. I will do it, you just watch from the side. Lin Fan cultivated the demon-enforcing heart scripture and had the same type of internal strength as cousin. When the internal strength entered cousin's body, he noticed that there was a strong attraction force striking him. What is going on with my cousin? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu thought about it for a moment. I am not sure, but I feel like something huge is happening. Look, there are fish scales on your cousin's wrist. Lin Fan looked over. It was indeed a scale, but what the hell was this fish scale? Do you know how to look? These are dragon scales. You said dragon transformation, is my cousin transforming into a dragon? Feng Polyu frowned, that shouldn't be possible. If it was so easy, then Zhao family wouldn't only have one or two. Even if your cousin is strong, his luck wouldn't be so good. Also, when your internal strength runs out, you have to let go, otherwise, you will be sucked dry. To Feng Polyu, this was the first time he personally witnessed someone consume a purple gold dragon essence pill. As for what would happen, he really wasn't sure. But he knew about the rumors of dragon transformation. However, he remembered that it was really hard, basically a 1 in 10,000 chance. It was even harder than 1 in 10,000. Oh. Lin Fan saw that cousin was slowly calming down and heaved a sigh of relief. As for the problem of internal strength running out, that was a good question, it basically didn't exist. After a long while, cousin's dry skin slowly recovered. Not a loss, this really wasn't a loss. Lin Fan was overjoyed. He didn't expect that this pill would allow his cousin to turn into a dragon. If he were to consume it, he would probably just taste like a rather decent chocolate candy. When cousin's internal strength slowly calmed down, Lin Fan let go. He didn't look tired at all, like everything was normal. Your internal strength. Feng Polyu was stunned. One could even say that his mouth was agape. However, he seemed to understand why Zhao family had so many people who could turn into dragons. If the dragon transformation required a steady flow of internal energy, then it would be impossible. Not many people would be able to withstand it. But at the same time, he was thinking about one thing. How did the Zhao family members who had dragon transformation manage to survive? Wang. Just at that moment, with cousin at the center, internal strength spread out. Zhou Zhongmao's cultivation instantly rose, reaching initial grade 10. The internal strength he gave off was much stronger than those at the peak of martial path grade 10. Chapter 211. Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao opened his eyes with a smile on his face. I seem to have become stronger. In the future, if cousin meets any enemies, I will be able to crush them easily. Lin Fan smiled, no problem, I will leave it to you in the future. How is it? Do you feel different? Like transforming or something? A thoughtful expression appeared on Zhou Zhongmao's simple and honest face. Cousin, does this count? Instantly. Cousin's eyes changed, turning into golden dragon eyes. These weren't eyes that a human could have. Amazing, these are dragon eyes. Lin Fan exclaimed. This was the first time Feng Polyu saw such a situation. Damn, his luck was too good, he turned into a dragon just like that? If the Zhao clan were to find out about this, they would probably want to die. Moreover, he had heard that dragonization was divided into different parts. Some would dragonize their arms, some would dragonize their feet, some would dragonize their skin, and so on. There were many types, and he was not sure about the specifics. In any case, to him, being able to dragonize was a sign of strength. This was something that he couldn't even envy. Cousin, is there anything special like an ability? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao scratched his head. Cousin, I have some ability, take a look. Just at that moment, cousin's dragon eyes shone a weak golden light. Puchi. An invisible shockwave spread out. Although there weren't any changes, Lin Fan realized that there was a certain aura pressing down on his body. Dragon aura. Lin Fan muttered. That was a new word. Young Master Lin, that is a decent move. Dragon aura is suitable. The aura that he gave off could crush a martial path grade 9 expert. Even people of the same realm would be greatly suppressed. I didn't expect the purple gold dragon essence pill to have such strength. Do you regret not consuming it yourself? Feng Polyu smiled and asked. He looked really calm, but deep down, he was shocked. Lin Fan looked at Feng Polyu and said, your words are wrong. Don't use the word regret on me and my cousin. My cousin never regretted what he did for me. I gave him things, even if it is the best thing, I won't regret it. Forget it, you won't be able to imagine the relationship between me and my cousin. Phone Poliu was helpless, he said that you were fat and you really panted. Lin Fan patted his cousin's shoulder, cousin, go back and rest well. If you feel anything wrong, tell me right away. Don't think about it yourself. Cousin, I will continue to cultivate. I feel like my body is filled with power. Martial Path Grade 10 isn't my end, I can continue to improve. Zhou Zhongmao said. Phone Poliu's eyes turned red. Oh my god. Such a great opportunity was given to this blockhead. He really couldn't understand Lin Fan. He had no idea what gave him the confidence to give up such a rare opportunity. Inside the house. Lin Fan got such a huge opportunity for cousin, he felt really good. Although he didn't know how strong dragon transformation was, from what Phone Polius said, it was really rare. Even Zhao family didn't have many. Not bad, not bad. He checked the small support system. Rage points, 33842. This period of wandering was not bad. He didn't waste any time and just added a point. Constitution increased by 370 to 380. Physique, 380, Middle Master. This wasn't like before where each increase would be a huge realm. Now that he broke through to Master Realm, he could only slowly increase it. For normal people to break through to Master Realm, techniques weren't a problem. The key was the Governor and Conception Meridians. The Governor and Conception Meridians sounded simple, but it was actually really tough. It involved the Yin and Yang Ocean. However, he had the small support system. As long as he had enough rage points, everything was fine. Increase internal strength. Internal strength, 380, Middle Master. Just this increase consumed 20,000 rage points. The consumption of dual cultivation was huge, but he felt that it was worth it. If he didn't have any outstanding areas, how could he suppress people of the same realm? He still had some rage points that he didn't touch. His two external cultivation techniques didn't improve, and he still didn't reach the basics. As for the techniques that he got from the few people, although they were Master Realm techniques, they weren't good enough. Even if he cultivated them, he would just waste rage points. The next day, the sky was bright. Old Master Li personally knocked on the door. Since the kid was here, naturally, he had to receive him well. Even if his father, Brother Lin, offended King Wudong, he didn't look down on him. He was definitely a good elder. Courtyard. Uncle, sorry for disturbing you. Lin Fan cupped his fists and thanked him. Old Master Li waved his hand and smiled, what is nephew saying? How can it be considered disturbing? Uncle is very happy that nephew can stay here. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan smiled, oh right, did young Master Wang come here for something? If there are any problems, you can tell me to do it. I am also thanking you for your hospitality. Old Master Li said, it isn't much. He came to propose. You know that my daughter and you are fated but not fated. When we returned to Rome City, I don't know what that young Master Wang was thinking, but he kept pestering me to make me agree. Oh. Lin Fan nodded his head and then said, Uncle, I think that you shouldn't agree. Young Master Wang is really amazing in terms of prostitutes. That day in Yu City, he was brought to a brothel by Yuan family young master and only came out the next day. I heard that he called many beautiful girls and his methods were really fresh. News of that spread throughout Yu City. Ah! Old Master Li was shocked. Uncle, are you shocked? Actually, it isn't that bad. I heard that a few girls in Yu City's brothels told others that young Master Wang has many pimples and there is a weird smell. I don't know if he contracted some weird disease. Uncle, don't say that I said that. I think you only have one daughter, so you can't push her into the fire pit. Lin Fan said softly like it was true. Old Master Li was shocked, it was obvious that he was filled with disbelief. Still okay, still okay. Master Li patted his chest as if he was glad that he had made a decision. My dear nephew, you don't know this, but when I was young, I was a good friend of the daughter of a sect. After thinking about it, I decided to send to my friend's side to cultivate. It is good that uncle has such a method. Lin Fan replied. Just at that moment, Wang Yunfei came. Speak of the devil, and he really came. To Wang Yunfei, he was really anxious. There was a problem down there and he was unable to get up. To him, this was like a bolt from the blue. It was something that he couldn't accept. However, the key problem was that he had to hide this matter. Based on normal situations, he definitely wouldn't be able to hide it. He definitely couldn't hide it, but when he heard from the grapevine that Master Li was going to send Li Jishou to some sect to cultivate, he suddenly had an idea. That was to marry Li Jishou. He said, Jishou, cultivation is the most important. We don't have to be too anxious. Go to the sect and cultivate, I will wait for you in Rong City. What a perfect thing. Even if other people found out, they wouldn't think that he had any problems. Instead, he would be able to gain a good reputation. However, when he saw the person standing beside old Master Li, Wang Yunfei's expression changed. What was going on? Those few fellows didn't help him last night. Wang Yunfei thought too simply of things. The few people he found were all top experts in the world. They were good at fighting and threatening. As for other high-end things, there was nothing he could do. Uncle Li, Wang Yunfei walked in front of old Master Li and cupped his fists. Old Master Li nodded, Kid, why did you come so early today? Uncle, I've come early today to invite Jishou to the cruise. Wang Yunfei smiled. However, he was still wary of Lin Fan. Wasn't this fellow from Yu City? Why did he come to Rong City? Moreover, it seemed like he was staying at the Li family. This wasn't a good sign. There was a problem, there was definitely a problem. Young Master Wang, I spoke to you yesterday and you left in a hurry. I am really regretful about that. Lin Fan said. Wang Yunfei found it weird, brother, we haven't met before, right? Lin Fan smiled, you indeed haven't, but I am familiar with young Master Wang. Young Master Wang's name is like thunder to my ears. No. No, it is just an undeserved reputation. Wang Yunfei said humbly. Even if Lin Fan said those words, he didn't dare to be careless. Lin Fan said, how can it be an undeserved reputation? Young Master Wang killed everyone in Yu City's Hongqiu Pavilion, killing all the girls there. News of that has spread throughout Yu City. Who doesn't respect young Master Wang? Fuck your mother. Wang Yunfei was furious. He thought that Lin Fan would say something human, but who knew that he didn't even say anything human? What the hell was he talking about? He said it yesterday, and he still said it today. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? Rage points plus 222. Wang Yunfei's expression wasn't good as he said calmly, brother, did you remember wrongly? I have never been to such places. He then looked towards old Master Li, Uncle Li, who is this person? Why did he say such humiliating words to me? Does he really think that I am such a person? Do you want to force me to swear? Lin Fan smiled, okay, you can swear. Fuck your mother. Rage points plus 333. Wang Yunfei took in a deep breath and stared at Lin Fan in rage. You came here just to find trouble with me, how did I offend you? Why did you have to talk about me going to brothels? Or did that bastard Yuan Tianchu betray me, and after I left, he would spread the news about me going to brothels? That had to be the case. Apart from him, who else would be so free to spout such nonsense? Yuan Tianchu, who was far away on Martial Path Mountain, was the innocent scapegoat. To old Master Li, he felt that this matter wasn't right. Nephew Lin was so angry at young Master Wang, was he jealous? Was he unhappy that young Master Wang came to propose? My daughter's charm is so great. As such, old Master Li couldn't help but think about it. Chapter 212. Wang Yunfei was so furious that he wanted to press Lin Fan to the ground and beat him up. Were you even a human? Did I offend you or did I screw your whole family? We just met a few times and you kept grabbing onto my dirt. Are you afraid that people don't know? Is it that I can't fight or is it that you are too arrogant? Okay, stop arguing. Nephew Wang, my show will head to the sect to cultivate in a few days. Marriage isn't a rush. With your character and status, you will definitely be able to find someone better. Old Master Li persuaded. When he saw how furious Wang Yunfei was, it was obvious that he believed Lin Fan's words. It seemed like Wang Yunfei was a god that descended from the heavens. His combat strength was unparalleled and he contracted an illness that he shouldn't have contracted. Wang Yunfei opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He was rejecting him. For some reason, he pushed all the blame to Lin Fan. It had to be that dog. If he didn't say all that, how would things have turned out like this? Then, the way he looked at Lin Fan had a huge change. Grievance, rage, and also helplessness. Uncle Li, since that is the case, then I will take my leave. Wang Yunfei cupped his fists. When he left, he stared at Lin Fan furiously like he was saying that he would remember him. Very quickly, Wang Yunfei left in a dejected manner. He hated Lin Fan, and at the same time, he hated Yuan Tianchu as well. That bastard's mouth was really loose. He was definitely waiting for him to leave to spread the news of him visiting brothels. How despicable. Don't think that I will let you off. When the time comes, I will teach you a lesson. Back courtyard. Suelon ran really quickly and came in front of Little Mississippi. She panted, Little Miss, that Lin family young master and Wang family young master quarreled. Li Jishou was wiping her spear head. When she heard that, she asked curiously, why did they quarrel? Suelon said, I don't know. Young Master Wang came to propose and met young Master Lin. The two of them quarreled. Little Miss, do you think that young Master Lin doesn't want to let you off, so he is jealous? To her, it was very possible. After all, although their young miss liked to play with knives and spears, had a bad temper, and was a little impatient, she was still very good in other aspects. Li Jishou's hands stopped moving. She was actually a little flustered. She looked down on Wang Yunfei because she knew his character wasn't good. As for young Master Lin, she was under a lot of pressure. The feeling that the Lin family gave her was terrifying and her heart couldn't take it. So, when her father agreed to let her go to the sect to cultivate, she was really excited and had long thrown everything else to the back of her mind. To her, going to the sect to cultivate was the most important thing. Suelon, don't make wild guesses. Things shouldn't be what you think. Li Jishou said. Is that so? I don't think so. Suelon muttered softly. That was indeed true. She sneaked a peek and really saw the two of them going head to head. Uncle Li, I have been away for a long time, so I shall not disturb you any further. I am here to say goodbye to you. Lin Fan cupped his fists. His harvest in Chengdu was not bad, and there was nothing else for him to do even if he continued to stay. He was lazy to even bother about Wang Yunfei. He fought to the death and used such vicious words to insult him. This bit of rage points wasn't enough at all. Kid, why don't you stay for a few more days? Old Master Li asked, wanting him to stay. From a deeper level, he noticed that the kid was not bad, unlike when he was in the Lin family. No, I have something to do, so I won't disturb you. Lin Fan said. Old Master Li saw that Lin Fan had decided to leave, so he didn't try to stop him. What a waste, some things were just fated but not fated. It was his fault for being so decisive and leaving the Lin family. After all, King Wudong's name was really terrifying. When Lin Fan and the others left, they actually bumped into Li Jishou at the entrance. Suelon was traumatized by Lin Fan. She retreated in fear. Her mind was filled with scenes from the Lin Manor. It was just so terrifying. Lin Fan smiled and nodded towards Li Jisho as a greeting. He then left without even turning his head. Outside. Young Master Lin, that girl isn't good enough for you. I think she is not bad. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan said calmly, of course. To you, she is not bad. Actually, to me, she is just average. With a different status and identity, naturally, one's eyes are different too. Damn! Feng Poliu kept silent. He suddenly realized that it was really dangerous to talk to Lin Fan. Without even batting an eyelid, he allowed Lin Fan to act cool. That was really terrifying. Cousin, is there anything wrong with your body? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head, no, everything is normal. That's good. Lin Fan nodded his head and heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, the pill that cousin consumed was the Zhao family's purple gold dragon essence pill. They didn't have much understanding of it, so if something happened, it would be problematic. Feng Poliu said enviously, he is fine. To your cousin, this is a great fortune. But I suggest that you don't let him dragon transform in front of everyone. If Zhao family finds out, the outcome will be catastrophic. At least before he reaches a certain level of strength, don't let others know. You don't need to say that, I know. Zhao family, Imperial Dynasty, I really want to take a look. Lin Fan said. After learning that there were so many interesting places outside, he was tempted. Feng Poliu rolled his eyes. What other place didn't he want to go? He could tell that wherever Lin Fan went, he would definitely offend some sort of power there. Let's not talk about some small family. Just 9 bug gang, he had offended them. There was also Imperial Dynasty's Zhao family, he had offended half of them. He wasn't old and his cultivation wasn't high, but the people he offended weren't simple. It wasn't easy for him to live until now. The 3 of them rode out of Rong City. After Wang Yunfei returned, he was furious. He had never suffered such humiliation before. I told you to call people, so what did you call? Now that they are all gone, what use do you have? Wang Yunfei hollered at the servant. He said that he would find some experts to teach them a lesson. Now, the experts he found were all gone. They didn't even make a single splash. Young master, those people are definitely experts. Since that surnamed Lin person is still fine, that means that they have met with misfortune. The servant cursed those bastards to death in his heart. Trash, really trash, they couldn't even deal with 3 people. In the past, they even bragged to him that they were invincible within 100 miles. Now, it seemed like they were just bragging, causing him to be scolded by the young master. Wang Yunfei was furious. Trash, what can you do with just you? Wang Yunfei stared. He had no choice. It seemed like he could only find the helpers in the race and ask them to help him regain some face. Outside the city, Lin Fan and the others led their horses and walked on the official path. Young Master Lin, you should be back to Martial Path Mountain now, right? Feng Poliu asked. He had been out for so long and caused such a huge commotion. If he continued, he might not have a good ending. Lin Fan smiled, actually, I was thinking about not returning so quickly. But forget it, I have been out for a period of time, so I should head back and take a look. Feng Poliu heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that young Master Lin would have other thoughts. That would make things a little complicated. Walk, they slowly reached a place where there was no one. Stop following us, come out. Lin Fan and the others stopped. Not long after they left the city, someone followed them. At the start, they thought that it was just a passerby, but then they realized that the target was them. Pang pang. The sound of leaves shaking spread out. So, the few of you are experts. A person stepped on the leaves and floated in the air. It was an old man who wore a white shirt. His beard was long and he gave off a celestial aura. Every move he made was filled with a really strong martial path aura. Who are you? Lin Fan looked at the person who came. He looked decent. Even if he didn't have cultivation, with his aura of an expert, he could bluff many people. This old man here is Yuan Shan, a helper of the Wang family. The three of you have offended my young master and you're leaving just like that? Aren't you looking down on my Wang family a little too much? Yuan Shan said calmly. He then landed gently on the ground without making any sound. He observed all sorts of signs. He could see that the old man was really strong and was a true expert. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu and Feng Poliu looked back at him. Both of them had a helpless look in their eyes. They were already thinking of leaving. What did they want to do? Okay, then how does your young master want you to deal with me? Lin Fan asked. Yuan Shan said, my young master is kind and doesn't want me to kill you. I just need to smash your mouths and then break your legs. Lin Fan said, are you going or should I? Feng Poliu said, you go, I don't like to bully the old. Moreover, it isn't easy for him. He is already so old and his cultivation is only middle master. That is enough to show how much hardship he went through when he was young to reach such a stage. Rage points plus 333. Yuan Shan heard the belittling words of these scoundrels. He was so angry that his face turned red, arrogant, truly arrogant. How dare you look down on me? It seems like if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He was really furious. What was he even saying? He didn't like to bully old people. His cultivation was only middle master. He used the word only well, really well. Lin Fan walked towards Yuan Shan with a helpless look on his face. Originally, we were about to leave and I didn't take your young master's matter to heart. After all, it's just a small matter. I didn't expect him to send someone to stop me. In other words, he is officially declaring war on me. The moment he said that, a terrifying aura exploded out from Lin Fan's body. Yuan Shan's expression changed abruptly. His pupils constricted as if something was amiss. Chapter 213. Yuan Shan was wary and felt like something wasn't right. Energy wrapped around Lin Fan's body, his body gave off a sharp aura, very good, Wang Yunfei sent you to find me. Actually, he didn't want you to help him vent his anger but to send you to die. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, your aura is not bad. What? Yuan Shan was shocked, he didn't understand what Lin Fan meant. At that moment, he noticed that Lin Fan disappeared in front of him and a terrifying energy struck him. That feeling actually made him feel somewhat at a loss. Instantly, a figure appeared in front of Yuan Shan. In Yuan Shan's eyes, the palm that was spread open was surrounded by extremely terrifying internal energy. No, Pang. Pa. Ah. Hong Long. A simple sound but it had a different rhythm. This was the suppression of an expert. There weren't many special effects and there wasn't much nonsense. The ground shook and the ripples weren't huge but it was different. Actually, I don't like to beat up old men but I haven't seen many as arrogant as you. Lin Fan looked down from above. In front of him was a 12-centimeter deep hole. There was a sizzling sound around the hole. Lightning was swimming around and the ground was charred. The old man in the hole, his snow-white shirt was dyed black. His body was covered in a thick white mist. His snow-white beard was curled up so badly that it was almost burnt. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He opened his fingers and grabbed the old man. The old man closed his eyes, his limbs hung down and he didn't move at all. The old man couldn't believe what he had just seen. Too terrifying. Or maybe it all happened too quickly such that he couldn't react at all. Wang family helper is a little amazing, it isn't easy for him to reach Master Realm. Lin Fan said. He looked towards Rong City which was getting smaller and smaller. He felt like it wasn't good to leave just like that. Feng Poliu said, you are too quick. He is a Master Realm expert and you killed him instantly. It would affect his mental state. I had no choice, he was too weak. It was too difficult to suppress my strength to the same level. Lin Fan shook his head and said. Feng Poliu was helpless, what now? Leave? Impossible. I, Lin Fan, never find trouble with people, but this Wang family is a little arrogant to actually send people to stop me. Let's return to Rong City and teach them a lesson. Lin Fan said. He then tossed the old man to his cousin and the three of them headed towards Rong City. Rong City, Wang Mansion. Wang Yunfei sat down and waited for the consecrator to return. He trusted his own helper. Needless to say, he was terrifyingly strong. Master Realm, do you understand? You don't understand? That was a realm that exceeded martial path grade 12, it was a shocking change. No matter if it was in Chengdu or other places, he was not a weak expert. Thinking about the face of that surnamed Lin, Wang Yunfei's anger soared. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. But this Lin guy just had to pop out. He was so angry that his liver was about to explode. Young master, if Helper Yuan were to make a move, it would definitely be incredible. The servant at the side said. The treatment that Consecrator Yuan received in the Wang family was incredible. Even the young master of the Wang family did not dare to offend him. Moreover, the Wang family had to find ways to help Consecrator Yuan get some heavenly treasures or martial arts manuals. Thinking about it, when did Consecrator Yuan come to the Wang family? Thinking about it, it had been over a decade. At that time, Consecrator Yuan was just a peak martial path grade 12 expert. In these 10 years, the Wang family spent money and effort to finally raise him to Master Realm. This caused Wang family's position in Rong City to soar. Therefore, it was worth it to spend this time. Wang Yunfei looked at the servant, aren't you talking nonsense? How can Consecrator Yuan attack so casually? He trusted Consecrator Yuan a lot. To him, as long as Consecrator Yuan attacked, then there was nothing he couldn't solve. Pang! The Wang mansion gate was kicked open. Shortly after, the guard at the gate flew in. The Wang mansion people didn't know what to do. Why would anyone come here to make trouble in broad daylight? When they looked out, they noticed that one of them was carrying a person. Wasn't that Consecrator Yuan? Lin Fan looked at the stunned servant and said, I didn't come to find you. Tell your young master Wang to come out and talk to me. At that moment, many guards surged over from all around. They looked at them warily and then hollered in rage. They attacked those people who dared to cause trouble. Take them down. Pang! Pang! One figure after another flew into the sky. To the guards, they didn't know what was going on. Before they even got close, they were struck by a power and flew up. The guards floated in the air. Were they flying? It felt good, the air was really fresh. Pang! Pang! Not long later, the guards fell from the sky, causing them to cry out for their parents. The pain was unbearable. Lin Fan didn't kill them. He wasn't a killing maniac. Actually, he was a really friendly person. These guards didn't have high cultivations, most of them were only grade 2 or 3. They were just trying to make a living. When the Wang family manager saw those scenes, his face turned ashen white. How would he dare to look on? He immediately ran into the distance. Reading room. Old master, not good, something happened. The Wang family manager shouted in panic. He ran really quickly. He was really frightened. It was broad daylight now. For someone to attack the Wang family in broad daylight, how terrifying was this matter? Recently, the Wang family didn't offend anyone. Why are you panicking? What happened? Old Master Wang placed down the book in his hand and frowned. The Wang family manager said, Old Master, 3 people came here to cause trouble and injured many people. Cause trouble? Where is Helper Yuan? Old Master Wang asked. Their Wang family had helpers in charge. Normally, when such things happened, they would be the ones to solve it. When he mentioned Helper Yuan, the Wang family manager's face turned ashen white. He stuttered when he spoke. Old Master, Helper Yuan is held in their hands. We don't know if he is dead or alive. Shock. Old Master Wang, who was originally calm, stood up when he heard that. He said solemnly, "Is what you said true?" Steward Wang said, "It's absolutely true." Lin Fan and the other two checked out the situation around them. They did not want to kill their way into the Wang family single-handedly. But to be bullied to such an extent, how could they endure it? "Don't worry, I am not interested in all of you. Call your young master out to see me, I have to talk to him." Lin Fan said. If they really started a massacre, with the current situation, no one would be able to stand here. Chapter 2:14. The servants of the Wang manor all hid far away, looking at the guards who fell to the ground in shock. They didn't expect that the guards, who they thought were very powerful in the past, would be defeated so easily. They didn't even have a chance to resist. That speed was just too quick. So quick that one couldn't react at all. "Did you inform your young master?" Lin Fan asked. He wasn't interested in the guards who were lying on the ground and crying out. He did have rage points, but it was just too little. It was so little that it was terrifying. As expected, the rage of the weak was nothing to the strong. It didn't even cause any ripples in his heart. Feng Poli aside. These people were sick in the head. They could have offended anyone, but they had to offend this fellow. Didn't they know that people would die if they messed around like that? However, he could see that this fellow showed mercy to the guards. However, he didn't understand why he would be so vicious to 9-bug gang, directly leveling their division to the point where he didn't even leave a single chicken or dog alive. The servants who were hiding didn't dare to speak. Who dared to speak at such a time? The outcome would be terrifying. At that moment, footsteps spread out from the distance. The Wang family manager followed behind and said softly, "Old Master, these people are dangerous, we can't be careless." Old Master Wang didn't say anything. How could he not know whether or not they were dangerous? As for being careless, that was even more impossible. They had already fought their way over, which meant that they didn't care about the Wang family at all. "Why did the three of you come to my Wang family? Or did I offend the three of you?" Old Master Wang walked over and cupped his fists as he asked. Right away, he saw Yuan Shan who was being held in his hands. His heart was filled with pain. This was their Wang family helper, but now he was beaten up like a dead dog. His heart was cold and he actually felt an indescribable sadness. "You are the Wang family head?" Lin Fan asked. From the surface, his aura was outstanding, and one look and one knew that he wasn't a normal person. "Right, why did the three of you come to my Wang family and hurt my helper?" Old Master Wang asked. Even if the helper wasn't his match, he didn't panic. This was the demeanor of the old master. Lin Fan smiled and said, "You are a funny person. Don't you know why your family's consecrator is in my hands?" To Old Master Wang, he really had no idea at all. If he really had an idea, he wouldn't be talking nonsense here. Wait a minute. Old Master Wang's heart creaked. That's right, why was the offering in their hands? Didn't he usually stay in the mansion? Could it be that he went out to stir up trouble and provoked an iron plate, and was found by others? Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to an old man like you. Hurry up and get your son out. I have to have a good chat with him. Lin Fan waved his hand, too lazy to say anything else. Originally, he was prepared to leave Chengdu, but he was attracted back by Wang Yunfei. He had to admit that this fellow had the constitution of attracting hatred. Old Master Wang frowned. He was here to find his son. What exactly happened inside? Could it be that the unfilial son had a conflict with the other party and had asked Consecrator Yuan to teach the other party a lesson? In the end, Consecrator Yuan was no match for the other party and the other party came looking for trouble? Friend, if it is a conflict between my son and you, I am willing to apologize. Why don't we just let it go? Old Master Wang said. Lin Fan smiled, you are dreaming. Hurry up and call your son out. Don't say such useless things. Originally, we were preparing to leave Chengdu, but your son sent people to stop us. He actually wanted to smash my mouth and break my leg. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm stronger, your son might have succeeded. Old Master Wang understood. As expected, it was exactly as he thought. As expected, that unfilial kid caused trouble outside. Back courtyard. Wang Yunfei was still waiting for the good news from Consecrator Yuan. However, after waiting for so long, there was no news at all. His efficiency was just too slow. Suddenly, a servant charged over, young master, not good. Someone came to the Wang family and said that he wants to meet you. The guards couldn't stop him. What? Wang Yunfei stood up. Rage surged into the heavens. Recently, weird things happened one after another. A fellow from a small city dared to offend him. Now, someone actually came to the Wang family to find trouble with him. Do you really think that I, Wang Yunfei, am a vegetarian? He didn't think about anything and walked furiously towards the front courtyard. He wanted to see who was so bold to come to the Wang family to find trouble with him. He was just asking to die. The servant wanted to say something, but he didn't expect that young master didn't listen to him at all. He just charged over angrily. Ahead. Old Master Wang was still talking to Lin Fan and hoped to solve this matter. What he didn't expect was that Lin Fan didn't want to talk at all and wanted to see his son. Even Consecrator Yuan wasn't his match. That was enough to show how strong he was. The three of you, is there really no way to discuss this? Old Master Wang asked. Just let your son come out. There is nothing else to discuss. Lin Fan said. He felt that his temper was really good. Till now, he didn't attack. At that moment, a furious voice spread out from the distance. Which bastard is blind to dare to cause trouble in my Wang family? Does he really think that I am easy to bully? Wang Yunfei charged over furiously. Recently, his mental state was on the verge of exploding. Why did everyone want to step on his head? When Old Master Wang heard Wang Yunfei's voice, he had a bad feeling. Stupid thing, didn't he see what was going on? Unfilial kid, what nonsense are you saying? Old Master Wang chided. Wang Yunfei came in rage. After being scolded by his father, he was actually stunned. What was going on? Father, why were you scolding me? Now that outsiders came to cause trouble in our Wang family, it was normal for me to be so fierce. When he saw Lin Fan, he was stunned. Damn, why was he here? Didn't Consecrator Yuan go to block him? Why did he appear here? When he saw the person in Lin Fan's hand, Wang Yunfei's eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. Oh my god! What happened? How did Consecrator Yuan become like that? In his heart, Consecrator Yuan was a Master Realm expert. The main character is here, he is looking for you. When Lin Fan saw Wang Yunfei, he smiled. He tossed Yuan Shan to his feet. You sent people to block me, but why didn't you send someone stronger? Wang Yunfei stared blankly at Consecrator Yuan, who was lying at his feet. His bruised and swollen face seemed to indicate that Consecrator Yuan had suffered a terrible beating. Lin Fan walked towards Wang Yunfei. You said that you wanted to smash my mouth and break my legs. I remember all of that in my heart. Wang Yunfei saw Lin Fan walk over, but he didn't move. He opened his mouth and looked at Consecrator Yuan and then at Lin Fan. Wait. Old Master Wang walked forwards and wanted to stop what was going to happen. He sensed that something huge was about to happen. It was obvious that Lin Fan wouldn't let his son go so easily. Stop, it has nothing to do with you. Lin Fan pushed Old Master Wang aside and then stood in front of Wang Yunfei. I don't want your life. After all, you didn't want me to die. But you want to break my legs, so this matter isn't so easy to solve. You. Wang Yunfei was about to speak but he suffered a slap. Gotcha! Wang Yunfei's face was about to change shape. Large amounts of fresh blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His teeth broke and fell to the ground. A short moment of pain struck him. Wang Yunfei covered his mouth with his hands and cried out in pain. It was so painful, it hurt so much. Fresh blood flowed from his fingers and dripped onto the ground. Lin Fan reached out and helped Wang Yunfei up. If you want to be beaten, then stand properly. You sent people to stop me, so you should have been mentally prepared. Old Master Wang saw that his son's mouth was covered in blood and his heart hurt. He stared at Lin Fan in rage. You. Rage points plus 555. Lin Fan said, Old Master Wang, just watch. If you attack, then it will be a matter between your Wang family and me. It won't just be a matter between your son and me. The moment those words were said, Old Master Wang was stunned. Were all young people so overbearing now? Cousin, let me do such a small thing. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to help him. How could he let his cousin do such a small thing? Let me do it. I am afraid that you will kill him with one slap. Lin Fan said. If cousin really did it, just that slap alone would have caused Wang Yunfei's head to explode. He wasn't joking. He was speaking the truth. Old Master, what should we do? We can't watch young Master get beaten up. The Wang family manager said softly. He panicked. These people were just too lawless. They actually came to beat up their young master. This matter couldn't be stopped and would definitely spread out. When that happened, would the Wang family still have any face? Old Master Wang's face was terrifyingly dark and sunken. He was thinking about how to solve this matter. Since they suppressed Helper Yuan, that meant that they were really strong. With their current strength, they couldn't fight them at all. Even if they went to find helpers, they wouldn't have enough time. Just as he was thinking about all these things, an even sadder scream spread out. Wang Yunfei fell to the ground. His legs were already deformed. Lin Fan had broken them. His head was covered in sweat. He wanted to grab his legs, but the intense pain caused him to roll on the ground. Normal people wouldn't be able to take the broken bones. Son. Old Master Wang was shocked. He headed up to check on the situation and then looked at Lin Fan. You are too much. Lin Fan said calmly with his arms by his side, Okay, I have done what I wanted to do. I will treat your son however he wants to treat me. It is normal. Also, I am the U City Lin family young master. If you want to take revenge, I welcome you. The moment he said that, he turned around and left. To him, the Wang family was like a no-man's land. No one could stop him. The Wang family servants looked on in shock as the three of them left. All of them stood rooted to the spot with their mouths agape. They were really frightened. That was just too terrifying. Chapter 2:15. What are you looking at? Quickly find a doctor. Old Master Wang's eyes were red as he hollered. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. The servants were terrified and got to work right away. They felt like the sky was collapsing. At that moment, no one dared to say a single word. This matter couldn't be hidden, and very quickly it spread out in Rong City. The Wang family's young master was beaten up and his legs were broken. No matter which servant spread the news, it had already become the biggest news in Rong City. Old Master Li was stunned by Lin Fan's actions. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually do such a thing after leaving Rong City. He should have totally offended the Wang family and there was basically no chance of reconciliation. He knew that Old Master Wang would definitely come to find him. As expected, not long later, Old Master Wang came furiously. He came with rage. I can't find that kid, but I can find you, Old Master Li. That kid stayed in your house before. Towards that, Old Master Li felt that he was innocent. He didn't offend anyone and didn't do anything, so why did he find him? he wasn't the one who told him to beat up his son. Old Master Wang was furious and said that he was going to find that kid in front of Old Master Li to teach him a lesson. He directly asked Old Master Li where this person came from. Even if he was the emperor, he would take revenge for his son. Old Master Li was helpless and directly said that he was Yu City Lin family Lin Wani's son. You should know about Lin Wani, right? He was the one who caused a ruckus decades ago and didn't go to school. Old Master Wang was furious and didn't care so much. He directly said that he wanted to head to Yu City to find the Lin family for an explanation. But very quickly, he came to his senses. After that, he silently left as if nothing had happened. He didn't even say a word. It was like he understood something. Like he knew what kind of person Lin Wani was. In the forest. How is it? Do you feel that the fun in the city is far from what Jiang City can compare to? Feng Polio asked. He noticed that this kid basically took revenge. As long as he offended someone, he would fight to the death. Anyway, he didn't think that this kid would pick on the weak. It's alright, but it'll be more troublesome. What Lin Fan said was the truth. A big city had its benefits, but with his personality, he would definitely not fit in with a big city, which would lead to some conflicts. Although Jiang City was not a big place, it was closer to home. After being away for so long, he felt a little homesick. Father probably didn't expect that his strength had reached Master Realm. Of course, his current realm was not very high. He was still not very satisfied with this. He would return to his hometown to take a look when he broke through to the Great Grandmaster Realm. If he wanted to give a surprise, he naturally had to give a bigger one. Feng Polio said, "It is late, let's find a place to rest. When the sky turns bright, we will continue on our way." The nine-headed bug stood on Lin Fan's shoulder, its 9 heads dozing off. Zhou Yao felt that it was quite pitiful. It had been locked up in a cage all this time and had not had the chance to see the outside world. Now that it was out, it definitely wanted to take a good breath of fresh air. Not long after. "Cousin, there is a broken temple in front. Let's rest there tonight," Cousin said. Feng Polio frowned. "Weird, why is there a broken temple here?" "Who cares, let's head in first." To Lin Fan, he didn't care about those things. It was good enough to have a place to stay, so why would he be so picky? A broken temple in the forest was really weird. There was also a giant tree growing in the temple, the roof was pushed open. Lin Fan and the others got off their horses and tied the rope to the tree. They pushed open the dusty and broken door. Weeds were all over the place and there was a corrosive smell in the air. "Be careful, I feel like something isn't right," Feng Polio reminded. A broken temple in the forest, no matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. Lin Fan walked in front of the extinguished candle. He rubbed his fingers and lit it up. Someone should have lived here before, the candle looks really new. The broken temple was really empty. A stone statue from who knew what era stood there. It was covered in spider webs and there were fist-sized spiders crawling on it. Zhou Zhongmao cleaned up a clean area and found some wood to start a fire. "Cousin, have you cleaned up?" N. Lin Fan sat on the ground and looked around. He was a little helpless. As a rich family young master, he actually lived in such a broken place. If not for his good mentality, he would have collapsed long ago. Not long later. Sounds spread from outside like the sound of horse hooves. There were many of them and there should be people here. "Kachi!" Someone pushed open the door. When the person saw that there were people in the temple, his expression changed. He smiled and nodded his head as a greeting. "You don't mind us entering, right?" Lin Fan said, "This place has no owner and we are just passing by. Why would we mind?" "Thank you, brother." The person who spoke was a guy. He looked ordinary but he gave off an aura. He didn't look like a normal person. The guy walked out and was probably going to report the situation. Not long later, the guy brought a few people in. A girl and 6 guys. The girl was dressed in white and had an outstanding aura. Her expression was cold and her eyes were really bright. As for the 6 guys, although they hid well, their auras weren't weak. They should be experts. Their gazes stopped on Lin Fan and the others for a few seconds before moving away and locking onto 9 Demon. After all, such a weird being was rare. They should have treated the girl as their leader. The 6 of them protected her in the middle and ensured that there were no gaps. 3 brothers, I'm Wu Ziheo. May I know where you're from? The man who spoke was the one who had asked if they minded. Although his appearance was very ordinary, his eyes exuded a kind of confidence. I came out from Rong City and passed this place. Who knew that there would be a temple where I could rest for a short while? Lin Fan smiled and said. Wu Ziheo smiled and then looked towards the 9-headed bug. Brother, this is. Lin Fan said, there is no need to call me brother. I am Lin Fan, this is my cousin Zhou Zhongmao, he is, Feng San. Feng Polio snatched and didn't say his real name. As for this, it is his pet, a mutated bug. Apart from having 9 heads, there is nothing special about it. What a good act. To be able to say that it had 9 heads and that there was nothing special about it, how amazing. Actually, to Feng Polio, he was really afraid that Lin Fan would say that the bug was 9 bug gang's treasure and that he snatched it. Feng Polio asked, all of you don't look like normal people, where are you heading to? Wu Ziheo smiled, to Zhua City to visit family. Lin Fan didn't say much, letting Feng Polio brag to him. Anyway, none of them spoke the truth, so it wasn't fun to talk about it. What the fuck, visiting relatives? Who was he kidding? How could one visit family like that? Wu Ziheo didn't talk much with Feng Polio. He returned to the side and spoke softly to his companions. His companions seemed to have heard something, they looked towards Lin Fan and the others curiously and warily. Feng Polio said softly, young Master Lin, I feel like they aren't normal people. As for where they are from, I really can't see it. I suggest we continue, there is no need to stick together with them. Lin Fan laid down, if you want to go, then go yourself. I am too lazy to move now. He looked towards the girl and noticed that she was looking at him. She blinked like she was teasing him. Rage points plus 111. Although the girl didn't show any disgust, she still provided some rage points. At the same time, she turned her head and didn't look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan found it boring, why didn't she look at him more? Feng Polio sighed. He knew that it was useless to ask. What opinions? If this kid could listen to him, then it would be great. Haze. Feng Polio was helpless and didn't know what to say. He looked at the burning bonfire in front of him and was really engrossed. Perhaps when people were bored, they could watch ants moving house with relish. The broken temple was really silent. Both sides didn't speak. Those people were all sitting cross-legged like they were resting or recovering internal strength, maintaining their best state at all times. Pilai Pala. The sound of wood being burned exploded out. The red flames lit up the surrounding area red. Pang pang. The wind rose up outside. The broken temple's door was blown really loudly. Who knew how long passed? With a show, something struck from outside. Lin Fan opened his eyes and saw an iron needle break through the air. The target was the 6 guys and 1 girl. Kang! Wu Ziheo pulled out his sword, his aura exploding as he struck the needle down. I told you that something would definitely happen. Feng Polio said helplessly. He had seen more things than Lin Fan had eaten. From the moment these people came in, he had carefully observed them. There were many small tears on their clothes. Obviously, they had experienced a battle, and a rather difficult one at that. So what if something happens? It has nothing to do with us. Lin Fan continued to lay there. He didn't care much, as long as they didn't bully him. It was impossible for him to help out when he saw injustice. Moreover, that girl didn't give him any face at all. He just took a look and she provided 111 rage points. Only people who had their heads pinched would help. Protect little Mississippi, Wuziheo roared in a low voice before rushing over with his sword in hand. He slammed open the door of the temple, and the sounds of intense fighting could be heard. Poochie! Instantly, the broken walls of the temple exploded. Numerous people struck and surrounded the 5 guys and 1 girl. They didn't say a word and attacked. The thick inner force was like a flowing river, continuously battering against the temple, causing it to show signs of collapsing. These people seemed to know their target. They ignored Lin Fan and acted like they didn't see anything. Chapter 2:16. Good, beautiful. Paw! Lin Fan suddenly hollered, clapping and praising. The people who were originally fighting were startled by this voice, and were momentarily stunned. Don't be stunned, continue, I am just looking. Lin Fan saw that they were stunned and waved his hands to tell them to continue. They didn't need to worry about him. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 444. They were really amazing, and each of them provided Lin Fan with large amounts of rage points. What are you doing? Don't you know you scared me? Feng Poliu was frightened by Lin Fan. It wasn't that his actions were explosive, but that Lin Fan's sudden voice was really terrifying. I told you that you are such a coward. Look at how good it is now, a lonely night with people performing for you. How blissful, how delightful. Lin Fan said. Although these people weren't strong, one had to say that it was tiring for them to fight. However, the way they fought was really beautiful. Lin Fan was really interested. Good, damn. To those people, they really wanted to kill this fellow. They were killing people, so what was he doing? What was so good about it? Was he not afraid of them at all? Did he treat them like monkeys? Did you see what kind of background they had? Lin Fan asked. Feng Poliu shook his head. I didn't. Lin Fan was a little disappointed. I thought you knew. Feng Poliu laughed so hard that he was about to lose his breath. Do you really think I am a god? There are so many powers in the world and so many martial paths. How would I be able to recognize them? That was the truth. No matter how strong the person was, he wouldn't dare to say that he could recognize all the martial paths. Cousin, their cultivation is not bad, they are all at martial path grade 11 and 12. Lin Fan said. These guys weren't young and it was not bad for them to have such cultivation. Zhou Zhongmao looked at them and didn't care much about them. Martial path grade 11 and 12 were not bad, but he felt like he could hammer them to death. Pang! Suddenly, a figure flew in from the outside. That person was Wuziheo. He was in a miserable state, with wounds all over his body. His left shoulder seemed to have been stabbed by a sharp weapon, and his bones could be seen. Wuziheo was lying on the ground in pain. Miss, be careful. Old thief Chen is here. He then looked at Lin Fan with a look of shock. Brother Lin, hurry up and leave. Don't stay here any longer. Lin Fan had thought that Wuziheo was very strong. After all, those who dared to be the first to rush out were all very strong. But who would have thought that he would be the first to bleed? This was something he hadn't expected. Suddenly, a savage laughter rang out. Today, all of you will die here. Immediately after, a figure attacked, the axe in his hand bursting with red light, directly chopping towards Wuziheo. There was despair in Wuziheo's eyes, but there was absolutely no fear. He did not loosen his grip on his sword. Kid, go and die. Chen Rong hollered in rage. He waved the axe in his hand and slashed down. Bang! Wuziheo was already in despair. He didn't even have the strength to resist. He thought that he would definitely die. However, he found that the pain did not come. Perhaps it was because it was too painful that he had lost consciousness. Very soon, a sound spread into his ears. When he opened his eyes, he looked at the scenes in front of him in disbelief. Don't move. If you move, you will die. Lin Fan reached out and blocked in front of Wu Zihao. His palm grabbed the axe. This was mixed energy broken jade hand. If he cleansed his stats, it would reduce a lot of problems. Chen Rong was astonished. He knew how powerful his axe was. Even if it was steel, it could split it in half. But Lin Fan just grabbed it in his hand. You! Chen Rong retracted his axe and retreated. He looked at Lin Fan warily. Who are you? Lin Fan said calmly, actually, I'm not anyone. You guys fight amongst yourselves and I'm just watching. I didn't even think about doing anything. But I'm just a cheap person. If someone is nice to me, I'll treat him as a real friend. Originally, I didn't have any objections when you chopped him to death. Really, I didn't have any objections at all. But who knew that he couldn't even protect his own life and even wanted me to leave? Why don't you stop chopping him? You can find someone else. He was serious when he said those words. He could kill the others, but he temporarily couldn't kill this person. But to Chen Rong, it sounded like a provocation. Rage points plus 999 killing intent boiled. Chen Rong was filled with killing intent towards Lin Fan. Although he didn't know who he was, he suddenly popped out and stopped him. That meant that he didn't care about him at all. Kid, do you really want to be a busybody? Chen Rong asked. Although they didn't fight much, he could see that the kid in front of him wasn't easy to deal with. He was so young and actually had such cultivation. His background was definitely extraordinary. Lin Fan looked at Chen Rong. Do you not understand human language? When did I say that I wanted to be a busybody? Just don't chop him. Can you chop someone else? I don't believe you. Naturally, Chen Rong didn't believe Lin Fan's words. He said, I am Yuanzhou Chen family's head teacher, Chen Rong. With your strength, your status is definitely high. Maybe your family's seniors know about Yuanzhou Chen family. It is better not to cause trouble. Consider it giving Chen family face. In the future, Chen family will thank you. When one met an expert, one would report one's background first. Lin Fan was a little helpless. He didn't believe his words. He didn't lie, he really didn't lie. The people around all retreated behind Chen Rong. Naturally, they had to be wary when someone blocked their path. The 6 guys beside the girl were all injured to various degrees. They thought that they were dead, but who knew that someone would save them and give them a chance to breathe? Is there something wrong with your head? I told you so clearly, so why are you wasting time? Lin Fan was speechless. Was this fellow a fool? Didn't he say it clearly? Don't chop him, you can chop the rest, it has nothing to do with me. Why did it seem like he didn't understand what he was saying? Rage points plus 999 arrogant kid, I said so much to you, do you really think that I am afraid of you? Chen Rong hollered in rage, internal strength exploded out from his body. The red axe light was like a blazing sun as it slashed towards Lin Fan. The aura was too strong. This axe seemed to slice open the air, pulling out 2 long tails. Pang! Lin Fan raised his hand. His palm changed color and became really firm. He directly grabbed the axe. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Or did you think that I was willing to say such nonsense to you? You just have to make me angry. Lin Fan hollered. He clenched his fingers, and with a kacha, cracks appeared on the snow-white axe like it could be shattered at any moment. Internal strength increased, physique swelled. Dual cultivation, when the 2 powers exploded out, it would give rise to a terrifying aura. Demon Ape Fist. Lin Fan punched out, and the ape demon that appeared behind him roared and punched out as well. Chen Rong was shocked. Before the fist landed on his body, the aura that spread out caused his clothes to swell up. A terrifying power spread towards him. Pang! Their fists clashed. A low and heavy sound spread out. To Lin Fan, it was really normal and it wasn't a big deal. But to Chen Rong, his expression changed like he was filled with disbelief. He took a step back, and when he stepped down, the ground cracked. The hand that grabbed the axe was trembling. Bang! Chen Rong retreated dozens of steps. His blood and qi were boiling, and his hands were trembling. That exchange of blows just now made him realize that the brat in front of him was very strong, terrifyingly strong. His opponent's inner energy was too dense. His strength was truly too great. He was actually somewhat unable to withstand it. Not bad. To be able to block it, it means that you have some ability. Lin Fan played with the axe and praised. It was indeed not bad. Wu Zihao stared at Lin Fan, dumbfounded. He had never thought that the person who stayed with him in the broken temple would be so strong. Who are you? Chen Chong asked. He was the head teacher of Chen family, Peak Master Realm. As long as he had enough luck, he could step into Grandmaster Realm at any moment. At this level, there would be earth-shattering changes. Lin Fan smiled. I told you at the start, but you didn't believe me and wanted to fight me. What's the point of asking now? Or do you think you can leave here alive? Feng Poliu's head hurt. What does this have to do with you? Why must you stand up for others? Sometimes, enemies were just randomly found by meddling in other people's business. There were many battles in the world every day, and death was a common occurrence. There was simply no way to deal with it. If he was Lin Fan, he would leave right away. Chen Chong looked at Lin Fan warily. There weren't many people who could snatch his weapon from his hands. Even in Yuanzhou, there weren't many who could do it so easily. Leave! Chen Chong retreated and then hollered, Kid, I remember you. You won't have a good ending if you go against Chen family. You saved them today, you are asking for trouble for yourself. You want to leave? Lin Fan laughed coldly. Instantly, internal strength boiled. Thick lightning wrapped around his palms, internal strength exploded out like it was free. The strength of the lightning became more and more terrifying. All of this was formed from internal strength. Pilai Pala. Lightning boiled, and the surrounding trees withered from the lightning. This. Feng Poliu could sense that Lin Fan's internal strength had reached an extreme, even exceeding what a Master Realm should have. If this was used on other Master Realm experts, just one move would have sucked dry the internal strength in their body. Go! Lin Fan hollered, pressing down with his palms. The internal strength that he had accumulated for a long time exploded out. The originally quiet night was suddenly covered by lightning. Hong Long. Needless to say, the small fries didn't even cry out before they were covered by the lightning, turning into corpses that only gave off black smoke. The effects of internal strength were too beautiful. It lit up half of the land. Chapter 217. Chen Chong felt as if he had seen a ghost. Just as he was about to react, the thunderbolt formed from inner force struck his back. With a boom, he fell to the ground. The clothes on his back were burnt and black smoke rose from his body. So what if he was a peak Master Realm expert? Feels good. Lin Fan felt really good. That feeling didn't need to be said. When internal strength exploded out, he felt like he was in control of everything. Cousin, go see if he is dead or not. If not, send him on his way. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao was willing to do such things for his cousin. He walked in front of Chen Chong and didn't even take a look. He raised his leg and landed. With a pang, his head exploded. He didn't want to know whether or not he was dead. Anyways, if his head was smashed, he definitely wouldn't be able to live. He then searched the corpse and there was nothing on him. TSK. Zhou Zhongmao was disappointed. These people didn't bring anything out, so his cousin didn't gain anything at all. Brother Lin, thank you. Wu Zihao was really grateful. If not for Brother Lin helping, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Lin Fan looked at him and said, You don't have to thank me. This is actually the first time we've met. You reminded me to leave when we first met, which means that you're not bad. I just saved you. The others have nothing to do with me. He hated being used by people. Especially when one looked like they hated each other so much, he didn't think about interfering. What did he say? No matter what Yuan Zhouchen family, they didn't offend him, so he couldn't take the initiative to deal with them. As for Chen Chong, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Wu Zihao understood what Lin Fan meant and still thanked him. He then looked at the girl. Little miss, are you okay? I am okay. The girl shook her head. It was obvious that she was shocked by what happened. However, when she looked at Lin Fan, her eyes shone with a bit of hope. What a practical person. Just now when Lin Fan looked at her, he gave her some rage points. Now that Lin Fan used his strongest strength, there was actually a change. That was just too practical. Lin Fan returned to his original spot. Do you think Yuan Zhouchen family is strong? Feng Poliu said, I'm not sure, I didn't come into contact with Yuan Zhouchen family. However, to have a peak master as their teacher, they shouldn't be weak. They should be a strong family here. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. He was the one who wanted to find trouble with me. What can he blame me for? Lin Fan replied. You were the one who beat him to death, yet you said that it had nothing to do with you. That was impressive enough. At this moment, Wu Zihao walked over. Brother Lin, my family's young miss wants to talk to you, is that okay? Lin Fan looked at the girl. She forced out a smile, much better than before. In Lin Fan's eyes, this was just a shallow woman. A forced smile appeared on his face. There was no need to think too much about what was going to happen next. Even an idiot could guess what the other party was going to do. Something must have happened and he needed help. This broken temple isn't that big. If you have something to say, just say it. I can hear you. Lin Fan said. Now this broken temple was on the verge of collapsing, like it could collapse at any moment. The woman said, Young Master Lin, I'm the daughter of the Yuan Prefecture's Tao clan. But due to certain reasons, the Qin clan caused trouble for my Tao clan. In the end, I was the only one who escaped with them. I want to ask young Master Lin to help me take revenge. So long as I take revenge, I'm willing to give a miraculous pill my Tao clan obtained to young Master Lin. Lin Fan was expressionless. As expected, it was such a small matter. Then, who did you want to find in Zhua City? Lin Fan asked. Tao Ling said, my aunt is married in Zhua City, I am heading there to find her. Lin Fan smiled, forget it, then you should find your aunt. I don't have time to worry about such things. Moreover, pills are useless to me. For just one pill, I want to wipe out an aristocratic family whose strength I don't even know. That is too risky. I want to live for a few more days. He didn't want to be a sharp blade in other people's hands. Recently, he had offended too many enemies, so it was best to slow down. Nine Bug Gang was the biggest threat now. Once his strength increased, he would definitely head there to take revenge. Tao Ling wasn't dejected, it was obvious that she had expected this. Wu Zihao said, Brother Lin, my little miss faced a huge change, please understand. It is okay. Since your little miss has relatives in Zhua City, then let's find them. As for revenge, we still have to rely on ourselves. Lin Fan said. When Feng Poliu heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. He finally didn't go and find trouble. Luckily. Very quickly. The sky was bright. Wu Zihao said goodbye to Lin Fan. They had to rush and try to reach Zhua City in a month. Only then would they be safe. As for the current route, it was impossible. Chen family wouldn't let them off and would continue to send people to chase. Brother Lin, thank you for saving me. We will meet again if we are fated. Wu Zihao cupped his fists. Have a safe trip. Lin Fan waved his hands. Wu Zihao and the others left, slowly disappearing. One couldn't see their backs. Young Master Lin, it is best if we don't offend them. Although Master Realm is strong, there are always stronger people. Who knows, we might face people that even I can't fight. Feng Poliu said. He was telling Lin Fan about his experience, hoping that it would understand. I know. Aren't you afraid that I will cause trouble? Don't worry, I have caused enough trouble recently. I don't have the energy to cause more enemies, at least before I solve a certain problem. Lin Fan wanted to wipe out 9 Bug Gang as his goal. Who knew whether or not 9 Bug Gang exploded? Wiping out a division was a form of venting a little. Feng Poliu rolled his eyes. This fellow really made him worry. Who knew how Lin Wani took it? However, he had been thinking about a problem. When he first met this kid, he didn't notice how strong he was. How did he become so strong now? That was just too unrealistic. Even if he was sick in the head, he shouldn't be so sick in the head, right? 3 people and 1 bug rode leisurely on horses and wandered in the wilderness. That night. Yu City. Lin Wani stood in the courtyard and looked into the sky. Who knew what he was thinking about? Without Lin Fan in the Lin family, it was much colder. Old Master, the weather is cold. Old Wu placed a coat on Lin Wani's body. Brother Wu, what do you think that unfilial kid is doing? He has left home for so long, is he able to adapt outside? Lin Wani asked. No matter what, even if he made him angry, he still thought about how that unfilial kid was doing. Old Wu stood beside Lin Wani and missed young Master. After all, he had left for so long, and to young Master who had never traveled far, this was a tough matter. Old Master, believe in young Master. With his intelligence, he is definitely doing well. Suddenly, in the distance, a bright light appeared like it was spitting out from somewhere. It actually lit up the sky. Shortly after, the light dissipated and everything calmed down once more. Lin Wani's expression was solemn as he rose into the air. He reached out and a fake mountain in the courtyard was smashed. A streak of light swept out. It was a dark red halberd. Old Master. Old Wu wanted to follow but Lin Wani stopped him. Take charge of Yu City and don't go anywhere. At that moment, Lin Wani turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the world. At the border, there were cracks that opened up and the light came from within. The light pulled out many threads like it was about to squeeze out from within. In the sky, a black dot landed. Lin Wani was wearing pajamas but that didn't affect his domineering aura. He landed from above and the end of the halberd smashed onto the ground. Pang! With the halberd as the center, the ground cracked and many cracks appeared. Lin Wani stared at the cracks that seemed like they could breathe. His expression became really solemn. A terrifying aura exploded from his body. This aura had condensed into a physical form, causing the space around to show signs of collapsing. This strong aura struck the cracks like he was showing off to the living beings within that if they dared to come out, they would die. 20 years ago, I was able to force all of you back. 20 years later, I will kill all of you. Lin Wani said fiercely. His voice turned into a sound wave that struck out, causing the cracks to become unstable. Not long later, the cracks slowly closed. Lin Wani stood there and didn't move at all. Even when the cracks disappeared, he didn't move at all. He stood there until the sky turned bright. Old Master, are you okay? Old Wu came from Yu City and asked. I am okay, I didn't expect it to be faster than I expected. Brother Wu, take care of Yu City. I need to defend here and can't go anywhere. Lin Wani said. Old Master, I will guard it. Old Wu said. Lin Wani shook his head. No, many people returned alive. 20 years have passed and they have become stronger. You are still not their match. Old Wu's expression was solemn. He knew what Old Master was worried about. Those who returned alive were all top experts. He had witnessed that battle that didn't cause much of a commotion. It wasn't that it was a small matter, but that the commoners didn't come into contact with it. When they did, it meant that the defense line had collapsed and they would die. Old Master, are they plotting to tear open the cracks and pretend to come out? Actually, they are trying to wear down our willpower. Old Wu was worried. Lin Wani said in disdain, wear down willpower. If my willpower was so easy to wear down, then 20 years ago, why would I need to wait until now? As long as I am here, they can forget about breaking through Yu City's defense line. King Wudong came to recruit him. He was filled with disdain. That was a kid's game and he didn't care about it at all. There were more important things waiting for him. How would he have time to mess around with them? Chapter 218. When Lin Fan and the others passed a village, they noticed that it was in ruins. There were corpses all around and many women who weren't dressed properly. It was obvious that they were tortured when they were alive. Cousin, could it be that they encountered bandits? Zhou Zhongmao frowned. Although he liked to kill his enemies, he normally wouldn't attack normal people. That was Zhou Zhongmao's bottom line. Feng Poliu couldn't bear to look at that. Okay, the world is just like that. Every moment, tragic things happen. We are just passers-by, don't bother too much. Why are you so cold? Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. In the past, I noticed that you were timid, but now that you faced such a thing, you can say it so easily. Do you have any compassion at all? Feng Poliu said, you make it sound like you have compassion. When you kill, you are more vicious than anyone else. That division was wiped out just like that, you didn't show any mercy at all. Nonsense, how can that be the same? I know the difference between bad people and normal people. Lin Fan retorted. Today, Feng Poliu was going to fight him head-on. Feng Poliu seemed to recall something, his tone became a little depressed. What good or bad, it is just my own definition. To me, there are no good or bad people in this world. Everything is centered around me, we just want to live. Why? You can say what you have in your heart, maybe I can help you analyze it. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu's expression and knew that he had a story. He wanted to hear it. Suddenly. In the quiet village, only the sound of wood creaking from the intense flames could be heard. But just now, they heard light coughing. There is someone. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu was wary. A gray internal strength spread out. Bug controlling technique controlled the bugs and sensed the movement in the ruins. There. Feng Poliu pointed at the collapsed ruins and said. Zhou Zhongmao walked forwards, ignoring the burning wood. He grabbed and flipped it open. Many pieces of wood were flipped open and a path was cleared out. Very quickly, the scenes in front of them shocked Lin Fan and Feng Poliu. 2 corpses were lying on the ground. These 2 corpses had been burnt black. Their faces could be vaguely seen, but they were also burnt beyond recognition. Zhou Zhongmao pushed the 2 corpses aside and saw a wooden plank on the ground. The coughing came from under the plank. Just as his cousin lifted the wooden board, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in the dark space and attacked him. It was very slow. To a true expert, the speed of the stab was no different from a snail crawling. Zhou Zhongmao did not retaliate. Instead, he took a few steps back and said, "Come out." Lin Fan and Feng Poliu exchanged glances with one another. It was obvious that they didn't expect that someone was still alive. Soon, from the dark cellar, a pair of tender hands covered in black ash reached out. Child, Lin Fan didn't expect it to be a child. She was a young girl, probably 8 or 9 years old. His hair was long, but it was curled at the ends, obviously burnt. The exposed skin was red, as if it had been burned. The skin was broken, and there were many blisters. Her face was covered in black ash, and her eyes were filled with terror. She is lucky to be able to live. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan said, "Kid, what happened here? Who did this?" The little girl didn't say anything, she just looked at Lin Fan and the others. Suddenly, When the little girl saw the two blackened corpses, tears flowed down from the corner of her eyes. Fong Poliu said, "Let's go, it is enough that we saved her. What happens next depends on her. Whether she lives or dies depends on whether or not the heavens give her food. We have caused so much trouble, who knows when we will face an enemy we can't defeat." Fong Poliu pulled the reins and wanted to leave, but he noticed that Lin Fan didn't move at all. He was staring at the little girl. He admitted that the little girl was pitiful. But there were many pitiful people in the world, and there was no way to pity all of them. "Young Master Lin, I never thought that you would have a saint's heart," Fong Poliu said. Lin Fan said, "Is that so? I don't feel it, I just feel like there are some things that I need to do. If you say that I am kind, then I admit that I am a kind person, am I right?" Fong Poliu was speechless and didn't know how to reply to that question. If you were kind, then there would be no bad people in the world. "Little brat, do you want to leave with me?" Lin Fan looked at her and waited for her choice. The little girl looked at Lin Fan. She then looked at the once beautiful village that had been reduced to such ruins. Who knew how much damage this little girl's heart had suffered? She nodded. "Okay, get on his horse, I will bring you away from here," Lin Fan said. He pulled the reins and walked forward slowly. "Oi, why do you have to get on my horse?" Fong Poliu shouted. "What was going on? You wanted to bring her away, and now you want to place her on my horse? That wasn't a joke." Lin Fan said, "I will give you a chance to be kind. Since you say that I am a saint, then I will give you a chance to perform." Fong Poliu smiled bitterly and then pulled the little brat up. "Sit properly, don't fall off." When Fong Poliu's palm landed on the little brat's shoulder, the pain on her body actually lessened. It felt really cool and not as painful as before. Fong Poliu's eyelids were filled with helplessness. This made him think back to the time in Insect Valley. They were all adopted by Master, and each of their experiences were really tragic. Just him, Fong Poliu, he had never seen what his parents looked like in his life. "Ride!" Fong Poliu pulled the reins. Lin Fan smiled. The cultivation techniques that he and cousin cultivated were used to kill people. They didn't learn healing techniques. But that might not be the case for Fong Poliu. As an Insect Valley expert, how could he not have learned it? The little girl grabbed Fong Poliu's arm and looked behind. That was her village. Her mother and grandmother were left there, and there were many friends. After a long while, a small army appeared in front of them. There were a few hundred of them. Their footsteps were messy. They carried spears and many things in their hands. There were chickens, ducks, and some pigs tied to spears. Two people placed them on their shoulders and happily walked. When the little girl saw these people, she grabbed her burned arm. Even if it was painful, she bore with it. Tears rolled in her eyes and fresh blood flowed down her arm. Fong Poliu felt the small body tremble and understood what was going on. These were King Wudong's troops. Lin Fan rode his horse past the army. When the soldiers saw these people, they were all stunned. It was obvious that they didn't expect that someone would dare to pass them so calmly. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. When he passed by the leading army, he suddenly stopped, turned around and asked with a smile, "Let me ask you guys something. Did you guys destroy the villages at the back?" The leader of this army was an earl, an official who could lead 100 people. He held a roasted chicken in his hand and his mouth was covered in grease. He walked towards Lin Fan viciously. "We are the army under King Wudong." "Who are you?" "We wiped out the village, so what?" "Nothing, I like people who speak the truth." "Then, can you die for me?" Shwa! A streak of light flashed across. Lin Fan pulled out his blade and then sheathed it. He was really quick. This blade couldn't be caught by the naked eye. Poochie! A head slowly separated. Blood shot into the sky and dyed the ground red. Their eyes opened wide. All the soldiers were stunned. To them, it was like they had seen a ghost. Earl was killed. They didn't dare to believe that the Earl who was perfectly fine actually died just like that. Rage points plus 66, rage points plus 77, rage points plus 66. When the little girl saw those scenes, her eyes opened wide like she didn't expect it. Uproar. The soldiers all reacted. Earl was killed. He killed Earl. Capture him, don't let him run. Damn, you actually dare to attack us. We are King Wudong's soldiers, do you want to die? Lin Fan didn't care about the soldiers' shouts at all. From his point of view, these were like mosquitoes buzzing in his ears. So annoying, really annoying. Cousin, take them down and tie them to the trees. Don't kill them. Lin Fan said. Yes, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao replied. He got off the horse and looked at the struggling ants. He gave out a cold smile. I have to show mercy to deal with all of you. How problematic. Pang! The moment he said that, Zhou Zhongmao charged into the crowd. To normal commoners, this army of 100 couldn't be blocked. But to true experts, it was far from enough. To them, Zhou Zhongmao was like a berserk beast. They couldn't block him at all, they didn't even have a chance to fight back. They cried out. They screamed. Even if Zhou Zhongmao showed mercy, it was really problematic to control his strength. Occasionally, one or two soldiers would explode. The scene immediately shocked the soldiers. Too terrifying. It was just too terrifying. Not long later, the cries stopped. The soldiers were all tied to the trees. There were a lot of trees here, and each person was tied to a tree. It was quite a shocking sight to see. Lin Fan stood there and said, "Look at my face, don't die without knowing who did it." Rage points plus 66, rage points plus 66. Although the number of rage points was small, luckily there were enough of them. Let us go. We are King Wudong's soldiers, let us go. They hollered. Even if their faces were swollen, at that moment, they felt the scent of death covering them. Chapter 219. Feng Poliu didn't know what Lin Fan was doing. Why did he tie the soldiers to the tree? He really didn't understand. But very quickly, when he saw Lin Fan's next actions, he instantly understood. Your existence doesn't mean much to me. Furthermore, I'm not someone who likes to meddle in other people's business. All I can say is that you guys are really unlucky to have bumped into me. Then, there's nothing I can do about it. Lin Fan said calmly. Then, the lightning that was condensed from his inner strength appeared in his hands. He turned his head and tossed the lightning in his hand. The lightning landed on the ground and with a pang, a bright light exploded out. Not long later, a huge flame exploded out. Lin Fan got on the horse and noticed Feng Poliu's stunned expression. What are you looking at? Feng Poliu stared at Lin Fan. You are too vicious. When did I say that I wasn't vicious? Lin Fan asked. Screams spread out from the back. They were burned by fire. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 111. At that moment, the rage points totally exploded. To Lin Fan, the main thing wasn't rage points, but that if he didn't do it, then no one would. Why not be more vicious and do it right away? Then, everything would return to normal. How great! Feng Poliu was impressed by Lin Fan. He was truly convinced. There was nothing he could do if he wasn't convinced. He really didn't expect this kid to burn them all with a single fire. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 111. He welcomed the last wave of rage points. The burning black smoke floated into the air. The little brat stared at the red flames and then at Lin Fan. Suddenly, a voice spread out from the distance. You are so young, but why is your killing intent so heavy? You are so vicious, it is rare for me to see such a thing. The voice reverberated. At the same time, a strong wind extinguished the flames. But it was all too late. Not many of those soldiers could survive. An expert. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan calmly turned his head. Who liked to be a busybody, to even care about a fire? In the distance, an old priest walked over with a horsetail whisk. He pinched his black beard and looked at Lin Fan solemnly. From afar, he noticed that there was smoke rising from this place. He thought that something had happened, but when he arrived here, he couldn't believe his eyes. There were actually so many soldiers tied to the trees, and then that Brett set them on fire. He actually wanted to burn these soldiers alive. He couldn't bear it. He would not allow such a thing to happen in front of him and be so indifferent. Old Taoist, can you not be a busybody? Lin Fan looked at the old Taoist in the distance and said. There are too many injustices in the world. Too many. But as long as I see it, I have to care. Little friend, you burned them alive. Your methods are truly cruel. I wonder what they did to make you so angry. One step from the old Taoist was equivalent to dozens of steps for others. Lin Fan frowned. These soldiers passed by her village and killed and pillaged. She was the only one who survived, so I burned them. Do you think I went too far? The old Taoist said, when will there be an end to revenge? Even if they did something wrong, why do you have to use such intense methods to harm them? After all, they are all lives. Feng Poliu didn't say anything. He looked at the old Taoist and then he recalled, you are a disciple of Qingshan Temple. It wasn't that he knew who the person in front of him was. Instead, it was the color of the other party's clothes that made him recall which sect or faction liked to wear cyan clothes. In the end, he thought about Qingshan Temple. That's right, I am Qingshan Temple's 78th generation grade 2 disciple, Yun Yuzi. Yun Yuzi said. Feng Poliu frowned and then said softly, young Master Lin, this fellow isn't simple, he is actually a grade 2 disciple. Based on what I know, Qingshan Temple disciples are split into 9 grades, grade 1 is the highest, grade 2 isn't bad either. He is obviously a grandmaster. Lin Fan looked at him and laughed coldly. I heard a phrase in the past, when you don't know what is going on, you advise people to be magnanimous. If you can avoid it, then avoid it. If you can't, then kill them. It is obvious that you are the person who advised me to be magnanimous. Pang! Lin Fan got off the horse and stepped on the ground. His internal strength was boiling, it was obvious that he was ready to attack. Young Master Lin, don't be rash. You haven't seen his strength. If he is peak grandmaster, you aren't his match. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan looked at the small support system. Rage points, 55006. Add points. Physique 380 to 390 increased, instantly reaching peak master realm, also known as max. He continued to raise his internal strength. Internal strength, 390. Internal and external cultivation had reached peak master realm. Raise barbaric saint battle technique. Consume 16,500 rage points. Barbaric saint battle technique, returning to true, consume 16500 rage points. 9 heavens lightning drawing technique, returning to true, Puchi. Puchi. Just at that moment, a sound exploded out from Lin Fan's body. It was the sound of bones shaking, like something was expanding. Young Master Lin, you. When Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan, he was shocked. He saw something that he couldn't believe. Lin Fan lowered his head and opened his mouth, revealing his teeth. Liquid flowed down his gums and many green veins appeared on his face. A really strong aura was accumulating in Lin Fan's body. Feng Poliu didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. Why did young Master Lin, who was originally fine, suddenly change? The muscles that were exposed to the outside tightened, and every muscle was covered with tiny and dense veins, as if there were many worms entangled on them. Kong! A low roar came from Lin Fan's throat. At that moment, a storm exploded out from his legs. His improvement was just too quick. The power of his physique totally suppressed his internal strength. How can a master realm have such strength? Feng Poliu didn't dare to believe it. Even if he had been through many things, he had never seen such a weird scene. Yun Yuzi's expression was solemn. Little friend, your killing intent is too strong. This isn't a good thing for you. There are some things that you can't do even if you want to. For your future, let me destroy your cultivation today. Pang! Lin Fan stepped forwards and the ground instantly cracked. Numerous pieces of stone flew into the air and a low voice exploded out. He disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared, he was in front of Yun Yuzi. You really talk too much nonsense. Pang! He punched out, and the air seemed to distort as his righteous force exploded. Yun Yuzi was really solemn and slapped the horsetail whisk in his hand. In an instant, he felt a very heavy force coming at him. Good fellow, dual cultivation. Yun Yuzi didn't dare to be careless. He deflected the force and then smashed the horsetail whisk towards Lin Fan's chest. When the horsetail whisk struck Lin Fan's body, it was like striking a steel board, giving out a low sound. Lin Fan took several steps back and then patted his chest. It was just a little painful. You old priest, you think you are strong and like to be a busybody. I didn't want to do anything to you, but since you want to trash my cultivation, then let's see who trashes who. He had already suppressed this berserk power. Peak Grandmaster Expert. From that short attack, Feng Poliu could see his cultivation. Although he wasn't the strongest in the peak, he wasn't weak either. Young Master Lin, let me do it. Facing such an expert, it was time for him to attack. With Lin Fan's Master Realm cultivation, he probably wasn't his match. No need, let me do it. Lin Fan reached out and stopped Feng Poliu. Although it would be a tough battle, he had already made his mind up. He was going to personally kill this fellow. Feng Poliu wanted to say something, but looking at Lin Fan, he knew that he didn't need to say anything. It was useless even if he said anything. Lin Fan opened his arms and thick internal strength boiled. Pailai Pala. Although the Nine Heavens lightning drawing technique was just a Master Realm technique, it had many uses. Using the strength of the body and internal strength to form the lightning that descended from the sky. Beside Lin Fan, many thin bolts of lightning landed. Normal people couldn't get close at all. This, Feng Poliu naturally didn't believe that Lin Fan was drawing lightning from heaven and earth. After all, that was impossible. Not to mention a master, even a grandmaster couldn't do that. He noticed that Lin Fan's body was shaking at a weak frequency. This was using the shaking of the body and internal strength to form lightning. How much internal strength did he need to support that? To him, when other people cultivated this technique, they definitely wouldn't use it like that. As for him, who knew how long he would be able to last? Barbarian patterns. Vital energy like a dragon. Hong Long. In a blink of an eye, a thick vital energy rose up from Lin Fan's body. His vital energy exploded out. At the same time, black patterns appeared on his body, filled with a wild feeling from the desolate era. Old monk, you are going to die. Lin Fan hollered and charged towards Yun Yuzi. Yun Yuzi sensed that explosive aura. Especially when he saw the lightning that landed around the kid, he was shocked. This was different from the people he had faced before. Even if he was a peak grandmaster, he didn't dare say that he could cause such a shocking aura. Dao Star. Star Scattering Hand. Yun Yuzi didn't dare to be careless, he became really serious. The horsetail whisk in his hand instantly expanded, many white threads covered the sky like it was about to cover Lin Fan. Lin Fan pulled out his blade, the strongest blade of the lightning blade. 4 strokes slashed forwards. Poochie! The horsetail whisk exploded. The lightning that merged with internal strength landed and smashed onto Yun Yuzi's body. Pang! Dao Star shook, like a stone being tossed into water, causing many ripples. Demon Ape Fist. A demon ape appeared behind Lin Fan's back and punched towards Yun Yuzi. His stamina and internal strength didn't decrease at all. He could use all heart cultivation techniques, and external techniques to the extreme. He didn't need to think so much at all. He didn't even need to worry about internal strength drying up. Chapter 220. Hong Long. The ground was shaking. The auras of the two of them were just too strong. However, Lin Fan was still unable to kill the old Taoist in front of him in the shortest amount of time that he could muster. Even if he had improved a lot, the gap between them was still a little huge. After all, they were a huge realm apart. How did young Master Lin's strength become so strong, a realm difference, and he isn't at a disadvantage? Even a top sect can't develop such a talent. What fortuitous encounter did Lin Wani get to give it to young Master Lin? Feng Poliu's imagination wasn't big enough. He could only think that Lin Wani got it and then gave it to Lin Fan. However, he didn't expect that Lin Fan had a small support system. Qingshan Temple was a strong sect. Although it was a temple, their way of doing things was that if one didn't agree with what they said, then it was wrong. Anyone who retorted their sect's theory would be corrected. No matter what kind of sect it was the same. Especially such a sect that had been around for a long time. Even if it was wrong, they wouldn't admit it. If they did, then they would lose all their pride. Lin Fan's words weren't wrong at all. The old priest's words did make sense. Just because Lin Fan didn't agree, he wanted to trash his cultivation. That was just too overbearing. The little girl looked at the scenes in front of her. Everything that happened was like a battle between gods to her. Little brat, take a good look. All of this happened because of you. Although I don't know what is worth his attention about you, since he brought you here, he wants to develop you. You can't forget kindness. Your family is dead and he will be your only support. Feng Poliu said softly. The little girl didn't react, her eyes lit up like she understood. Ah ah ah. Just at that moment, Yun Yuzi couldn't take it anymore. His cultivation was much stronger than him, but he was unable to take him down. There were open wounds on his body. There were also many burnt areas. What kind of monster are you? Yun Yuzi hollered. Lin Fan also had many wounds on his body. It hurt a little, but it didn't matter. He felt that his condition was still very strong. He didn't feel tired or exhausted at all. Stinky old Taoist, don't even think about running away. Today, you will definitely be lying here. Just tell me, no one can change it. Lin Fan's aura continued to expand. Thick internal strength spread out and even the air started to twist. Yun Yuzi felt that he had used up a lot of his inner qi. Although the other party wouldn't be able to do anything to him in the short term, the consequences would be dire if this continued. Up until now, he hadn't noticed any signs of exhaustion from the other party. The degree of internal strength explosion was something that normal Master Realm experts would have used up long ago. They wouldn't even be able to lift a finger. However, Lin Fan was so energetic and he didn't feel anything weird at all. That was terrifying. Little friend, you are too confident. I am telling you all this because I hope that you can understand what you did wrong. Do you really think that I can't take you down? Yun Yuzi hollered. He cultivated the big whole true scripture, to balance the three souls, to refine energy, to reach the point where the body and soul were one. This was the cultivation method of Qingshan Temple. To the outside world, it was the essence, energy, and soul. Stop talking nonsense, I am too lazy to talk to you. Lin Fan's expression turned cold and he charged towards him once more. Pang! The two of them clashed once more. Not only did Yun Yuzi have to take each shocking attack, but he also had to be wary of the lightning that suddenly appeared in the sky. Lin Fan refreshed his points. He didn't use the blade technique. He just maxed out mixed energy broken jade hand. Pang! Yun Yuzi hollered in rage and punched Lin Fan's chest. Even if he was a dual cultivator and his body was extremely strong, with his internal strength, it was enough to injure him. Lin Fan's mouth was covered in blood. His fingers changed color and became really sharp, stabbing right into his stomach. It broke open his skin. Yun Yuzi felt pain. He twisted his body with a weird movement technique and retreated. Damn! Yun Yuzi covered his stomach, fresh blood flowed out. If he reacted a little slower, the kid's fingers would have pulled out his intestines. What a vicious technique, it seems like you are related to the evil path. Another cauldron fell from the sky. If Lin Wani knew that this old priest said that mixed energy broken jade hand was an evil technique, he would probably beat him up. With a creak, the bones in Lin Fan's chest started to recover. His body was strong, but his internal strength wasn't weak either. He broke a few bones, wrapped them up with internal strength and connected them back together. What does it have to do with your mother? Lin Fan scolded. How would he give this old priest time to talk nonsense? He just charged forwards. He could see that this old priest wanted to talk nonsense with him, to use this period of time to recover internal strength. How would he give him the chance? He wouldn't give him any chance at all. Feng Poliu was prepared to attack. He could see that the people from Qingshan Temple were as the rumors said. They looked like they were righteous, but actually, they weren't. He could even say such words. As expected, he was so shameless. He was waiting for the outcome. Yun Yuzi definitely wanted to run. As long as he ran, he would be able to tell others not to worry about the difference between realms. In the past, he saw someone fight a peak Grandmaster Realm expert at Master Realm. Not only was he not killed, he even forced him back. As expected. Not long later, Yun Yuzi shouted, "Demon, just wait. I will let you live today, but in the future, I will wipe you out." The way he called him changed. He had transformed from a little friend to a demon. Just at that moment, Feng Poliu attacked. "Old priest, since you are here, where do you want to go?" "I wanted to let you go, but since you said that, naturally, I can't let you go." "What?" Yun Yuzi was confident in his ability to escape. At this moment, Yun Yuzi noticed that the person who suddenly appeared in front of him wasn't a normal person. The internal strength that spread out from his body was that of a peak grandmaster like him. No, his internal strength was stronger than his. What Yun Yuzi didn't understand was that since he was so strong, why didn't he attack and instead looked on from the side for so long? "Get down!" Feng Poliu slapped down, his thick internal energy exploded out like water from a flood. Pang! Yun Yuzi was shocked. He tried to block, but his internal strength wasn't at its peak. He couldn't take it. He fell toward the ground. Pang! Damn it, this is so infuriating. Yun Yuzi was furious. But suddenly, he felt a ferocious aura coming from behind him. "You want to run? Can you run?" The voice was dark and sunken, causing him to shiver. Not good, was he going to die here? Chapter 221. Pang! A tragic cry spread out. Yun Yuzi was badly injured. His back was covered in blood and a piece of flesh was grabbed by Lin Fan. "Smelly old Taoist, you say that my move is evil? That's great. Let's see if my evil move is vicious enough." Lin Fan laughed coldly. Mixed energy broken jade hand was cultivated to the returning to true realm. It was enough to crush anything, much less flesh and blood. "Ah!" Yun Yuzi cried out. His eyes were filled with blood and fresh blood spurted out from his back. When he saw the flesh and blood on his back being grabbed, rage boiled in his heart. However, more than that, he wanted to flee. He was finished. He was really finished. He was going to die here today. Wait. Yun Yuzi's features were all twisted together. The pain tormented him so much that he was about to collapse. There was an expert in front and a demon behind. The chances of him escaping were just too low. What Yun Yuzi didn't expect was that there was actually a peak Grandmaster Realm expert here. "Are you fucking messing with me? To only attack now, that was just too shameless and despicable." Pang! Just at that moment, Yun Yuzi was shocked. He told him to wait but Feng Poliu didn't care and attacked. That palm was too terrifying, smacking Yun Yuzi away and causing him to spit out blood. There was a loud explosion. Yun Yuzi fell to the ground and spat out fresh blood. His face was ashen white. I told you to wait, let's talk nicely. What is the point of fighting? I didn't offend all of you. Yun Yuzi reached out and shouted, hoping to stop the violence that was happening. No, you have already offended me. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu was prepared to kill. Before he had a conflict with him, he didn't want young Master Lin to offend too many people. But now that things had reached such a stage, there was no chance of reconciliation. In that case, he could only use a killing move and ruthlessly beat this fellow to death here. Lin Fan walked in front of Yun Yuzi and squatted down. You old monk, why are you terrified now? Didn't you say that I was a demon and wanted to help the heavens to kill me? Then, bring it on. Yun Yuzi fell to the ground and his face was filled with shock. Friend, let's talk nicely. I was in the wrong, I admit it. He really didn't expect this guy's cultivation to be so strong. He thought that Lin Fan was just at Master Realm and he could easily crush him. Who knew that this Master Realm nearly caused him to collapse? Moreover, what he didn't expect even more was that the guy who didn't look like much was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the Great Grandmaster Realm. It was even stronger than him. Since he was so powerful, why did he have to keep such a low profile? Was he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Just as Lin Fan was about to get closer, viciousness exploded in Yun Yuzi's eyes. The arm that was hidden in his sleeves was like a snake as it struck towards Lin Fan's throat. Patter! Ah! Yun Yuzi wanted to sneak attack Lin Fan, but who knew that he would react so quickly? A blood-curdling scream was heard. His fingers were like sponges that were directly deformed. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Let go, let go. Yun Yuzi cried out. His cries were too miserable. Ai, you're really unlucky. Feng Bola said. He could be a busybody, but he had to know how to speak. The words he said at the start were indeed a little arrogant. Now it was a tragedy, there was no turning back. Lin Fan smiled, didn't you say that you wanted to trash me? Now, I can actually cripple you. To be honest, I've never crippled a peak Great Grandmaster's cultivation in my life. I wonder what it would feel like to do so. To Yun Yuzi, these words were like a bolt from the blue, causing his brain to buzz. What did he say? He wanted to trash his cultivation. Yun Yuzi was shocked, his face was ashen white. Little friend, you can't do that. I am a grade 2 disciple of Qingshan Temple, I have a high position. If you trash my cultivation, even if I don't blame you, Qingshan Temple won't let it go. Why don't we just let it go? I feel that not only are you shameless, but you are also dumb. Do you think we can let it go just like that? Lin Fan said. He was lazy to say anything more to this fellow. Feng Poliu said, let's just kill him, leaving him is a problem. Yun Yuzi looked at Feng Poliu. How vicious, he could even say such words, couldn't he have some sympathy? Suddenly, Lin Fan moved. He slapped Yun Yuzi's stomach and internal strength surged in, turning Yun Yuzi into a useless person. Yun Yuzi was stunned. His expression changed as he hollered in rage, how dare you, how dare you, he was about to go crazy. He really didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually trash his cultivation. He was a peak grandmaster, to reach such a realm, he had suffered so much. Now that it was actually destroyed, he wanted to fight him to the death. I will fight you to the death. Yun Yuzi wanted to pounce over and fight Lin Fan, but he had no energy. His body was empty, he had no internal strength at all. That feeling of helplessness was something he didn't dare to imagine. Pang! Lin Fan kicked Yun Yuzi to the ground. Don't you like to persuade people? In the future, I hope that you can continue. When you face things that you think are unfair, stand out bravely. Feng Poliu looked at Yun Yuzi's tragic state and actually pitied him. What a tragic person. He was a peak grandmaster expert and now he instantly became trash. The difference was too huge, normal people couldn't take it. Not to mention normal people. No one would be able to take it. Young Master Lin, can I kill him now? Feng Poliu asked. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu and said, why are you so cruel, wanting to kill him for no reason? Don't you think that you are too much? Feng Poliu was speechless. Was that something a human could say? Who's the cruel one? You flipped the words, you were the one who wanted to kill him for no reason. He suddenly noticed that the world had changed. Then, what do you want to do? Leaving him alive will be a disaster in the future. Feng Poliu said. He didn't want Lin Fan to offend so many enemies, but if he did, he hoped that Lin Fan could kill him. It was best if he smashed him so badly that even his corpse couldn't be found. That was the safest. Don't you think that it is best for him to be like this? Lin Fan said. He grabbed Yun Yuzi's arm. Didn't you say that I cultivated evil cultivation techniques? Let me tell you, this cultivation technique is called Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand. Its secret isn't that it is really sharp, but that it can really shatter the meridians and bones in your body. It can allow you to have no energy left in your body and no internal energy gathered. Feel it. Puchi. Yun Yuzi cried out. I heard that your Qingshan temple is really strong and you definitely have many methods. But now, I want to see what else you have. Lin Fan smiled. When he pressed down with 2 fingers, 2 finger marks appeared on Yun Yuzi's bones. You bastard, if you have balls then kill me, otherwise, you will regret it. Yun Yuzi hollered. He was in total despair. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen to him. Lin Fan looked at Yun Yuzi in disdain. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Why don't you just kill yourself? With your current situation, I don't even need to think to know. If your enemies find out about this, you will be unlucky. Feng Poliu was speechless. The current situation was worse than death for Yun Yuzi. Maybe death was much better than this. At that moment, Lin Fan raised his blade and slashed down. The blade light slashed and sliced those trees. Those soldiers who were tied to the trees didn't care if they died or not. Anyways, under that blade, they couldn't even think about living. Okay, the matter is solved. It is time to leave. He retracted his energy and returned to his normal state. Just as he was prepared to leave, he turned his head and looked at Yun Yuzi like he thought about something. For someone like you, wearing clothes is a little underestimating you. Cousin, go, take off all his clothes. Yun Yuzi was furious. He was already on the verge of exploding. When he heard those words, he became even more furious. You are too much. Pa! The moment he said that, Zhou Zhongmao kicked his face and then started to strip his clothes. Very quickly, Yun Yuzi was totally naked. A peak Grandmaster Realm expert had a bad start. He met him on the way and tried to act cool to persuade him. Who knew that he would be screwed instead? Not only was his cultivation trashed, but his body was also tortured. Hate. He really hated him. Lin Fan didn't kill Yun Yuzi mainly because the rage points he provided were too many. He was a little reluctant. Lin Fan got on the horse and left. Before he left, he said, I hate such people the most. Feng Poliu sighed. He really didn't want to kill him. He didn't understand why he wanted to leave him alive. Why didn't he just kill him? Damn. Yun Yuzi looked at the back view in rage. His heart was bleeding. He raised his hand and wanted to swear to the heavens that if he didn't take revenge, then he wasn't a human. But when he raised his hand, he felt like all his bones were about to explode. Crippling my cultivation, even destroying my foundation, what a vicious heart, what vicious methods. This old Taoist has already admitted defeat, yet he is still so overbearing. How can he be so excessive? Yun Yuzi cursed inwardly. If that was possible. He really wanted him to feel the pain of having his cultivation trashed. Wait, all of you wait. Although Yun Yuzi wanted to die, he wouldn't die now. He had to wait for a chance. He just wanted to return to Qingshan Temple. Only then would he have a chance to take revenge. However, he was naked now. When the wind blew, his body felt cold. It was inconvenient to move. In the wilderness, if one didn't have strength, it would be dangerous at night. Fierce beasts would treat him as prey and rip him apart. Also, what was his name? He actually forgot to ask. If not, how was he going to take revenge? Chapter 222. Not bad. During this period of time, that old monk gave me close to 10,000 rage points. Lin Fan was satisfied. Peak Grandmaster Realm was really a good source of rage points. He treated Yun Yuzi like that, and he would remember it and never forget what happened today. As long as he didn't. Then, the rage points would continue to strike him. The angrier he was, the happier he would be. It would also allow him to walk on the path of becoming stronger. How good would it be if there were a few more of such idiots? Lin Fan wanted to meet such a person, but he felt like it wasn't easy. After all, there weren't many idiots, and if he met one, he had to cherish them. When Feng Poliu heard Lin Fan's words, he was stunned as he looked at him. Oh my god. He actually wanted to meet him. Was there a need to be so arrogant? He was thinking whether or not Qingshan Temple would go crazy. After all, he was a grade 2 disciple, his cultivation reached peak Grandmaster. No matter where he was a rare talent. Now, he was trashed just like that. That was something that he couldn't accept. Young Master Lin, it is best to be safe. If you think too much, it will be dangerous. People from Qingshan Temple aren't easy to deal with. If you meet them in the future, you must be careful. Feng Poliu reminded. He really didn't expect that this place wasn't a luxurious city, so why would he meet disciples from large sects? These disciples had nothing to do, so why did they have to come to such a remote place? Lin Fan smiled. What are you saying? If they aren't good people, then I am. If I meet people from Qingshan Taoist Temple again, I will definitely teach them a lesson. Feng Poliu had a deeper understanding of Lin Fan. He was someone who wasn't afraid of anything. He was impressed. He really was impressed. As for that girl, she wasn't attractive at all. He just wanted to do it, which was why he brought her back to Martial Path Mountain. A few days later, Martial Path Mountain appeared in Lin Fan's sight. After going out for so long, it felt more comfortable to be back. However, the peaceful days couldn't last for long. After heading out, he realized that the outside world wasn't safe at all. Without some strength, it would be too easy to be hammered by others. When he entered Wandering Dragon's sect, he took a look outside and didn't alert anyone. He realized that they really knew how to live their lives. They actually bought a lot of chickens. Before he even got close, he could already hear the chickens crowing. Regarding this, he felt that this was really good. 20,000 taels of silver did not allow them to be extravagant. Buying some chickens to continue laying eggs would allow them to have an endless supply of eggs. Without Lin Fan, Martial Path Mountain had no soul. But for Yuan Tianshu, this period of time was not bad. He thought that Zhang Tianshan would take the chance to attack and snatch the fruits of Martial Path Mountain's victory. Who knew that Zhang Tianshan would be able to bear with it and not show any signs of wanting to? At first, he thought that he might have been mistaken. Maybe from the start till now, it was just his imagination. Actually, Zhang Tianshan didn't want to snatch the fruits of victory. But very soon, he overthrew this idea. This was because Zhang Tianshan did something which he personally witnessed. It once again confirmed that Zhang Tianshan had thoughts in his heart. That night, he saw Zhang Tianshan standing in the night sky with Liang Yongqi by his side. He actually called him sect leader and not deputy sect leader. When he heard that, he felt that it wasn't right. If he was Zhang Tianshan, he would definitely say that he wasn't sect leader, just deputy sect leader. He had to pay attention to the way he addressed him and not call him that. But Zhang Tianshan acted like he was really happy. So, he understood. There was a more terrifying plot brewing. As for why it was so calm now, it was because he was waiting for the best time. He really could bear with it. Yuan Tianshu always felt that there were always people better than him. Although Martial Path Mountain was small, to be able to live here meant that he wasn't a simple person. Of course, apart from Lin Fan's servants, there was also the extremely stupid Liang Yongqi. Just at that moment, Yuan Tianshu noticed that a few people appeared at the foot of the mountain. They were back. Lin Fan and the others were back. He didn't head out to welcome them. At such a time, he had to avoid all problems and not get dragged in. Go Zi saw Yuan Tianshu leave hurriedly and was a little confused. What happened? When he looked down the mountain and saw a few figures on the stairs, he immediately shouted cheerfully. Young master, when young master wasn't here, he couldn't even sleep well. He was afraid that young master would face danger outside. He hurried down the mountain. Lin Fan saw Go Zi walk over and smiled. Did anything happen on Martial Path Mountain while I wasn't here? Young master, nothing happened at all. Go Zi smiled happily and then walked beside Lin Fan. Young master, you must be tired from being outside. I will prepare dinner for you now. It was already afternoon and the sky was about to turn dark. When Go Zi saw the foreign brat, he was confused. Who was she? However, he didn't ask. He just knew that young master brought her back. You are finally back. Feng Poliu heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, he had gone through too many things. He didn't expect that in such a short time, he would offend so many enemies. 9 Bug Gang. Imperial Dynasty Zhao Family. Xiedao Sect. Qingshan Temple. King Wudong. Thinking about it, none of the 5 powers were good to offend. If they knew that they were on Martial Path Mountain, the outcome would be catastrophic. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Go Zi, don't rush to cook. Go to the city and buy some clothes for the brat. Lin Fan said. Yes, young master. Go Zi acted right away without hesitation. The little girl was a little nervous when she came to a foreign place. She hid at the back and looked around. The things that she had experienced had left a huge shadow in her heart. It was very, very difficult to erase this shadow. Dinner time. You all saved her? Zhang Tianshan looked at the girl who didn't have anything special about her and asked curiously. King Wudong's army wiped out their village and I bumped into her. I noticed that she was alive, so I brought her back. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianxian was shocked. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with bringing a brat back. But Feng Poliu told him that they offended many people outside and he had to pay attention not to attract their attention. It was okay to wipe out King Wudong's 100-man army, but why did they offend a sect that they couldn't contact? Even if Zhang Tianxian thought that he was someone who had been through many storms. But when he heard this, his hands actually trembled slightly. Yuan Tianshu kept silent and didn't say a word. He felt like things had become a little dangerous. No. There was definitely a problem here. Why did Lin Fan offend so many powers? There was definitely a hidden plot. Suddenly, Yuan Tianshu thought about a possibility, which was that Lin Fan was using such a method to warn Zhang Tianxian. He told him directly that he had caused many problems outside and if he wasn't afraid, then he could snatch his sect leader position. As long as he dared, then he would have to face those strong enemies. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Maybe it was the same as what he thought. Yuan Tianshu snuck a look at Lin Fan and was filled with disbelief. He was so young and actually had such skills. He was really shrewd. Lin Fan looked at the little girl. Little brat, this is Martial Path Mountain, you can just stay here. Also, what is your name? The little girl kept silent and didn't say a word. She just lowered her head and ate the rice in her bowl. You don't want to say? Then forget it. When you want to say, then you can tell us. Lin Fan said and then looked towards Feng Poliu. I will give you a chance to perform. In the future, this brat will follow you and you will teach her martial path. If she has some talent, then let her join Martial Path Mountain as the third disciple. Me? Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. His words were so simple, a chance to perform. He really wanted to say that he didn't want this chance and was willing to give it to someone else. However, when he saw how pitiful the little brat was, he didn't joke about it. Perhaps a casual and joking refusal would be a blow to this little girl. Okay, no problem. Such a cute little brat, I am at ease teaching her. Feng Poliu said. Liang Yongqi pitied the little girl's situation. I am the grand disciple of Martial Path Mountain. Junior sister, if you have anything, just tell me. Zhang Tianxian felt much better. Since Martial Path Mountain opened, they finally had a disciple. Although she was a little brat, if they developed her well, she might become a pillar of Martial Path Mountain. Fuzhou, giant ship. Gang leader's rage was deafening. However, to the various hall heads, gang leader, don't be angry, it was useless. It was like he had evaporated from the world. They had pasted his portrait in the cities around Fuzhou. Unfortunately, till now, there was no useful news. Originally, with their abilities, it would not have been difficult for them to track down the other party's whereabouts. Now, they were convinced. They just couldn't find him. Gang leader, I think that if we want to investigate further, we have to go to Rivertown. From the loss of the treasure to the death of our men, it all happened in Rivertown. Maybe we can find out everything we want to know from Rivertown, a hall master said. Although these two things couldn't be linked together. But they felt like they were connected. Gang leader raged, since you know what to do, then why don't you go search? What are you trying to say here? Let me tell you, you have to find him, if not, I will teach you a lesson. Yunlu City was wiped out, it was like an invisible slap on 9 bug gang's face. Only 9 bug gang wiped out others. No one dared to behave arrogantly in their territory. Chapter 223. That night, Lin Fan was in the room dealing with his own martial path situation. Suddenly, rage points flew over. Rage points plus 666. Rage points plus 333. There were a lot of them. He was wondering if the smelly old Taoist was angry, or if young Master Zhao was unable to pay the bill after being stripped by him. Anything was possible. With my current strength, I can put up a fight against a peak great grandmaster. Lin Fan could sense that his own strength was in an explosive state. Although the old monk was peak grandmaster, it was hard to say. No one knew where he stood among his peers at the same level as him at the peak realm. After all, Feng Poliu was a peak grandmaster expert, but he had the ability to suppress Yun Yuzi. This was why there was a difference between the two. Looking at the data. Physique, 390, Peak Master Realm, Internal Strength, 390, Peak Master Realm, Heart Cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 33, Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture, Grade 10, Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Returning to True, Bug Controlling Technique, Basics, Unmovable King Body, Returning to True, Lightning Blade 4 Strokes, Returning to True, Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand, Unlearnt, Demon Ape Fist, Returning to True, Big Dipper Silence Palm, Returning to True, Barbaric Saint Battle Technique, Returning to True, 9 Heavens Lightning Drawing Technique, Returning to True. Rage Points, 13555. Many of the cultivation techniques he cultivated were raised to the Returning to True realm. The more cultivation techniques one practiced, the greater the effect on one's strength would be. None of the cultivation techniques he cultivated were extra. One could even say that if they were, he wouldn't want to cultivate them. After all, it was just a waste of rage points. I will send a few cultivation techniques to cousin. Lin Fan was prepared to send the Barbaric Saint Battle Technique and Unmovable King Body to cousin. These two cultivation techniques were suitable for cousin. Although his cousin walked the path of both internal and external cultivation, his physique cultivation could only be considered average. It wasn't that profound. To him, his cousin seemed to be born with godly strength. After that, he consumed the purple gold dragon essence pill, which allowed his cousin's potential to be further developed. When he was outside, his cousin's cultivation was at the initial grade 10. But now, he could feel that his cousin was about to break through. The violet gold dragon essence pill was the main reason for this. Looks like I'll have to save some good pills for my cousin in the future. Cousin didn't have a small support system like him. Without the support of any pills, he would cultivate step by step. In the future, the gap between them would grow bigger and bigger. This was not what he wanted to see. This was something he didn't want to see. U-City, border region. Lin Wani sat cross-legged and floated up into the air. The halberd beside him gave off a weak light, as if it had formed some sort of connection with him. This was the battle intent contained within the halberd. After being sealed for 20 years, even a divine weapon would gradually lose the terrifying battle intent that it once had. Buzz! Suddenly, the void trembled slightly. A small crack appeared on the border, and light sputtered out. The crack wasn't big, but it was like a living thing, slowly twisting. Lin Wani still closed his eyes and didn't bother about what was happening in front of him. At that moment, a person walked out from the crack. This person was a kid who was around 5 or 6 years old. He was white and chubby, and he looked really cute. "Uncle, I want to see the outside world." The little fatty's tender voice seemed to have some sort of enticing power as it spread out and entered Lin Wani's ears. "Pa!" Lin Wani opened his eyes. In his eyes, there were 2 balls of flames burning. This voice was too familiar to him. Scenes from the past appeared in his heart. Xiao! The halberd floating beside Lin Wani turned into a streak of light and stabbed into the little fatty's chest. The little fatty lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was no drop of blood and no organs. "Hee, 20 years of not seeing each other, and you treat me so violently? Lin Wani, you really disappoint me." Suddenly, the tender voice disappeared. What replaced it was a hoarse voice, and there was a teasing tone within. "If you have the ability, then come out," Lin Wani said solemnly. Killing intent boiled, causing the entire area to shake. This was a killing intent that could shake heaven and earth. Anyone who was under this killing intent would be covered in fear. "It isn't time yet. I heard that there was someone guarding the tunnel alone, and the first person I thought of was you. After all, you are the only person I remember. Don't worry, in just a short while, we will arrive," the little fatty said. A deep smile appeared on his face. Then, his body softened, turning into a liquid that flowed into the crack. "Remember, this time, despair will cover all of you. Wait for us to descend." The voice gradually disappeared, and the small crack that had appeared gradually closed up. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing like this had ever happened. Lin Wani didn't say anything. He looked forwards and waited for these people to arrive. Not long later, Old Wu descended from the sky. He sensed the movement at the border and rushed over right away. "Old Master, they appeared." Lin Wani said, "No, they are just messing up my mind. They won't appear so quickly. Use my name to inform the other defense lines to pay attention. We definitely can't let them come out." "Yes," Old Wu replied. "Also, chase away the refugees in U-City. This isn't a place they can stay. No matter where they go, don't stay in U-City," Lin Wani said. Understood. Old Wu knew what he had to do next. Maybe a shocking battle would occur at any moment. As for the specific time, he didn't know. Maybe it would be tomorrow, or January, or 2 months. All of that was uncertain. But the opening of the crack meant that this battle was unavoidable. Lin Fan returned to Marshall Path Mountain for a period of time. He didn't have much to do each day. During this period, Huang Boren came to take a look. After all, he invested in this. When he saw that Martial Path Mountain had one more foreign disciple, his mood was the same as Zhang Tianshan's. He was happy, it was a good start. Feng Poliu was not bad, he started to help that brat build up her foundations. If Lin Fan was the one teaching her, she would go get some rage points and then he would teach her how to add them. Feng Poliu was different. He was professionally educated and had a famous teacher teaching him. He knew how to develop disciples, so teaching him was the best decision. Young Master Lin, do you want to head out again? Feng Poliu asked. It wasn't that he knew that Lin Fan wanted to head out, but when he looked at Lin Fan's expression, he noticed that he was tempted. Lin Fan said, I do. I have nothing to do in Jiang City, so I want to head out to take a look. Feng Poliu was helpless. Young Master Lin, you just came back a few days ago, so why are you so anxious? Why not calm down and cultivate? Although I don't know how you cultivate, you are already peak master and need to slowly comprehend the path of Grandmaster. To Lin Fan, he wanted to cultivate as well. But, he couldn't bloody cultivate at all. He was someone with a small support system. He needed some special things. That was what he had thought. With his special physique, as long as he stayed in Rivertown, trouble would definitely come looking for him. But he really overestimated himself. He stayed for so many days and didn't even see a fly. If not for some random rage point striking him every day, he would wonder whether or not the people he released were all dead. I know you are afraid to head out with me. Don't worry, I won't bring anyone. Just help me take care of Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan said. Martial Path Mountain had too little high-end combat strength. If Feng Poliu left with him and Martial Path Mountain faced problems after they left, who would be able to handle it? So, he wanted to leave Feng Poliu on Martial Path Mountain. Feng Poliu wasn't courageous and didn't like to offend people. He was afraid outside, so he didn't bring anyone and headed out alone. If he was lucky, he might even be able to break through to the Great Grandmaster realm. Young Master Lin, it is better to be safe. Sometimes you are too rash, and when something really happens, you will regret it. Feng Poliu said. He had seen too many things. He didn't want young Master Lin to look down on others. Who knew what he would face outside? Maybe an unassuming person could be the most terrifying person. This kind of thing was not non-existent. He personally faced it before. During lunch, Lin Fan told them that he would be leaving Martial Path Mountain tomorrow. Zhou Zhongmao was the first to follow, but Lin Fan rejected him. After going through some things, he felt that the life of a rich family young master wasn't so easy to enjoy. He had to raise his strength. He set a small goal for himself. 1 year. As long as he didn't die, he had to become the strongest expert. If other people made such an oath, they would have been scolded to death. After all, people wanted face, and no one would believe such a shameless oath. To become the strongest expert in a year, why not just buy a piece of tofu and kill himself? You all stay on Martial Path Mountain, I don't need anyone to follow me. I will leave Martial Path Mountain and not for anything else but to raise my cultivation. Lin Fan said. If it was possible, he hoped to meet some disciples from large sections. It was best if they deserved to be beaten up. If he beat them up, he wouldn't show any mercy. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan and felt like he wasn't reliable. Lin Wani passed his son to him, but now he couldn't manage him. That feeling made him feel despair. Sect leader, why don't you rest for a period of time? Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan waved his hands, I have rested enough, so I will leave tomorrow. There is no need to say anything, I will leave Martial Path Mountain to you all. Wait for me to return, I will give you all a surprise. Zhang Tianshan was helpless. Don't say surprise. What he was most afraid of was bad news. Chapter 224. Next day. Lin Fan pulled the horse and looked at the 9-headed bug beneath his feet. He caressed it lovingly. Recently, the nine-headed bug's body became bigger and it became more terrifying. However, in front of Lin Fan, it was really tame, like an obedient puppy. Be good, stay here and take care of the house. Lin Fan caressed Nine Demon's head and said. Go. Z took the packed bag and said worriedly, young master, when you are outside, you must take care of your body. If you face danger, don't go head-on. If you can avoid it, then avoid it. Don't worry, your young master is amazing. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu said, young master Lin, let me accompany you. He felt that if Lin Fan went out, he would definitely cause trouble. Even if the sky collapsed, he wouldn't believe that Lin Fan wouldn't cause trouble. Lin Fan said, no need, just stay on Martial Path Mountain. If people come to find trouble, at least there will be experts to help. If you leave with me, then who will attack? Feng Poliu knew that Lin Fan was right. He didn't expect that apart from causing trouble, he could think so much. Young Master Lin, if that's the case, then I won't be going out with you. But please listen to a few words of advice. If you meet a group of disciples outside, it's best not to have any interaction with them. If there's a conflict, I still hope that you can kill them as quickly as possible. We can't expose the location of Martial Path Mountain, otherwise, we won't just face a few people but an entire sect. With Martial Path Mountain's current strength, we won't be able to fight them. Feng Poliu's words came from the bottom of his heart. It was also his experience after spending so much time in the pugilistic world. He believed that young Master Lin wouldn't say it. That was because young Master Lin didn't say the location of Martial Path Mountain. If he really said it, then it wasn't confidence but stupidity. Lin Fan carried the bag and waved his hands, understood, let's go. Wait for me to return. He rode away. Zhang Tianshan said, Haze, wasn't it good in the past, why did you suddenly want to head out? Feng Poliu said, he is growing. One has to say that the Yin Demon battle made him understand a lot. He finally saw through it. Young Master Lin wanted to become strong because the Yin Demons attacked the city. They were just too weak. If it wasn't for the Yin Demons having a weakness, then all of them here wouldn't have survived. Not only would they die, but numerous Jiang City civilians would die in the mouths of the Yin Demons. Zhang Tianshan prayed in his heart. Brother Lin, it isn't that I don't want to help you take care of your son, but I can't. Young Master, be careful. Go. Z looked at the disappearing back view and prayed in his heart. He hoped that young Master would be safe and nothing bad would happen to him. A bunch of horses galloped. 9 bug gang attacked, their target was Jiang City. The gang leader's rage made them feel the aura of death approaching. If they didn't hurry up and investigate clearly, with gang leader's temper, they wouldn't be able to live. Don't think that just because they are hall masters, the gang leader will show mercy. To the gang leader, hall masters are no different from ordinary gang members. Zhou He, we are in trouble because of you. You said that you would investigate Jiang City, so why did you drag us over? A fierce-looking male raged. Zhou He was the one who suggested to the gang leader to investigate from Jiang City. I can't handle this matter alone. Do you guys think that Sect Master will let you off just because you're not involved? You guys had better stop dreaming and search properly. As long as you can find some clues, we'll be able to escape from danger. Otherwise, a single thought from Sect Master and we'll all have to die, Zhou He said. 9 bug gang's internal strength seemed really united. Actually, it was just a plate of loose sand. The truly amazing one was still the gang leader. As for the hall masters, they were just not weak and were roped in by the gang leader. They all had the gang leader's bugs in their bodies. There was no need for anyone to do anything if they were disobedient. Just a thought from the gang leader would be enough to kill them without a burial place. That might be the case, but you are vicious. We will remember you. They looked towards Zhou He with no emotions at all. They were even a little furious. Suddenly, a horse charged towards them. They were stunned but they didn't care. At such a time, they didn't have time to waste with others. They Lin Fan brushed past them and then stopped. He turned his head and said, "Oi, are you all heading to Jiang City?" Zhou He and the others pulled the reins and turned their heads to look at Lin Fan. "Who are you?" "Oh, I came from Jiang City." "Looking at you all, there seems to be something going on," Lin Fan said. He felt that their clothing was familiar and they didn't look like good people. Although one couldn't judge a book by its cover, sometimes one's appearance and one's situation didn't clash too much. Zhou He took out a portrait and tossed it to Lin Fan. "Please take a look, do you recognize this person?" "Okay, I like to help people the most." Lin Fan opened the portrait. At first glance, he felt that the person was familiar. When he took another look, he felt like he was being vilified. Was the portrait as handsome as him? Even if he drew, he had to pay more attention. Just look at the eyes, were they so small? Also this nose bridge, his nose bridge was quite high, but why was it a little low in the portrait? Zhou He and the others had never seen Lin Fan before. It was very difficult to recognize the real person from just a portrait, unless the portrait was very lifelike. But how could it be lifelike? Nine Bug Gang wasn't good at doing things. How could the members of the gang be talented? How is it? Do you recognize him? Zhou He asked. Lin Fan looked at it for a long while and then nodded his head, and, "Not only do I recognize him, I am really familiar with him. Your portrait is a little problematic, but I still recognize him. He is called Lin Fan, right?" "Right." Zhou He and the others looked at one another and joy appeared on their faces. They didn't expect that a casual question would allow them to find out what they wanted to know but didn't have much hope for. They didn't come to Jiang City to search for Lin Fan but to investigate the mystery of the treasure and also how those people died in Jiang City. Who knew that they would find out about the most important thing? Lin Fan was Nine Bug Gang's biggest enemy. He wiped out the Yunlu City division and Nine Bug Gang had to get rid of him. "Where is he?" Zhou He asked eagerly. They brought many people, 3 Peak Master Hall heads, 4 initial Grandmaster Hall heads. Lin Fan thought about it and said, "If there are no accidents, the person you are looking for should be me." Uproar. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 222. "Kid, are you playing with us? You will have to pay with your life." Zhou He hollered in rage. He didn't treat Lin Fan's words seriously. To him, was there something wrong with the kid's head? Lin Fan was shocked. What did he mean by those words? When did I play with people? Everything he said was the truth. I didn't, why don't you believe me? Lin Fan said. His head hurt. Did people think that he was bragging when he spoke the truth? If that was the case, that would really make one feel helpless. Zhou He and the others didn't believe Lin Fan because no one would admit it. As long as one wasn't blind, one could tell that they came aggressively and weren't joking. Forget it, no matter what I say, you won't believe me. Then, I will do it myself. Lin Fan rose into the air and pressed down on one person. You are asking to die. The person who was chosen was furious and slapped towards Lin Fan. Pang! There was a loud explosion. Lin Fan's single leg landed on the other party's body. The horse that the other party was riding on couldn't take the force and exploded instantly. That strike was just too intense, at least to them it was. Thick dust rose into the air. Very quickly, the dust dissipated. Lin Fan stood there, his feet stepping on a head. That person's body was smashed into the ground, leaving only his head outside. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. I told you that it was me, so why don't you believe me? Do you think that I don't have the ability to wipe out your division? Lin Fan said calmly, not bothering about them at all. At this moment, when they heard that the division was wiped out, all of their eyes opened wide and believed what he said. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. Not bad. Lin Fan smiled. As long as he came out to search, then he would definitely find a way to improve. You? Zhou He was shocked. Who knew that Lin Fan would attack just like that? He didn't even have a chance to react. Take him down and bring him back. Instantly. A terrifying aura exploded out from their bodies. Thick internal strength boiled. They were all experts from 9-Bug Gang. Even the weakest was Peak Master Realm. They didn't believe that they couldn't take him down if they worked together. Lin Fan looked calmly at them. Even if the thick internal strength from their bodies blew on his clothes, he didn't feel nervous at all. If it was before, I really couldn't do anything to you. But now that you sent yourselves to me, I have no reason not to take you all in. The moment he said this, Lin Fan laughed out loud. His body swelled, the strongest strength of a dual cultivator exploded out. I will use the fastest speed to deal with all of you, but I won't kill you. Pang! He disappeared from the spot. Demon Ape Fist shook as he hammered down furiously. He could even fight a peak Great Grandmaster to the end. The strongest among them was only an early Great Grandmaster. What could they use to fight him? Hong Long. He didn't use internal strength, just the strength of his physique. One fist caused one of them to spit out blood. Not long later, Lin Fan retracted his technique and looked at the experts who were spitting out blood on the ground. He smiled. As expected, you didn't last for long. He trashed all of them and tied their wrists with ropes. Lin Fan got on the horse and grabbed a rope. He smiled, let's go, let's ride the horse and enjoy the prosperity of the world. I will bring all of you for a walk. Ride! The horse galloped. Those 9-Bug Gang hall heads who were hammered half to death by Lin Fan cried out, their bodies rubbing against the ground. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999, how annoying. Chapter 225. He thought that 9-Bug Gang wouldn't come to Jiang City, but who knew that they would? Looking at their strength. Actually, they weren't weak. One Green Master Realm and one Grandmaster Realm. It was obvious that they were the higher-ups of 9-Bug Gang. Truthfully, they didn't underestimate Jiang City. In the past, not to mention Grandmaster, even Master Realm, even initial stage, could be swept over. Now that 9-Bug Gang sent so many experts, were they underestimating Jiang City? Not at all. What a waste. Lin Fan didn't have much ambition and just liked to stay in a small place. He was strong and could head to a bigger place, but he didn't and just stayed in Jiang City. Therefore, unknowingly, Lin Fan had pulled up the strength of the entire Jiang City. Zhou He's face was ashen white. The friction with the ground caused his clothes to tear and many wounds to appear. Fresh blood splattered on the ground. Zhou He, you bastard, you harmed us. The hall heads that followed Zhou He hollered in rage. Although they would be threatened by the gang leader in the headquarters, it was better than here. Their cultivation was trashed. Now, their wrists were tied and they were dragged on the ground. They didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Zhou He gritted his teeth, what does it have to do with me? It is our responsibility to work for the gang. Who can we blame? He was cursing in his heart. At the same time, he was terrified of Lin Fan's strength. How was he so strong? When he left the headquarters, he was afraid that he would face an expert, which was why he brought so many hall heads over just in case. Who knew that he would be suppressed right away? He didn't even have a chance to fight back at all. Damn! How despicable! Nonsense! The people that followed Zhou He had raped his entire family 10,000 times. If not for him wanting to perform, to show off in front of the gang leader, how would he end up on the ground? Not good, suddenly. There was a protruding stone in front that was really eye-catching. With the current situation, if he knocked into it, the outcome would be catastrophic. Lin Fan, who was riding on his steed, did not care about these things at all. The four hooves of the steed simply strode over. Zhou He's expression was solemn. He flipped and pressed down on another person. He kicked the person beneath him away to give him space. Damn, Pang! It was the sound of chickens flying and eggs breaking. Just like an egg falling onto a heated iron plate, the yolk and egg white splattered out, making a sizzling sound. It was cooked, the protruding rock hit his body, and then the tip directly hit his crotch. That kind of feeling was really sour. If he didn't experience it himself, he wouldn't be able to imagine how sour it was. Blood-curdling screams were heard. "Zhou, I want your life." The hallmaster's face was flushed with blood and his veins were about to burst. He didn't expect Zhou to kick him away at that moment. None of them had any cultivation, so they were not much stronger than ordinary people. Zhou did not take his words to heart at all. At a time like this, whether or not they could survive was a problem. So what if the egg was broken? As long as I can live, I don't mind returning an egg to you. What did that count for? How pretentious. Lin Fan turned around to take a look. He seemed to have heard a scream just now. But he wasn't too sure. After looking at them, he didn't find anything wrong with them. From the way they rolled their eyes, it seemed like they were being dragged very comfortably. This was the first time he came out alone. He was a little nervous, like he was going to a foreign place. Who knew what he would meet or what he would face? To Lin Fan, he didn't know where he was going. He just had no goal, but his goal was clear, which was to become stronger. He didn't rely on pills or cultivation to become strong but rage points. He didn't think about where to go, so he could only take it step by step. Maybe in just a short while he would have an idea. The sky turned dark. Along the way, apart from passing a city, he didn't meet any other people. It seems like I have to spend the night in the forest. He was Peak Master Realm now, and he could even fight Peak Grandmaster Realm. If he was slightly weaker, he would be able to grind him to death. Thus, he didn't fear anything outside. As long as he was careful and didn't ask to die, he would be fine. Lin Fan walked in front of those 9 bug gang higher-ups, only to see them all laying on the ground and not moving at all. Each of them were covered in blood, and who knew whether or not they died after being dragged for a day? "Are they dead?" Lin Fan asked. Whether or not they died didn't have much to do with him. But since he brought them here, naturally, he had to take a look. No one replied. It was like they were all dead. Lin Fan didn't care about them and started a fire. He refreshed his stats and the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique spread out. With his current cultivation, the range of his internal strength was huge. A wild boar was moving around at night. Internal strength covered it, and the wild boar was instantly controlled, striking towards Lin Fan. "I am not dead." Zhou opened his eyes with much difficulty. He didn't dare to move. He lost his cultivation and was dragged for a day. It was already a miracle that he was able to live until now. No, maybe this wasn't a miracle, but he used the people around him as meat pads, pressing on them to reduce the pain from the friction on the ground. Their bodies were broken, and one could see the white bones in their flesh and blood. Pang pang. Suddenly, something weird happened. There seemed to be something surging over from all around. Zhou didn't dare to move. Even though he was curious about what it was, the current situation was too dangerous. That terrifying fellow was right there, and he had to survive. He had to return to the headquarters and tell the gang leader what had happened here. The sound of tearing and tearing reached his ears. He took a quick look, and was immediately frightened out of his wits. Countless tiny bugs gathered together, forming a dark mass that covered those corpses. They were tearing at them. Not long later, bugs crawled onto his body. The pain of being bitten made him feel like he was about to collapse. "Ah!" Zhou got up and shouted miserably, "Who the hell are you? How can you control bugs?" As expected, there are still people alive. Lin Fan was really calm. "Don't blame me for being impolite. The main thing is that your identity isn't good. I have a huge grudge with your 9 bug gang. Oh right, before I die, let me tell you that everything that happened to your 9 bug gang was done by me." "Ah! I am not willing." Bugs covered Zhou He and entered his body through his nose and mouth. Not long later, there were no corpses, not even a piece of bone. They were all bitten clean. Lin Fan carried the wild boar and shook his head. So what if he was unwilling? Since he came to Marshall Path Mountain, then he had to be mentally prepared. He skinned and sliced the meat, roasting it on the fire. One had to say. Bug controlling technique was a really useful technique. It felt like it was controlling bugs, but he realized that not only bugs, but he could even control animals. Maybe it was split into 5 types. Ho, scale, mao, feather, kuan. The 5 types of bugs. The bug controlling technique had the strongest move, which was to merge the controlled bugs with one's body to form a terrifying aura. But he had never tried it before. The main thing was that he felt disgusted. Not long later, a fragrance wafted into his nose. He had a delicious meal and then jumped onto a branch. He rested his back on it, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes. He listened to the bugs around and slowly fell asleep. He hoped that when his strength increased, he would have the ability to fly. That was the ability of a god. Everyone looked forward to it. In the future, when he headed out, he wouldn't need to ride a horse. The sky was bright. Lin Fan rode on the horse and saw a small stream in the distance. There were stones on both sides. He came to the front, the lake water was clear and he could see fish and prawns swimming in it. She took out the toiletries from her bag and washed her face with water. The only problem with coming here was that he didn't have a toothbrush and toothpaste. That made him feel really annoyed. Even if he was peak master, he was unable to make his body completely pure. But he believed that as long as he continued to improve, he would definitely reach that realm. Several days later, Lin Fan was really far from Marshall Path Mountain. The route he took wasn't far from 9 Bug Gang. If he rushed for a few more days, he would be able to reach 9 Bug Gang. Actually, he didn't know why he chose this route. Maybe it was because of his heart. Official path. People passed around. There were many normal people and some martial artists who weren't normal people. Lin Fan didn't have anything special about him, so naturally, he didn't attract attention. Ahead was Cage City, which was a little far from Fuzhou. 9 Bug Gang didn't open a division here as there was no need. City Gate. Someone took a portrait and compared it to the people passing by. Lin Fan rode over. Stop. The person at the door stopped Lin Fan and then compared him to the portrait. He frowned. Why do you look so similar to the person in the portrait? Lin Fan smiled calmly. Friend, look closely. Is he as handsome as me? Are his eyes as big as mine? Is his nose as tall as mine? What I hate the most is being humiliated by others. If you are sure that you are humiliating me, then my saber will have to ask you what you mean. The person in charge was shocked by Lin Fan's words. Since the inspection started, he had never met such an arrogant person. They were just outer members of 9 Bug Gang. They received orders to bring the portraits to check on people entering and exiting the city. Who knew that they would be insulted by him? 9 Bug Gang is doing things, what do you want to do? That person reacted, his face flushed red as he scolded. Lin Fan said, 9 Bug Gang. Kiki, you are just checking portraits and you actually dare to offend me. Good, I have remembered you. I want to see whether or not 9 Bug Gang wants to offend me or protect you. Young master, it is a misunderstanding. How can the person in the portrait be more handsome than you? Please enter. Another member, who looked very slick, immediately stopped the person next to him and kept signaling him with his eyes. Lin Fan took a look and directly entered the city. When the cunning person saw Lin Fan enter, he said directly, "Are you dumb? Can you be more knowledgeable? Does that person look like the person in the portrait? How many people have you seen who offended us and dared to come back?" I felt that he wasn't a normal person. Luckily, I stopped you, otherwise, you would be in trouble. No, I just feel like he looks like him. That person felt wronged, he really did look like him. You. Forget it, you just need to remember that he doesn't look like him. The cunning person said. Such a person had no future, his brain wasn't sharp. Chapter 226. Hayes, you still came to find me with such a brain, why don't you wait till next year? The matter at the city gate made Lin Fan realize that 9-Bug Gang wasn't much. The portrait was of him, but just a few words from him made it seem different. They had no opinions at all. They were all prepared to do something. Forget it, he didn't want to think about it anymore. Since they felt that he didn't look like him, then he would just act like he didn't. Long City was much more prosperous than Jiang City, but as it was too close to Fuzhou, it was in an awkward situation. Long City officials were arranged by the imperial dynasty. To the people of the world, being in charge of a city was huge, but to the people involved, it wasn't much. The main reason was still 9-Bug Gang. Although 9-Bug Gang didn't set up a division in Long City, they could still stretch their hands here. When 9-Bug Gang members did things, they basically wouldn't give them face. This was why the officials of Long City felt really awkward. They just wanted to work here for a few years before being transferred away. They would rather deal with righteous sects and not with 9-Bug Gang, who was half black and half white on the surface. At least the righteous sects would give them face. Even if they did things in the dark, they would still give them justice on the surface. Lin Fan led the horse and walked on the streets of the city. Hayes, as expected, I can't go far. When I go far, I feel like the place I am in is so backward. He sighed. What he said was the truth. When he was in U City, although he felt that it was a little old, he didn't think too much about it. After coming to Jiang City, comparing the two places, he realized that U City was really old. After coming to Long City and then going to Fuzhou, there was no need to talk about it. The difference was like heaven and earth, there was no comparison at all. Jushin Building. Young master, are you staying or eating? The servant at the entrance saw Lin Fan lead the horse over and warmly welcomed him. Just one look and one could tell that Lin Fan had traveled a long way. From his clothes and appearance, he was definitely a rich young master. No matter how much, he just had to charge up and lick him. Staying and eating, take good care of my horse. Lin Fan said. Okay, young master, please enter. The servant carried Lin Fan into the shop. When he reached the entrance, he shouted. Very quickly, someone took him over while he led the horse to the back courtyard. The restaurant had 2 floors. Usually, simple meals were served on the first floor, and there were people singing on the second floor. The cost was slightly higher. It was mainly to give people a feeling of elegance. Lin Fan roughly took a look. Most of them were scholars and young masters. They were all drinking and listening to songs. From time to time, they would cheer to pass the time. Ever since he left Jiang City, he hadn't had a good meal. He tipped the waiter and waved for him to serve good wine and dishes. I'll stay here for the night and have a good rest. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Lin Fan thought to himself. There was no future in this kind of place. As this place was close to Fuzhou 9-Bug Gang, no sects placed their sects here. As a result, he couldn't even find something to do. The best way was to fight to the death with 9-Bug Gang, but it was too dangerous to head to the headquarters. He couldn't guess how strong the 9-Bug Gang leader was, but to be able to occupy a state, he definitely wasn't weak. Therefore, he had to bear with it for now. Soon, many delicacies were placed on the table, and the aroma wafted over, whetting his appetite. Hayes, if I stayed in U City, I would have such days, and I wouldn't have to travel so much. Lin Fan ate and thought about it. He thought that after coming to this foreign world and being born in a rich family, he would be able to have everything he wanted. However, after enjoying it for a period of time, such days were gone. Just as he was thinking about all this, a few guests came to the second floor. They all carried weapons and gave off an extraordinary aura. It was obvious that they were people with high cultivation. One of them was a middle-aged man. When he entered the second floor, he looked around, and a bright light shone. He retracted it and sat in the corner under the waiter's lead. The bunch of them sat down and ordered some good things. They didn't speak, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Fan's cultivation wasn't low, and his ears were really sharp. He acted like he was eating, but he was actually listening in. Compared to these normal rich family young masters who had no cultivation, he wanted to listen to the conversations of these experts. As expected. Not long later, the white shirt teen couldn't help but say, "Senior uncle, what is that thing?" Sword Palace Elder Su was actually killed in one move. That is just too terrifying. Yes, senior uncle, no matter what, Sword Palace Elder Su is a peak Grandmaster realm expert. No matter how strong he is, he shouldn't be able to kill him instantly. Lin Fan listened carefully and frowned slightly. Sword Palace? He recalled that many days ago when he left Fuzhou, he met people from Sword Palace. Feng Poliu even said, why would people from Sword Palace appear here? At that time, no one cared. Now that he heard these words, he felt that something bad had happened. A peak Grandmaster was instantly killed in one move. What kind of cultivation did the person who killed him have? Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. If that was the case, then with his strength, he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. He would even be in danger. Black Mountain. After hearing so much, Lin Fan only heard the words Black Mountain regarding the location. The rest was really blurry. He only knew that these people were terrified and didn't continue to participate. They backed out and left that so-called Black Mountain. The sky turned dark. Lin Fan stayed in an upper-class room. After washing up early, he waited patiently. Kachi. The sound of a door opening spread out from outside. Lin Fan got up and waited for a moment before walking out. He looked at the staircase. There was a person there. It was a young man from the group of people in the day. That guy changed into a light outfit. It was obvious that he had dressed up specially. He held a fan in his hand and smiled as he left Jushin building. Then, Lin Fan followed. Su Song waved his fan and walked on the streets. His black glowing hair fell on his shoulders and he gave off the feeling of a handsome young master. This was the sign of successful cultivation. As long as one wasn't ugly and paid attention to their image, in terms of appearance, they would be more outstanding than those who didn't cultivate. The girls that passed were all attracted by Su Song. They were all normal girls and naturally had no resistance towards a handsome young master with an outstanding aura. To Su Song, he just wanted to go out and vent. During those days in Black Mountain, he was really nervous. Especially when he saw Sword Palace Elder Su being instantly killed, he was so terrified that he nearly peed on the spot. Luckily, he was far away and didn't get close to the scene, otherwise, the outcome would have been catastrophic. He looked forwards. He could feel the gazes of the girls around him. He looked at them directly and found them hard to look at. Naturally, he was waiting for someone to take the bait. In modern terms, Su Song was looking for a beauty and wanted to date her. Then, his irresponsibility would end. He would treat it as a beautiful memory of his time in Cage City. When he passed by an alley. From the dark alley, a black shadow suddenly flashed. It seemed to be an arm, and it directly grabbed Su Song's neck and pulled him in. Don't move. If you move, I will stab you to death. Lin Fan placed his arm on Su Song's shoulder and pressed the blade against his neck. Su Song smiled, Haze, I didn't expect that I would have such a day. Brother, do you want to rob me or rape me? But I have to say that you chose the wrong person. The moment he said that, Su Song's fingers clamped onto the blade and then he said calmly, not everyone can play with a blade. If you don't do it, not only will you not hurt anyone, but you will also hurt yourself. From your voice, you shouldn't be that old. Since you are so young, then why are you doing this? Forget it, watch carefully. Instantly, Su Song used a bit of strength. Such a normal blade basically broke right away. To a true powerhouse, being robbed in the city with a knife was a form of humiliation. But the sound of the blade breaking didn't happen. The blade on his neck didn't move at all. At the same time, he sensed a huge internal strength from the blade. A gust of cold wind blew over. It shocked Su Song so much that a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. In the depths of his heart, he had a bad feeling. "Brother, what do you want?" Su Song's throat moved and he felt a little nervous. He just came out to date and didn't offend anyone. Moreover, this was the first time he came to Cage City and he didn't have any enemies. "What did you want to do when you pinched my blade with 2 fingers?" Lin Fan smiled and asked. Su Song's brows rose. What was going on? Was he trying to act cool and kicking an iron board? Or was today the day he fell? No. He definitely couldn't die here. As a person who loved people, the world needed his love, so how could he fall here? "Brother, I didn't pinch your blade with 2 fingers because I wanted to do something. When you placed it on my neck, I felt a sense of righteousness that I hadn't felt in a long time. It made me think back to when I was young, so I couldn't help but touch it. I didn't have any other intentions," Su Song said. "Hee hee." Lin Fan laughed. These words made people feel ashamed of themselves. Respect, it was really respect. His bootlicking skills were amazing. Suddenly, Lin Fan wanted to recite a poem. Searching for him in the crowd, he was already at the place where the lights were dim. Su Song was shocked. The word hee hee suddenly gave him a bad feeling. "Brother, let's talk about it. I will try my best to cooperate and won't do anything sneaky." Su Song was terrified. He was young but strong. He didn't even need to fight to know that. That was the aura of an expert. Till now, he didn't understand. This was the first time he came to Cage City. He didn't offend anyone and didn't do anything, so how did he get targeted? As for robbing him, that was impossible. Experts didn't need to rob. But Su Song was confident in his looks. He felt like something was wrong. What would happen if he were to rape her? To save his life, did he have to listen to him? Chapter 227. Very good, I like people who are willing to cooperate. Don't worry, I have no grievances with you. As long as you answer me honestly, I won't harm your life. But if you aren't, then don't blame me. Lin Fan whispered into Su Song's ear. Su Song felt hot air charge at his ear. His body shook and he nearly dropped his pants. He leaned against the wall and told Lin Fan to end it quickly so that he could leave. Pooey! How could he have such disgusting thoughts? He was a man, so how could he pander to him just to save his life? That was an insult to him. Now that Lin Fan wanted him to answer his questions, he was a little afraid. Since Lin Fan stopped him, he definitely knew who he was. What if he asked about some secrets that he couldn't say? What else could he do? He definitely couldn't say it. As a disciple of a sect, he had to prioritize the interests of the sect. How could he abandon the sect just because he felt threatened? This was a shameful thing. The sect was his home, and the elders of the sect were his parents. They cared for him meticulously, so he absolutely could not do such a beastly thing. However, if the seniors found out that his life was threatened, they would understand and forgive him. After all, he treated them as his parents and they treated him as their son. If a kid did something wrong, his parents would definitely forgive him. In just a short moment, Su Song was convinced by his own thoughts. Let me ask you, what is Black Mountain? Lin Fan asked. He was a little curious about this. During the day, he found it weird and if he didn't ask, he wouldn't be able to suppress his curiosity. Su Song was stunned like he didn't expect that to be the question. To him, it should have been something serious or important. Lin Fan frowned, why? You don't want to say? His tone changed and was a little unfriendly. Su Song was really sensitive to the change in tone. He felt the blade on his neck get closer and he panicked, he is a mountain. Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath. He wrapped his arm in front of him and patted his chest. Kid, this is your last chance. If you treat me like a fool, then your head will be separated from your body and you won't be able to reattach it. Think about it carefully. Wow! Su Song was about to cry. What now? You clearly asked what the Black Mountain was. I said the Black Mountain was a mountain. Is there a problem with my answer? How cooperative. Whatever you ask, I'll answer. I've never said much, and I won't rush to answer. How cooperative, how cooperative. But now, I'm actually saying these things. He felt so wrong that he was about to cry. Even if you want to kidnap me, you can't go so far. Of course, these were just the thoughts in his mind. In order to appease the other party's emotions, he couldn't show a trace of dissatisfaction. Big brother, wait a moment. I'll tell you everything from the beginning. You'll know the situation at Black Mountain, said Su Song hurriedly. Lin Fan said, speak. Su Song sucked in a deep breath. I am Su Song, Xianshu College's 4th-generation disciple, initial grade 12. I followed senior uncle and senior brothers to complete a mission. When we passed Fuzhou, I heard that there was a situation at Black Mountain, so I followed them over. Black Mountain is 1,000 kilometers away from here. It is a mountain on the ocean. It is huge and one can't see the end. Due to our strength, we didn't go too deep. But a Sword Palace elder went in and was instantly killed by a terrifying thing. We were so frightened that we left right away and didn't dare to go in. That is the exact situation, I don't know anything else. Oh right, my senior master is initial grandmaster. Out of my senior brothers, only one is middle master. The rest are around the same level as me. Big brother, I swear to the heavens that this is all I know. Until now, I still don't know what's inside Black Mountain. Why did it attract so many people? If I'm lying, I'll be struck by lightning, okay? Su Song felt like he had lost face. No matter what, he was a 4th-generation disciple of Xianshu College. Even if he couldn't compare to the disciples in front of him, he was an outstanding youth and was loved by the seniors. Now that someone placed a knife on his neck, he didn't even dare to be stubborn and gave up just like that. He nearly revealed everything about the sect. Pa! Lin Fan directly knocked Su Song out. He believed that what this fellow said was true. There were many people in Black Mountain. The news that was revealed made him have some ideas. If he went there, maybe he would be able to make a name for himself. The next day, Su Song felt that the surroundings were really noisy and buzzed, making it tough for him to fall asleep. Suddenly, his body shook and he opened his eyes. The sunlight was a little blinding and he noticed that many people had appeared around. They were pointing at him and laughing. He lowered his head and exclaimed. He was actually naked, his clothes were tossed to the side. His snow-white body was seen by the commoners. Oh my God! Going against your words, I said it last night, why did you still play with me? Su Song grabbed his clothes and put them on before charging out of the crowd. He felt really wronged. A crystal-clear teardrop fell from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to go back and tell senior uncle that he was kidnapped last night and he even defiled him. No, he couldn't let others know about this, otherwise, he would lose all his face. The moment he returned, he noticed that senior uncle and the others were waiting for him. Where did junior brother Su go? Why did you come back so late? A senior brother asked. Su Song wanted to complain, but he held it in. It's nothing. Last night, a girl got lost. I sent her home, so I was delayed. Senior uncle looked at Su Song and didn't see any problems. Okay, let's go back and report the Black Mountain matter. Black Mountain was near 9 Bug Gang. Xianshu College felt that this gang was really shameless. However, Insect Valley was just too strong. Even if they closed the valley, they had to pay attention to it. That terrifying being in Black Mountain definitely exceeded Grandmaster Realm, reaching God Essence Realm when internal strength turned into true essence. That realm was just too terrifying, it was a qualitative change. Based on what he knew, who knew how many peak Grandmaster realm experts were stuck there and died in regret? After all, to reach Grandmaster realm, which one didn't need decades? Even at his age, he was only at initial Grandmaster. Who knew how long it would take for him to reach the peak? The path of cultivation was filled with dangers. At that moment, "Master, I brought the horse for you. Look, it is so energetic." The servant led the horse over. "Ah, not bad, this is for you." Lin Fan was satisfied. He tossed some silver to the servant and then walked into the distance. The servant got the silver and was delighted. He shouted, "Master, have a safe trip." Su Song felt that the voice was familiar. He looked into the distance. Last night, he didn't see what he looked like. Anyway, he was really young, but he remembered the voice. Suddenly, Lin Fan turned his head and gave a deep smile towards Su Song. That smile caused Su Song's body to shake. It was him, it was definitely him. But he didn't dare to say it. To him, this was an unforgettable insult, one that he wouldn't be able to forget for the rest of his life. Senior uncle said, "Su Song, do you know him?" "No." Su Song shook his head, he definitely didn't. "I will pass by Fuzhou and head to Black Mountain. I will do some things at the outskirts of Fuzhou, maybe I will gain some rewards." Lin Fan rode on the horse and thought about it. How annoying. The 9-bug gang leader gave him a little too much pressure. If he was a little stronger, how would he be so annoyed? He couldn't blame others. He could only blame himself for being weak. Riding the horse was boring, so he looked at the small support system. Rage points, 42999. These rage points were still okay, he didn't work hard for nothing. Those 9-bug gang hall heads were really good. Next time, he wouldn't just kill them, but he would earn a huge amount from them. Demon Heart Enforcing Scripture was only grade 10, it directly rose to grade 12. Improve. Consumed 6,000 rage points. Consumed 7,000 rage points. Instantly. Lin Fan, who was sitting on the horse, had a shocking change in his body. A thick black mist spread out from his body, and looking from afar, he looked like a demon. Maybe he was the only person in the world who rode a horse and broke through his heart cultivation. Although there were many strong people, Lin Fan was probably the only one who was truly strong. The horse sensed this terrifying aura and was shocked. It raised its front hooves high and neighed to express the rage in its heart. Paw! Lin Fan struck its head, "Run properly, stop making a fuss like you have never seen the world." The horse cried out in grievance. "I am just a horse, I have never seen the world." Suddenly, Lin Fan scratched his head and thought about an important question. He always felt that he was smart, but he actually forgot about such an important thing. He knew the bug controlling technique, so why couldn't he buff the horse with special internal strength? Maybe there would be a shocking change. Refresh. A thick gray internal strength merged into the horse's body. Instantly, the horse changed. The gray internal strength seemed to be changing the structure of the horse's body. Poochie. A muffled sound of swelling could be heard. The four legs of the fine horse abruptly became several times thicker, and were densely covered with black veins that looked like earthworms. 3 sharp toes extended from the hooves of the horse, firmly grasping the ground, becoming even more agile and heavy. Its body swelled up, its eyes turned gray, and its teeth became sharp like saw teeth. Hong! Its speed became faster, at least 2 to 3 times faster than before. At the same time, it gave off a cold and violent aura. Lin Fan was shocked. Usually, he didn't study the bug controlling technique, but now, he realized that as expected from the secret technique of Insect Valley. He could even sense that Insect Valley was a place that even the Imperial Dynasty didn't want to offend. After all, the bug controlling technique was really overpowered. He believed that Insect Valley, which was already closed, definitely had strong experts. He could control numerous bugs that were buffed by special internal strength, so how many could those experts control? Even the Imperial Dynasty's army would be swallowed by these endless bugs. Overpowered, it was really overpowered. However, he believed that he was the most overpowered one. As long as he had time to raise his cultivation, when he reached the peak, he would definitely be able to fight a country alone. Chapter 228. He found his own path and worked hard to become the strongest. When the day came when no one in the world could threaten him, he would return to U City to inherit the family fortune and live a happy life as a rich young master. This was what he was thinking about. This was his goal before he came to this foreign world. With the internal strength and physique strength I have now, it shouldn't be a problem to reach Grandmaster, right? Lin Fan thought about it. He wasn't sure, but he was confident and felt that it shouldn't be a problem. With his current rage points, he couldn't cultivate both internally and externally, so he could only choose one. To protect his life, he would raise his physique. Stable, he basically didn't need to think about it. He would definitely raise it to protect his life. Improve. His physique started to increase. 1 point required 2,000 rage points, which was double that of Master Realm. However, it was normal. After all, this was Grandmaster Realm, there was a huge difference between it and Master Realm. It should be more expensive. Physique, 400, initial Grandmaster, When one raised physique to Grandmaster, the situation in one's body slowly changed. This was a change in physique and not internal strength. Physique raising was a remolding of one's body. Kong! The mutated steed seemed to be under some kind of pressure and actually stopped. Lin Fan lowered his head, his forehead was covered in sweat. The sweat came too suddenly. But he was used to it. It wasn't because his physique wasn't strong enough but because his body was changing. Gulyalu. Lin Fan clenched his fists, green veins appeared on the back of his hands and then spread outwards. As his clothes blocked his vision, he couldn't see what was going on. However, he could sense that the ripples were much stronger than before. His blood was boiling, or rather his cells were swiftly splitting. After a long while, the burning sensation in his body disappeared. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Comfortable, it was really comfortable. Maybe to anyone, the feeling after one's strength increased was the best feeling. Why aren't you running? Lin Fan patted the mutated horse's head and rushed it. I am the one improving, not you. Quick, what are you waiting for? The mutated horse galloped away, the wind hit his face. This speed was really quick. Even if Master Realm experts wanted to chase, they wouldn't even be able to eat dust. Based on the current situation, what I lack are great Grandmaster level secret manuals. I have to think of a way to get some. He was no longer a noob in martial arts. Even with the help of the small support system, he was still exploring or inquiring about martial arts. The dual cultivation of internal and external cultivation was his strongest trump card. In Feng Poliu's words, there were many geniuses in the world, but there were very few who could reach Master Realm. Even those super sects didn't have many, or maybe none at all. Moreover, Lin Fan had a trump card. As long as he had enough rage, he could raise all his cultivation techniques to the highest realm, which was returning to true, turning complicated into simple and chasing after the root of the cultivation technique. Sometimes, he was really worried. The thrill of cultivation was very low, and there was only a little thrill when breaking through. To put it bluntly, what did this look like? It was like when a man was in that situation. It was a little vulgar, and he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. In any case, it was like that. The next night, the speed of the mutant steed was extremely fast. The journey that originally needed 3 days was completed in 1 day. He didn't enter Fuzhou as the checks at the city gates were very strict. The people in Fuzhou were definitely not as dumb as those in Long City. With how similar the portrait was to him, even if they weren't sure, they would definitely take him down. After all, this was Fuzhou, their territory, so how could he be so easily fooled? That was what Lin Fan thought. If it was different from what he thought, then he had no choice. He would just treat it as him thinking too much. But he definitely wouldn't take the risk. On a cliff in Fuzhou, below was the river. In the distance, a giant ship was so eye-catching. It was too huge, really too huge. I want to wipe out a power. Even if I don't have the ability, as long as I pass by, I will feel uncomfortable if I don't bring you trouble. Lin Fan looked at the giant ship and then at the river surface. He could sense that there were many bugs hidden in the river. Special internal strength spread out from his legs and spread out in a fan shape. It slowly covered the river surface and controlled the bugs in the water. The river shook slightly. He had already formed a connection with those bugs. With his special internal strength, the bugs mutated and became more aggressive. Go, let me bring all of you to have some fun. On the giant ship. The gang members were patrolling. Although this was 9-bug gang headquarters and no one dared to cause trouble here, who knew whether or not there would be people with problems in the head who would come and cause trouble or disturb gang leaders' rest. At the back of the ship, the gang members were secretly chatting. Many things have happened recently. The gang leader's temper has become even more irritable. A few of our brothers died during the day today. Shu, lower your voice. Don't let others hear you. This is a critical moment. No one dares to appear around gang leader. It's too dangerous. I heard that the beautiful concubine who accompanied gang leader this morning was sent by another faction to assassinate gang leader. Later, gang leader found out and threw her into the bug pit. See? Terrifying. To them, gang leader was really disgusting and cruel. But they had no choice, no one dared to fight back. Moreover, they couldn't bear to leave this place. 9-bug gang was just too famous. They might be small, but no one dared to offend them. They could do whatever they wanted, and they were really majestic. Just as they were chatting, the back of the giant ship was covered by numerous bugs. The gang members were chatting and didn't notice the bugs beneath their feet at all. Did you hear any strange sounds? One of the gang members asked. Did I? Suddenly, they exchanged glances with one another. There really was a sound, and there seemed to be something. Their expressions were filled with shock as they lowered their heads. When they saw the dense and terrifying bug ocean that revealed their sharp teeth, their eyes opened wide. They didn't even make a sound before they were swallowed by the bug ocean. The pitch-black night made it hard for one to imagine what kind of danger was hidden in the darkness. 9-bug gang was a huge gang and was good at playing with bugs. Unfortunately, to normal gang members, they didn't know how to control bugs. That was because it was too far away for them. Within the cabin, there were many rooms for the gang members to stay in. Many of them were resting. Some of the gang members were drinking and gambling. Nighttime was their leisure time. The only regret was that they couldn't bring women to the headquarters. This was the rule, and if anyone went against it, they would have to pay a heavy price. Only the gang leader could have fun every night. As for them, they had to solve it themselves. Within a cabin, a bunch of people gathered in front of a table and drank. All of their faces were red and they were drunk. Come, brothers, let's drink. Let's go, we have to drink to our heart's content. The bug ocean surged in from the crack of the door. Before they could react, they were swallowed. To these normal gang members, this was something they couldn't block. In another cabin, the gang members were already asleep. The arrival of the bugs didn't wake them up. The bugs climbed onto their beds and slowly climbed up along their ankles. It was itchy. The gang member felt an itch on his butt, so he scratched it. But the moment he scratched, he realized that something was wrong. He opened his eyes, and when he saw the scene on and under the bed, he screamed in terror. The moment he opened his mouth, numerous bugs surged in. His throat swelled up and then ripped open. Black fresh blood seeped out. Why can't I meet my true love? In the most luxurious cabin, the gang leader was really worried. He grabbed the fat on his body. To him, the fat had a weird sense of beauty. But he could sense the disgust others felt towards him. That feeling was really annoying. In the morning, he killed another concubine. That was the one who liked his fat. Who knew that she was sent by someone else? The things that she had done with him were not done willingly, but with a motive. This made him really sad. As he was too fat, his eyes became a slit. Just like that, 2 streams of tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. My concubine, so what if someone sent you? As long as you treat me sincerely, how can I bear to kill you? But why did you say that my fat is so ugly? The moment he said that, the gang leader flipped the blanket in front of him. Beneath it was a hole. The hole was as big as his body. There was movement as numerous bugs carried a corpse up. This corpse was his concubine. At this moment, there were all sorts of terrifying bugs wrapped around her body like they had merged into one with her. The gang leader stretched out his arm. His arm was made up of circles of meat. He opened his fingers and grabbed the concubine. To be with me forever is the last love I have for you. The gang leader opened his mouth, and 2 thick, black worms emerged from his mouth. Then, they directly rolled up the corpse and slowly sent it back into his mouth. How annoying! The gang leader lowered his head and his expression was a little dark and sunken. Suddenly, he raised his head like he sensed movement outside. Who is it, Hong Long? A strong sound wave exploded out and covered the entire ship. It directly cut off the connection between Lin Fan and the bugs. Those bugs all exploded and blood stained the ground. Pang! The gang leader jumped up, smashing the roof and landing on the deck. His giant body was like a small mountain. Who is it? This is the aura of the bug controlling technique. Who is it? Feng Poliu, you actually spread the bug controlling technique out. You deserve to die, you really deserve to die. The gang leader's eyes flashed fiercely as he looked into the distance like he was searching for the person who controlled the bugs. Suddenly, he lowered his head and noticed a portrait in front of him. The person on it was Lin Fan. Lin Fan purposely made the bugs send it over. He was afraid that no one would know who did it. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. The gang members in the distance all knelt on the ground when they saw that mountain-like body. They shivered and didn't dare to raise their heads. This isn't senior brother's aura, Ingjiu muttered. At the same time, he was thinking about who could control so many bugs. He definitely wasn't simple. Chapter 229. Damn, this fellow's strength is really terrifying. When he sensed that the other party had completely cut off the connection between him and the insect, he did not hesitate at all. He patted the dust off his butt and rode away on his pony. He wanted to tell Lin Fan that he was teaching 9 Bug Gang a lesson today. Don't be too arrogant, don't be too arrogant. If not, things would end badly in the future. Unfortunately, he felt that it wasn't the time. Sometimes, it was better to be low profile. Although he didn't fight the 9 Bug Gang leader, he cut off his connection with the bugs. That was enough to show that he was an expert in controlling bugs. In terms of strength, he suppressed him. Initial estimation. He definitely exceeded peak Grandmaster realm. If not for him exceeding such a realm, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that a peak Grandmaster could be so strong. The key was that when he got on the horse and left, he felt a certain aura suppressing the air. If he left a little later, he might have been noticed. I feel like I have offended an amazing person. Lin Fan smiled, his expression was like he didn't care about him at all. That was indeed the case. So what if he was strong? If he had balls, then come and beat him up. He was just asking to be beaten up. He spat out his tongue, hee. Lin Fan was just asking to be beaten up. If people saw him, his blood pressure would rise and there was nothing he could do about it. Fuzhou was a distance away from Black Mountain. The Nuteo River stretched for who knew how long and connected to numerous cities. The reason why Fuzhou was a big city was because it was close to the Nuteo River. A few days later. A black mountain in the middle of the Nuteo River, how did it grow? Why didn't it stay on land and chose to run into the river? Why didn't a wave smash it into pieces? Lin Fan rode on the horse and leaned against the shore. He looked out and couldn't see anything. The distance was a little far. There were boats not far away and the boatmen were chatting. It was obvious that Black Mountain's existence wasn't a secret. Many people wanted to head to Black Mountain, which was why there were boatmen here to earn money. Lin Fan came to a hidden place and tied the horse to a tree. You'd better stay here. Whether or not I'll be able to see you when I return will depend on your luck. What he was most afraid of were horse thieves. But if he didn't tie it up, his relationship with the horse wasn't that deep. There was a high chance that it would run. He went to the boatman. I wonder what sort of existence that Black Mountain is? Lin Fan asked. The boatman said, young hero, Black Mountain has existed for a long time. I heard that there are terrifying monsters on it. Although we have been ferrying here for many years, we have never climbed Black Mountain, so we don't know much. They didn't say that many people went and only a few came back. They made the Black Mountain sound so scary. If there weren't that many people going, they wouldn't be able to do business. Lin Fan wanted to confirm whether or not Black Mountain was there. It seemed like it was, but the ferry was a little slow. Who knew how long it would take? Young hero, are you going to Black Mountain? One tael of silver for a round trip, a boatman asked. Looking at the youngster's appearance and attire, he seemed to be quite good. He should be a rich person. No need. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan opened his fingers and absorbed internal strength. A tree in the distance shattered and its head and tail were sliced off. He hollered and tossed it forwards. Then, he leaped up, stepped on the wood, stood up straight, and put his hands behind his back. He allowed the wind to blow against him, but he didn't panic at all. This kid is amazing. The boatman exclaimed. He had never seen someone go to Black Mountain like that. However, was there a mistake? Even if they ferried the boat, it would take them an hour to reach Black Mountain. The kid stepped on the wood and wasn't afraid of falling off. Lin Fan was a dual cultivator and the speed of the wood he threw was really quick. In the blink of an eye, it was 100 meters away. A long while passed. He finally understood why there were boats ferrying passengers. Black Mountain was still far away. Normal experts used internal strength to walk on the water. It was fine for a short distance, but it was impossible to maintain that for a long time. Maybe before they reached their goal, their internal strength would dry up and they would fall into the lake. The speed of the wood slowed down and it lost its momentum. Lin Fan grabbed the wood and fell along with it. When he fell into the river, a surging internal strength spread to his legs. Hung long. A circular hole appeared in the river. He raised his hands and tossed the wood out once more. He then jumped and the lake surface exploded. It wasn't that no one had thought of such a method. But there were very few who could do it. Night fell. I am here. Lin Fan saw the Black Mountain that stood on the river surface. The sky was too dark and he couldn't see the entire Black Mountain. But at least he couldn't see the border. Pang! He landed on the ground. The edge of the river was corroded by the water and the ground should have been soft. But when he stepped on it, he realized that it was really hard. Interesting. Around him was a shallow pool and in front of him was a thick forest. It's this kind of place again. Can't we have an endless view? He hated forests as he didn't know what was hidden within. The dark environment was filled with all sorts of dangers. Not only were there terrifying existences, but there were also many bugs and beasts. Xianshu College said that a Sword Palace Peak Grandmaster Realm Elder was killed in one move. So, there was definitely a terrifying existence hidden in the depths. He had to be safe and low profile. He couldn't be too arrogant, if not the outcome would be catastrophic. He really didn't dare to say that he could leave safely. He walked inside, but for the time being, he just looked around the periphery. Or searched for those people who came to Black Mountain. There were definitely people who knew what was in Black Mountain, or there was something good hidden within. If there were no benefits, then why would so many people come? There are signs of a bonfire here. Someone stayed here before. Lin Fan looked at the pile of black wood that was extinguished. There was no heat at all, and he looked around warily. He didn't even continue in, and he already faced signs of human activity. It seemed like he had to be careful. Lin Fan jumped up and landed on a branch. The special internal strength of the bug controlling technique spread out. The surrounding bugs shook as the internal strength entered their bodies and started to mutate. It is better to be careful. Lin Fan was a little nervous. It wasn't that he was a coward, but that he didn't know whether or not he would face a terrifying expert. If he really faced one, then it would be a tragedy. Numerous bugs lay on the ground and in the air. As long as someone stepped into his range, he would know right away. At midnight, Lin Fan laid on the tree to rest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. There was movement not far away. The bugs were stepped on. Someone really came. He didn't make any noise and didn't use bugs to swallow them. Before he understood the situation, he had to be low profile. In the distance, 3 people could be seen in the darkness. Their footsteps were messy and they were panicking. The 3 of them didn't attack Lin Fan but came to the shore like they were searching for a boat. "Where is the boat?" "He said he would wait for us," one of them said in despair. Before they came, they told the boatman to wait for them here. But now there was no boat at all. It seems like the boatman ran. Another person said, "How could it be like this? We had a deal back then, but he ran away halfway. Damn it, damn it." The 3 of them panicked. Black Mountain was actually dangerous, but it wasn't that dangerous. As long as they didn't head deep in, they wouldn't face any problems. However, it was unknown who had spread the rumor that Black Mountain had a rare treasure that could raise one's cultivation to a higher level. When this news spread out, what would happen? To the common people, the temptation of silver was the greatest. To cultivators like them, naturally, treasures were the most important. Suddenly, there was movement in the distance. "Donsha Island elders, please put down the blood flower in your hands." A dark and solemn voice spread out. Then, a man in a blood robe squinted his eyes and smiled. How would the 3 Donsha Island elders know what the blood flower was? Speaking of which, it was weird. When they were prepared to enter Black Mountain, they noticed a weird-looking flower. It was blood red and the petals had teeth. They had just plucked it and didn't look at it. Who knew where this person appeared from and told them to put down the flower in their hands? How would they agree? Although they didn't know what it was, seeing that he wanted it, it was definitely something good. Naturally, they came to Black Mountain to search for treasures. Now that they found an unknown treasure, even if they didn't know what it was, they couldn't just give it to him. If not, where would they put their face? The most important problem was that he was an expert from Shidao sect. Donsha Island was a righteous sect that supported justice in the world, so how could they give something to the evil path? Evil demon, stop dreaming. We won't give this to you. At most, you can just kill us. I can guarantee that before we die, we will destroy this thing. Donsha Island elder was really fierce and wasn't afraid at all. Facing the Shidao sect expert, he wasn't afraid at all. If they wanted to kill him, then kill him. Anyway, he would definitely destroy this thing. Lin Fan couldn't sleep and peeked at what was happening at the shore. This fellow's aura is a little familiar. He looked at the blood-robed man and thought about it. He immediately thought about someone. Wasn't it the 3 people who said they were Shidao sect disciples when he wiped out the Yunlu City division and then he hammered them to death? This aura was similar to that time. Just as Lin Fan was thinking about all this, the three Dansha Island elders were hammered by the Shidao sect expert. They spat out fresh blood and cried out in pain. It happened too quickly. In just the blink of an eye. The Shidao sect expert grabbed the blood flower and said coldly, "All of you think that you are righteous. You don't cultivate and come out to search for treasures. Don't you know how strong you are? Or are you all too arrogant?" Who? At that moment, the Shidao sect expert looked towards the darkness. Someone had just spoken there. Although the voice was soft, he heard it. Like he was saying, "Is this how you act cool?" Chapter 230. I have been noticed. Lin Fan walked out from the darkness helplessly. He was just here to watch the show. Their life and death had nothing to do with him. They weren't related to each other, so he couldn't save them in a foreign place. "Actually, I am just passing by. Whatever you do has nothing to do with me. Why don't you continue? I will leave after watching," Lin Fan said. He wasn't someone who liked to be a busybody. Especially when both sides didn't have much to do with him. Moreover, one side got a treasure and the other side wanted to snatch it. Who was pitiful? The one who didn't get the treasure was the most pitiful. After all, he was unlucky and didn't get anything. He even had to snatch from others. People who worked hard for the future were worthy of respect. But unfortunately, the red shirt guy should be from Shidao sect. Shidao sect didn't have conflicts with him, but he did. Naturally, he had to clean them up. If he started from the early stage, then wouldn't he have to deal with less people later on? Rage points plus 999. Lin Fan didn't even say anything and he wanted to kill him. Was this evil path really so evil? Truthfully, he didn't believe it. "Kid, you are asking to die," the Shidao sect expert hollered in rage. He raised his hand and waved out a blood glow. It gave off a red glow in the night sky. After which, he didn't care about Lin Fan anymore. To him, such a young kid, no matter how strong he was, so what? He was just trash that he could casually deal with. "Pine! Oi! What are you doing? I told you so clearly and you didn't understand. You even attacked me, don't you think that you are just too much?" Lin Fan was a little angry. What was going on? What was wrong with people nowadays? Were their brains damaged? As a rich family young master, Lin Fan received higher education. No matter what it was, there was only one logic. He had already made things so clear and he still acted like he didn't understand. That was just a little too much. The Shidao sect expert was shocked and his body shook. It was obvious that he didn't expect the kid to block his blood blade. He placed the blood flower in his chest. "Kid, you have some cultivation at such a young age and you want to be a hero? Okay, let's see how much ability you have. Young hero, he is a Shidao sect expert, let's work together." The three Dansha Island elders covered their chests and bore the pain. They looked warily at the man in the blood shirt. Although they didn't know where Lin Fan came from, just one look and they noticed that Lin Fan was filled with righteous energy. Even if he was a bad person, he wouldn't be as bad as this Shidao sect expert. Shidao sect's old ancestor was created by the Yin-Yang sect disciple. His cultivation technique was dark and it harmed the peace of the world. It was something that could make humans and gods angry. They were middle grandmaster, but this Shidao sect expert was definitely peak grandmaster. Even if they believed that the young man in front of them was a genius, they would not believe that he could have the cultivation of a great grandmaster at such a young age. The Shidao sect expert looked coldly at the three Dansha Island elders and said in disdain, "I will deal with you later." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he was and turned into a beam of blood-red light that shot towards Lin Fan. At this moment, one person said, "Senior brother, why don't we flee?" "No, young hero came to help us, so how can we leave just like that? Don't say anything and take the chance to work with young hero. If we can't beat him, then let him leave. We will block him." After all, we dragged him into this. At that moment, the Shidao sect expert appeared in front of Lin Fan and smiled viciously. Thick red internal strength gathered in his palm. "Kid, go and die." Lin Fan was solemn. A peak Grandmaster expert wasn't someone he could casually bully. Demon Ape Fist. The fist met the palm. At the moment of contact, a shockwave erupted from the two fists and spread out in all directions. The Shidao sect expert was shocked and filled with disbelief. He didn't expect this kid to be so strong. He thought that he could suppress him with one palm, but who knew that he would be able to block it? Evil demon, die. At this moment, the three Danxia Island elders attacked. They used their sharpest moves to strike the evil demon in their eyes. The Shidao sect expert scoffed coldly, "You overestimate yourself." Pang! A surging internal strength exploded from the back of the Shidao sect expert. He didn't even look and was fully focused on fighting Lin Fan head-on. The three Danxia Island elders were already badly injured, and when they were struck by the internal strength, they flew backward once more. They laid on the ground and spat out fresh blood. The shock in their eyes became even thicker. They didn't expect the Shidao sect expert to be so strong. A terrifying internal strength current formed around Lin Fan and the Shidao sect expert. If normal people got close, not to mention holding on, the moment they got close, they would be shaken to death. "Kid, you have some skills. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." The Shidao sect expert laughed coldly. Instantly, he reached out with his fingers and grabbed towards the air. His fingers were filled with a dark and cold energy as he smacked towards Lin Fan's chest. Refresh. Mixed energy broken jade hand max completion. Lin Fan's palm changed color and clashed with his fingers. Pang! Two thick internal strengths clashed with one another, forming a shocking and terrifying shockwave. Pang pang! Lin Fan took several steps back and smiled, "Amazing. Kid, if your strength is only at this level, then it will be your death." The Shidao sect expert said coldly. He was astonished as he didn't expect this kid to be so strong. It was totally out of his expectations. "Is that so? I was just warming up. To you, maybe my strength is just like that. But what I want to say is that I wasn't serious. Next, I hope that you can experience what it is like when I am serious." The moment he said this, Lin Fan clenched his fists. The internal strength in his body was boiling and his body was clapping. Internal and external cultivation, when it exploded out, that would be the most terrifying thing. A shocking aura exploded from Lin Fan's body. The Shidao sect expert's expression was solemn. He sensed this aura and it was a power that shouldn't exist in his body. A thick black mist appeared from Lin Fan's body. Pilai Pala. Lightning fell from the surrounding air. "I am coming." Lin Fan smiled and with a pang, he disappeared from the spot. To the Shidao sect expert, he actually felt a huge pressure. As a peak grandmaster, how could he have such a feeling? Impossible, definitely impossible. "Ah!" The Shidao sect expert hollered. His blood robe swelled up and the vicious expression in his eyes became more and more vicious. He instantly slashed towards Lin Fan. Such an impossible thing shouldn't have happened in front of his eyes. Pang! In an instant, Lin Fan and the Shidao sect expert clashed. Their internal strength clashed and the air actually showed signs of twisting. At the same time, sand and stone flew around. The scenes were just shocking. The three elders of Danxia Island were stunned. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. They had personally experienced the strength of the Shidao sect expert, but they didn't expect this young man to have such shocking strength. Which faction raised such a genius? Even their Danxia Island didn't have such a person. No, not to mention their Danxia Island, even a top sect wouldn't be so strong. Demon Ape Fist. Pang! This cultivation technique was cultivated by Cousin, so its strength was naturally extraordinary. Lin Fan struck the Shidao sect expert's chest, causing his blood to boil and fresh blood to seep out of his mouth. Kid, damn. The Shidao sect expert was furious and slapped Lin Fan's body. But it was like he had slapped a steel board. A mysterious power spread out from Lin Fan's body, causing his palm to shake. You are a dual cultivator. The Shidao sect expert was astonished. It wasn't that he hadn't seen dual cultivators before, but he had never seen someone who could cultivate to such a level. Lin Fan was forced back. His body shook to counter the strength of that palm. Although he had raised his physique to initial Grandmaster realm, he couldn't ignore the palm of a peak Grandmaster realm expert and still be fine. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was just a small injury and it couldn't burden him at all. Who are you? The Shidao sect expert's face flushed red. The blood in his body started to boil from that fist. He suppressed it and slowly calmed down. He had never faced such a situation before. The cultivation technique that Lin Fan used was just shocking. For example, the lightning that didn't appear. Although it didn't affect him much, it could still cause him some problems. After all, blocking the lightning consumed too much internal strength. He hadn't reached God Essence realm and his true chi was endless. He could absorb true essence from heaven and earth. Who am I? You don't need to know that. Once I take you down, I will tell you. Lin Fan smiled. But he still needed some time to take him down. If he was only middle Grandmaster, then it would be great. Why would it be so problematic? He would be able to suppress him easily. Damn. The Shidao sect expert was furious. He knew that Lin Fan's cultivation wasn't as high as his, but he was a dual cultivator. He thought that if he took the palm head-on, he would only receive internal strength. Who knew that the internal strength contained his own strength? Damn, let's see how long you can last. Lin Fan hollered and struck towards him. A bright light charged into the sky and was eye-catching. This was the style of internal strength. And within this exceptionally dazzling brilliance, there was a ferocious ancient beast. Hong Long. Lin Fan's strike landed on the ground and the ground caved in. His stamina and internal strength were endless, they were endless. To the Shidao sect expert, he felt like he was consuming energy too quickly. He needed to use his strongest strength to block each move, otherwise, he would suffer losses. Who knew how long passed? The Shidao sect expert slowed down. Just at that moment, Lin Fan appeared in front of him and hollered. Demon Ape Fist final movement death. Who cared whether or not he had this move? Aura was the most important. Lin Fan punched him and with a pang, he flew into the distance. A mouthful of fresh blood spat out from the Shidao sect expert's mouth. His chest actually shriveled up and was covered in blood. He looked really terrifying. Chapter 231. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief and then looked at the three of them who were stunned. How long did I fight him for? The three Danxia Island elders were stunned. They just wanted to soak their heads in water to wake themselves up. They really didn't dare to believe their eyes. Close to 2 hours. This was already a really long time. If people of the same cultivation fought and used their strongest moves, they wouldn't be able to last for such a long time. After all, if internal strength couldn't keep up, even stamina would be consumed. So long. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect to fight him for so long. This was a humiliation. From start to now, not many people could fight him for so long. Even if this unknown Shidao sect expert died, he had the face to meet his ancestors. He could even pat his chest and tell his ancestors that he was on par with Lin Fan. If his internal strength hadn't kept up, he could have continued. Oh right, that fellow wasn't dead. With his peak Grandmaster realm, how could he die so easily? At most, he would break a few bones and experience the pain of giving birth. That was true. To Lin Fan, the evil path could do anything. Maybe there were really guys who gave birth. He realized that he laid on the ground and didn't move at all. Oi! Don't pretend to be dead. I know you're not dead yet. If you were to die so easily, I would really look down on you. Lin Fan stepped forward. The red robe of the other party covered the ground, as though it was covering his entire body. Danxia Island Elder said, "Young hero," he ran. What? Lin Fan's voice rose. Ran? How could I let him escape? Then what have I been doing for the past 2 hours? Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999. Maybe he really ran and rage points came at him. Moreover, this peak rage points was enough to show that he was extremely furious and wanted to hammer Lin Fan to death. He opened the blood robe and there was no one. Only this piece of clothing was left here. Danxia Island Elder said, "It seems like this person is a Shidao sect blood demon lineage disciple. This is blood movement, hiding under the robe to avoid detection and flee." Lin Fan respected people who were knowledgeable. He didn't know how this fellow ran. Look at how the other party was able to think of it so quickly. I really admire him. He felt that Black Mountain was really dangerous. The people who came were all very strong. If they weren't elders of some sect, then they were experts of some top powers. He came from U City, a rich family young master with no power and status. Compared to these elders, the difference was just too huge. When the Danxia Island elders wanted to thank the young hero for helping, they noticed that he was actually leaving in a dejected manner. How could they let him leave? The three of them didn't care about their injuries that would cause them to bleed with every step they took. They had to stop the young hero. Young hero, please wait, please wait. By the time the three of them caught up to Lin Fan, they felt as though they were about to die from blood loss. If not for the fact that they were stronger, they might have fainted immediately. Lin Fan turned around and asked, "What else do you want?" For the time being, he didn't want to have anything to do with the three of them. He was in a bad mood and a little sad. In the past, he didn't know much, and when he faced peak Grandmaster Realm experts, he would trash them and then tell them to scram to provide rage points for him. But it was different now. He suddenly needed Grandmaster techniques but had no money to buy them. He could only pry open their mouths and force them to hand over the techniques. But that Shidao sect expert actually ran and did it right under his nose. Anyone would feel bad about that. Just as Lin Fan didn't want to bother about the three of them, he recalled that the three of them were Grandmaster cultivators. Although they weren't peak, they definitely had Grandmaster techniques. Instantly, a terrifying glow shone in Lin Fan's eyes. The three Danxia Island elders shuddered. The young hero's gaze was really invasive. Cough cough. Lin Fan cleared his throat and said calmly, "What else do the three of you want?" His tone became much warmer, different from before. Before, he was filled with doubt and disdain. Now, he was trying to get closer to them. The three of them exchanged glances with one another. A square-faced middle-aged man said, "Young hero, the three of us are Danxia Island elders. I am Dan Yunsheng and these are my two junior brothers, Dan Yunyu and Dan Yunsheng." Lin Fan. Lin Fan cupped his fists. It was a simple introduction to the three of them. But he muttered in his heart. They were all elders, but they were nearly hammered to death by him. This Danxia Island didn't seem like much. "Young hero Lin, the three of us thank you for saving our lives. If it wasn't for you, the three of us would have died," Dan Yunsheng said. Lin Fan waved his hands and said casually, "There is no need for the three of you to do that. As they say, I will help when I see injustice. I walked the path of martial arts to help the weak." Dan Yunsheng's eyes shone brightly and he praised, "Young hero, you are smart. If the young people have your strength, which one of them isn't lucky? To be able to meet you, martial arts will really prosper." Damn. Lin Fan wasn't used to it and felt weird talking to Dan Yunsheng. Forget it, he had to accept it. He had to think of a way to get some Grandmaster techniques. What is going on with Black Mountain? Why are there so many people here? Lin Fan was really curious. Black Mountain was a little chaotic, like a bunch of people were snatching things. But shouldn't the good things be in the depths? Why would they come to the outskirts? Dan Yunxing sighed. Young hero Lin, we aren't familiar with this place, but rumors say that there are treasures in Black Mountain. Apart from cultivating, we also need to try our luck, so we came here to take a look. Who knew that we would be targeted by that Shidao sect expert just because we picked a weird flower? If we didn't meet you, the outcome. Before he finished, he shook his head to express his helplessness. The three of them nearly died here. Lin Fan thought about it. He had seen the red flower that they wanted to snatch. It was called blood flower, but he didn't see anything weird about it. Moreover, they casually picked it up. Could it be that this place was really a blessed land where lucky people could pick up treasures just by walking around casually? Lin Fan felt like he wasn't an unlucky person. He was still alive and well until now, so maybe he was a lucky person. He was a little careful. Young hero, why don't we head in together? We can travel together. Don't worry, our Danxia Island isn't such a cunning sect. Dan Yunxing said. Lin Fan smiled. Okay. This was something that he wished for. It wasn't good to talk about secret techniques when they just met. Then, he would get to know him better. Once he was familiar with him, he would try to get more information. The sky was getting dark and it wasn't convenient for them to rush. They each chose a tree and jumped onto the branches to rest. At least they had a lot of people, and if anything happened, they could help one another. In the distance. Damn, where did this kid come from? The Shidao sect expert hid in the cave. His chest was a bloody mess. The last strike was too heavy and directly injured him. If he didn't have escape methods, he would have died there. Luckily, I entered the blood demon race. If I chose another race, I would definitely be dead. He felt fortunate. Blood demon race's blood movement was really overbearing. Even if one's cultivation was higher than his, as long as one wasn't prepared, one wouldn't be able to react. He lost the blood robe on his body. That was his battle achievements. After killing some experts, he would pour the blood of these experts onto his blood-red robes. But who would have thought that he would actually fail today? How hateful. Luckily, I got the blood flower, so it wasn't a loss. He wiped off the blood that spread to the corner of his eyes and then took out the blood flower. He didn't expect Black Mountain to have such a treasure. The blood flower was a rare treasure and the conditions for it to grow were really complicated. It needed the blood of experts and was really useful to the blood demon race. He pinched the stem and slowly took it out. A happy smile appeared on his face. However, when he saw the blood flower, his eyes opened wide. He cried out. What the fuck, only the stem was left and the petals were gone. Rage points plus 999. The next day, the four of them walked in. Although they walked for a long time, Black Mountain was just too huge. No one knew how big it was, so even now, it could be considered the outer area. Elder Yunsheng, when I came, I heard that the Sword Palace Elder was killed in one move. Lin Fan asked. He felt that it was true and those people from Xianshu College didn't need to lie to him. What? When the three elders heard that, their faces turned ashen white. They grabbed Lin Fan and asked, Young hero, who did you hear that from? Based on what we know, the weakest Sword Palace Elder is Peak Grandmaster, so how could he be killed in one move? Lin Fan's head hurt. He felt like he had said something huge to scare the three elders. I heard someone say that in the restaurant. It was Sword Palace Elder Su, so that should be the case. As for the exact situation, I don't know. He regretted it. Why did he say that to them? Look at their faces. They were originally filled with blood but now they were white. Their eyes were open twice as big as before. Young hero, if it is really as you said, then we should leave this place. This place is dangerous. Dan Yunsheng was terrified. To kill a peak grandmaster in one move, didn't that mean that he was at God Essence Realm? Such a realm was really terrifying. No matter how many of them came, it was useless. Wait. Dangerous? He had been walking since the morning. What the hell had he been walking for? If they knew earlier, they wouldn't have wanted to snatch the treasure and would have just thought of a way to leave. Unfortunately, they found out too late and there were no boats by the river. Not to mention crossing the river, even swimming back would cause them to collapse. Lin Fan looked at the three of them and said, "Actually, there is no need to be so nervous. Maybe I am just bragging." Chapter 232. Shwa Shwa. The three elders looked at Lin Fan and their gazes were a little off. He was the one who said that Sword Palace Elder was killed in one move and terrified them. Now, he said that it might be fake. Were they playing with them? They were all badly injured and couldn't take the fright. It was easy for them to bleed. Bleed, do you understand? That blood was like a water gun. With a Pucci, it could spurt far away. Dan Yunqing really wanted to leave Black Mountain. Who cared about what Black Mountain had or whether or not it was dangerous? If he wanted to keep his life, it was best if he left. The Shidao sect expert wasn't dead and was still in Black Mountain. Once he healed up, would he let them off? That was impossible. Let's rest here for a while. We aren't in a rush to head in. Lin Fan said. It wasn't that he didn't want to but that he didn't dare to. Who knew how deep he had to go? At least he was safe now. He also didn't talk about treasures. Till now, he didn't see a single treasure. As for the red flower last night, there was no need to talk about it. He didn't see a single one. Young hero Lin, why did you come to Black Mountain? Did you hear the rumors outside? Elder Yunqing asked. He felt that this kid was decent. He was young and his cultivation was high. Moreover, he had a righteous heart and saved the three of them. If Danxia Island had such a disciple, then it would be great. However, he couldn't ask for such a thing. Lin Fan was pumped up. Whether or not he could get Grandmaster techniques depended on this. Sigh, it's a long story. Actually, my purpose for coming to Black Mountain is very simple. I hope to find some treasures and bring them back to exchange for some great Grandmaster secret manuals. You also know that it's really too difficult for someone like me to obtain great Grandmaster secret manuals. Shwa. Elder Yunqing and the others were stunned as they looked at Lin Fan. What did you say? You are someone without any power? Yes. Lin Fan nodded his head. He wouldn't say Martial Path Mountain in case he faced enemies. If they couldn't beat him, they would head to their home. Such people were the most despicable and annoyed him the most. Elder Yunqing's mouth opened wide like he had seen a ghost. Then, how did your cultivation come about? To have such cultivation at such a young age, if not for a huge power nurturing you, that is impossible. He was on the verge of shouting. Their first thought was that young hero Lin lied to them and didn't tell them the truth. No matter how talented he was, even if he was as high as the heavens or if he held a knife to their necks, they definitely wouldn't believe his bragging. Fuck. Lin Fan's head hurt. He didn't expect that Elder Yunqing would ask. He suddenly believed in a saying. When you tell a lie, you need 100 more lies to make it seem real. To others, this must be a very complicated matter. Who would have such a good brain to be able to make up so many lies? But Lin Fan wasn't afraid. He was confident that he could tell a perfect lie. It felt good to lie for a while and it felt good to lie for a long time. The highest level was to believe what he said. Elder Yunqing, this is a long story. I have to start from 15 years ago. At that time, I was just a child. That day, I was playing in the fields and suddenly found an injured white snake. I brought the white snake home to heal it. After 3 months, when I returned home, I realized that the white snake had disappeared. I searched many places but I couldn't find it. In the end, I gave up. Who knew that one day, when I entered the fields, an old man walked towards me. The old man was really merciful. He touched my head and said to thank me for saving his granddaughter. He wanted to give me a huge fortune to thank me for saving his life. Lin Fan said. Elder Yunsheng and the others listened seriously and asked anxiously, then? Lin Fan opened his arms, then, I became the current me. I slowly cultivated to where I am now. Elder Yunsheng and the others exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't that they knew who the old man was, but that they felt like this was a shocking fortune. It seems like the white snake you saved was that old man's granddaughter. In the end, you healed the white snake's injuries and she went back to tell her family. In the end, that old man came to find you and gave you something. Elder Yunsheng said. Aya, how envious. Each time they heard that someone had a fortune, they would be really envious. They always wondered why they didn't have any. Now that they heard what Lin Fan said, they realized that compared to this, it was like heaven and earth. They couldn't compare, they really couldn't. As for whether or not what Lin Fan said was true or not, there was no need to say more. There was no need to say more. If this wasn't true, then tell me what was true. Relying on his own hard work to cultivate to such a stage? Stop joking. If they believed that one could cultivate to such a stage without any fortune, then there was something wrong with their brains. Elder Yunsheng asked anxiously, did that old man appear afterwards? Lin Fan shook his head, no, during these 15 years, he didn't appear again. But I believed that I would meet him, which was why I came to Black Mountain to search for treasures to exchange for Grandmaster techniques. Young hero Lin, you need to work hard, your future is bright. We believe that you will definitely find treasures. Elder Yunsheng encouraged Lin Fan, but he didn't say that he had saved their lives. Leave this secret technique to them. No, he didn't have such thoughts at all. Was his reminder not direct enough, such that they didn't understand what he meant? Although the story sounded good. But he had to understand the meaning within. Suddenly, Elder Yunsheng said, young hero Lin, actually you don't need to search for treasures and you can get Grandmaster techniques. Lin Fan was delighted. It seemed like he understood. Not bad, it was okay even if he was a little late. As long as he understood the meaning, then it would be easy. But what he said next made him roll his eyes. He felt like he didn't say anything at all. Young hero Lin, since you don't have any power, why not join Danxia Island? Let me introduce you, it won't be a problem. Moreover, with your comprehension and talent, you will definitely be nurtured by the sect. When the time comes, would you still lack techniques? Elder Yunsheng felt that he was a genius to actually think of such a method. Moreover, if such a righteous person joined Danxia Island, after being baptized by the sect, his righteousness would explode. Who knows, he might even become famous for Danxia Island. Lin Fan said regretfully, thank you Elder Yunsheng for your love, but I am used to being free and don't want to join any sect. Haze, that is a waste. Elder Yunsheng shook his head and was filled with regret, even if I want to teach it to you, I have no choice. Sect rules must be followed and I can't teach it to outside disciples. If not, I will be betraying the sect. It was over. That meant that he had said so much for nothing until now, that his mouth was dry. Young hero Lin, we know that it is tough for you to get Grandmaster techniques alone. You saved our lives, so logically speaking, we should help you. But we really have no choice. Sect rules can't be disobeyed, otherwise, we will be killing our ancestors. Young hero Lin, please understand. Elder Yunsheng said. This age, this experience, how could he not understand what he meant? But he really had no choice. He couldn't give it out just because he saved his life. This concerned many aspects of Danxia Island. Especially since he was an elder, he couldn't break the rules. Elder Yunyu and Elder Yunsheng also nodded silently. There was really nothing they could do about this. It is okay, I will definitely understand. Lin Fan smiled. Actually, he felt really bitter in his heart. He hoped that he would meet sects like Shidao sect so that he wouldn't show any mercy. The three elders of Danxia Island were decent people. They even wanted to recommend him into their sect. They did want to help him. But he was the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader. If he ran to a sect to be a disciple, then Marshall Path Mountain would forever be lower than them. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from outside. Listen, is there something approaching? Lin Fan pricked up his ears and listened intently. Elder Yunxing nodded his head. I heard it, it feels like it is getting closer and closer. He looked around and didn't notice anything. Suddenly, he saw something behind him. He took a close look and was so shocked that he nearly jumped up. He raised his finger. Look, what is that thing? Lin Fan looked out and noticed tentacles that were as thick as a person's arms striking towards him. He thought that it was a thick python, but it didn't look like one. Moreover, there was more than one. Lin Fan wanted to slash it, but just as he was prepared to do so, there were screams. Ah! Someone was wrapped by the tentacles. The tentacles constricted and that person's bones felt like they were about to break. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Elder Yunxing exclaimed, "Young hero Lin, let's leave." Lin Fan was shocked. He didn't even attack and they had to run. Was that really okay? Moreover, this thing that looked like a python, what was there to be afraid of? However, what he said next stunned Lin Fan. He didn't dare to be careless. "Young hero Lin, I know that person, initial Grandmaster cultivation. He is unable to fight against such a person, so he is definitely in danger. Let's go." Elder Yunxing said eagerly. Although initial Grandmaster cultivation wasn't as high as theirs, these weird things were able to grab him, so he was definitely stronger. If they were dragged in, the outcome would be unimaginable. Lin Fan didn't want to take the risk. "Let's go, our retreat path is blocked, so we can only head in." Elder Yunxing was tired. They wanted to leave, but they didn't want to head in. But they had no choice. When Xiao Chen looked at the thick tentacles behind him, he felt somewhat horrified. When he looked carefully, he saw that the great Grandmaster level martial sage he knew had been twisted in half. He died such an unjust death. What was this Black Mountain? Why would there be such a dangerous being? Let's go. Lin Fan struck forwards. He looked to the left and right and could see the thick tentacles moving. They were sweeping around. Were they trying to force them to a certain place? Chapter 233. What is going on? Didn't they say that the deeper parts were the most dangerous? What is going on? Lin Fan shouted. He felt that the situation here was a little complicated. No, maybe this was a trap specially made to trick people into entering. As they went deeper and deeper, the moving tentacles became faster and faster. These python-like tentacles sealed off all paths of retreat. The birds in the forest were alarmed. Many beasts were also frightened and fled in all directions. But these tentacles didn't attack the beasts and just ignored them. Pang pang. In the distance, several people were frightened by these things. They didn't care and headed deeper. What are these things? Didn't you say that there were treasures in Black Mountain? We didn't see any treasures, but we were terrified. My mistake, we are just gullible. Don't say all this to me. Once we escape, I will teach you a lesson. These people saw Lin Fan and the others but ignored them. At such a time, so what if they saw them? Could they raise their blades and slash them? The terrifying thing behind them didn't seem like much, but it was really terrifying. A strike that contained all his internal strength smashed onto the monster's body, but it was totally useless. It didn't even break a layer of skin. He was dumbfounded by the scene before him. Damn! Is that real or fake? No matter what, he was an initial Grandmaster expert and his full-strength strike wasn't a joke. Not to mention how terrifying it was, but it shouldn't be able to break a layer of skin at all. Then, he finally understood. Some things were really strong and you couldn't do whatever you wanted. For our lives, we should retreat if we could. We shouldn't be angry with this thing. So, we shouldn't hesitate and run. Suddenly, Dan Yunsheng saw that there was a passageway in front of the mountain pass and was instantly overjoyed. Young hero Lin, let's hurry to that cave, maybe we can avoid being chased. Based on the current situation, this thing obviously wants to chase us deeper in. If we don't find a place to hide and it succeeds, I'm afraid we'll encounter danger. Damn! When Lin Fan saw the hole, he had a bad feeling. If we hide in this hole and that thing comes in, we'll all be dead. Dan Yunsheng said confidently, young hero Lin, an old master did a divination for me and said that I won't be able to do much. But I won't be a short-lived person and I can live to 300. I am only 53 and it is still early. Trust me, my life is tough. Oh my god. Lin Fan's eyes opened wide. His words really stunned him. He was already a middle grandmaster realm expert, so did he really believe in the saying of knowing destiny? The two of them looked at each other. Dan Yunsheng nodded his head. He was really serious, like he was saying, please believe me, my life is tough and I promise I won't cheat you. If I cheat you, then I will die with you. Although the other party didn't say anything, there was no need to ask Lin Fan how he understood it. He could see it from Dan Yunsheng's eyes. Looking back, he felt a little helpless. That thing was really terrifying. Even he might not be able to block it. Okay, I believe you. If anything happens, I will haunt you even if I become a ghost. Lin Fan was helpless and could only choose to believe him. His heart was really tired. This was the first time he faced such an irresistible thing. Okay, don't worry young hero Lin. If anything happens, the three of us will block in front of you and open up a path for you. If anything happens, the three of us will become ghosts and apologize. Dan Yunsheng said proudly. Xiao. The four of them jumped into the hole. Lin Fan was the last to jump in. The moment he entered, he grabbed with his fingers and internal strength exploded. He grabbed a giant stone and blocked the hole. Young hero Lin, are you okay? Dan Yunsheng asked. He felt like his relationship with young hero Lin had improved. It was like this was the improvement after going through thick and thin together. I am okay. Lin Fan replied. The hole was really dark, especially after the hole was blocked. It was pitch black and one couldn't even see their fingers. Dan Yunsheng took out a torch and the light chased away the darkness. Everything around was clear. I didn't expect Black Mountain to be so dangerous. I feel like this is someone's plot. Elder Yuanqing said. Have you heard of the rumors of Black Mountain? Lin Fan asked. Elder Yuanqing said, I heard that every year, but we didn't believe it. This year, there were rumors that someone obtained a treasure in Black Mountain and broke through to God Essence Realm, which was why we came to investigate. We didn't expect that we wouldn't find anything and would face such danger. Lin Fan thought about it. I feel like there is indeed a treasure here, otherwise, that Shidao sect expert wouldn't have asked you to hand over the blood flower. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the entrance. It sounded like something was passing by. It sounded like something was being rolled and squeaked. Pang! The stone blocking the entrance was blasted apart. Let's go. Lin Fan didn't say a word, heading in. Instantly, a few holes appeared in front of them. Dan Yunsheng's eyes opened wide. How should we choose? He thought that hiding in the hole would be safe, but who knew that the person outside wasn't dumb? Although he didn't enter, the sound outside was really heavy. It was obvious that there wasn't just one tentacle, but many, many. Let's go here. There is wind here, so it must be connected. We can head out. Lin Fan sensed the wind blowing from one of the tunnels. He didn't say a word and just led the way. Young hero is amazing, I am not as experienced as you. Even when they were fleeing, Elder Yunqing didn't forget to brag. Lin Fan was filled with regret. What was he doing? Was there something wrong with his brain to actually come to Black Mountain? 9 Bug Gang wasn't fun anymore, or was he too arrogant? 9 Bug Gang didn't just have Yunlu City, there were other places. He came out to raise his strength. There were so many safer paths, but he chose this path that was filled with danger. He really wanted to die. The walls of the passageway were very smooth and wet. They were not man-made, but naturally formed. The tunnel was really deep, and there was water beneath their feet. After entering, the temperature became really cold. Phew, it is too dangerous. Black Mountain is much more terrifying than I imagined. I think only God Essence Realm experts can sweep this place. Elder Yunsheng exclaimed. Lin Fan asked, Elder Yunsheng, what is God Essence Realm? He didn't understand the realms above Grandmaster Realm, or rather he was really unfamiliar with them. Father didn't tell him about this. Maybe from the start, he didn't expect that he could reach such a realm. To his father, he should be thanking the heavens and earth for him to reach Master Realm. Elder Yunsheng said, God Essence Realm and Grandmaster are worlds apart, the gap between the two is hard to cross. Grandmaster gathers internal strength, God Essence Realm is God Essence, True Chi, these are two different powers. It should be said that it absorbs the essence energy of heaven and earth, it is really amazing. Lin Fan nodded his head, remembering it in his heart, can we fly? Yes. Elder Yunsheng replied. He was an elder of Danxia Island and naturally knew about many cultivation realms. Even he envied them, who knew whether or not he would be able to step into such a realm in his life. Elder Yunsheng, then when can you all step into such a realm? Lin Fan asked. Elder Yunsheng said in melancholy, this realm is a little difficult, I don't know whether or not I have hope in my life. This will depend on luck. I asked some God Essence Realm experts and they said that it was simple, but to me it is really difficult. My talent and comprehension aren't good but they aren't bad either. I am only at the middle of Grandmaster Realm and to reach the peak without any fortuitous encounters and just relying on myself, I will need several years or even longer. Young Hero Lin, you are so young and have such a fortuitous encounter. As long as nothing goes wrong, God Essence Realm will be easy. This was what he comprehended after asking the God Essence Realm experts. They said that it wasn't difficult because they were already God Essence Realm experts. Moreover, they had many fortuitous encounters, so naturally, it wasn't difficult. Lin Fan thought about it and had some thoughts in his heart. Becoming a God Essence Realm expert and being able to fly would feel great. Till now, he hadn't met any God Essence Realm experts. No, he met one. Old Ancestor Su was definitely above God Essence Realm. 9 Bug Gang Leader 2. A weird pressure appeared. Aya. He only raised his physique to initial Grandmaster Realm. His internal strength wasn't at Grandmaster Realm. He was still far from the peak and had to work hard. Father, did you see that? I am considered an expert now and I am working hard. Once I become stronger, I will head back to find you. Elder Yunsheng, cultivation is tough. No one knows what the future will be like. We can only take it step by step. Towards Elder Yunsheng's praises, Lin Fan replied in a low-profile manner. He couldn't say that they were risking their lives to cultivate, but he just needed to move his mouth or move his hands and he would be able to do it. If he said that, it would be a huge blow to him. He couldn't bring himself to do such a cruel thing. Elder Yunsheng felt that young Hero Lin was really different. His words were filled with depth. He was totally different from those top geniuses he had seen before. Although those people were humble, their gazes were sharp like they didn't care about anyone else. Kong! Just as they walked and chatted, a sharp roar spread out from not far away. The voice was low and heavy like that of a beast. Everyone looked at one another. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. They were thinking about what kind of place they had come to and what kind of monster existed in Black Mountain. His head was about to explode from this matter. Be careful, the exit is in front. There are definitely dangerous things outside. Lin Fan said softly. He didn't dare to speak loudly as who knew what would welcome them.